because they are engraved either on a hard surface such as a rock or a pillar. They were first deciphered by James Prinsep in 1837. Now, mostly the script which was used here was Brahmi. ब्रह्मी स्क्रिप्ट ज्यादातर यहाँ पर इस्तेमाल की गई थी. नॉर्थ वेस्टर्न इंडिया में खरोष्टी स्क्रिप्ट का इस्तेमाल किया गया था. नाउ रिमेंबर, Gandhara was one of the Mahajanpad in the northwestern region. There Kharoshti was used. Sir, can you please let us know what is this Kharoshti? Because it is now one by one the scripts are coming up and it is becoming slightly difficult for you to understand. सर एक एक करके ब्राह्मी स्क्रिप्ट खरोष्टी स्क्रिप्ट आ रही है, क्या आप थोड़ा सा समझा सकते हैं इन स्क्रिप्ट के बारे में? ऑल राइट, लेट मी एक्सप्लेन दिस टू यू. नाउ फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल बिफोर वी मूव इनटू दोज स्क्रिप्ट, सबसे पहले हम जो इस एडिक्ट्स की बात करें इसकी जल्दी से एक हम समरी देख लेते हैं. नाउ देयर आर टोटल 7 पिलर एडिक्ट्स. यू डोंट हैव टू रिमेंबर ऑल ऑफ देम, बट वन इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज ऑल द पिलर्स आर मोनोलिथ, दैट मींस मेड फ्रॉम अ सिंगल स्टोन. मतलब अगर एक बड़ा सा पत्थर रखा हुआ है, इफ देयर इज अ सिंगल स्टोन ओवर देयर, फ्रॉम अ सिंगल स्टोन if you cut and make the entire pillar, it is known as a monolith monument. Okay. Now, in the ancient India, there were many temples also which were monoliths. मतलब एक ही पहाड़ को ही कट कर करके उन्होंने गुफाएं और मंदिर भी बनाए थे. तो that is known as monolith. Now, this is the dimension, not very important. Now, pillar edict number 7, that means out of 7, जो सातवें नंबर का था, this gives a summary of Ashoka's effort, the efforts what he was doing to promote Dhamma. Okay, let me give you guys a quick recap here. Okay, the first thing which we will study was Chandragupta Maurya. Then we will study about Bindusara. All right, not Bimbisara. Bimbisara was there in Harakya dynasty. Don't get confused. Bindusara. Then we will study about Ashoka. All right. So these three kings we are going to study in this chapter. And I am talking about these edicts. ये अशोका के बारे में बात कर रहा हूं. I am talking about this guy which we will study in country. Dhamma means he actually, इन्होंने बुद्धिज्म अपना लिया था. He adopted Buddhism later in his life. So through his Dhamma, his teachings, he is trying to tell to everybody that this is right and this is wrong. I hope this is clear. All right. Now in these pillars you will find various animals also, elephants, lions, wheels and lotus, which were significant symbols of Buddhism. You will find 14 major rock edicts. Right? Out of them, the 13th rock edict will tell the detail about his war with Kalinga. When we will study about Ashoka, I will tell you that he fought a war with in Kalinga. All right. And that time he realized that he had done wrong because lakhs of people have died. लाखों लोगों की मौत हो जाती है. तो इस रॉक एडिक्ट में उन्होंने अपने युद्ध का जिक्र भी किया है. All right. There were 15 minor rock edicts, all right, which were in the country as well as in Afghanistan also. And Ashoka has used his name in only 4 places. Okay. Maski, Brahmagiri, which is in Karnataka, Gujara, which is in Madhya Pradesh, and Tour, which is in Andhra Pradesh. All right. So out of those 15 minor rock edicts, Ashoka has named his use only in 4 of these. I hope this summary about this edicts is clear. Now, let us come back to the question which I have asked you. कि सर ये ब्रह्मी स्क्रिप्ट, खरोष्टी स्क्रिप्ट, इंडस स्क्रिप्ट, यहाँ पे भी हम लोगों ने पढ़ी थी बॉस्फोरस स्टाइल ऑफ राइटिंग. इन तीनों में डिफरेंस क्या होता है? लेट अस अंडरस्टैंड. इंडस स्क्रिप्ट वी हैव ऑलरेडी डिस्कस्ड, which what we will do is we will start writing from left to right and then right to left, then left to right, right to left. If you have not watched this chapter about the Harappan civilization, please watch, you will understand this. Now, Brahmi script is the most popular script of our Indian culture. Now, the Hindi language, what we study right now, Bengali, Tamil, Malayalam, all of them have been deciphered, or you can say ब्रह्मी स्क्रिप्ट से ही ये सब branches बनी है. All right. One important thing between North Indian languages and South Indian languages is that in North Indian languages it is angular in shape, whereas in South India it is circular in shape. Okay. Kharoshti script, it is used mainly in the northwestern frontier in the Gandhara script. All right. In that Gandhara region. All right. So important one is Brahmi. Still, now if you are thinking, अगर आप सोच रहे हैं कि North Indian languages में angular होती है, South Indian languages circular होती है. You are not able to understand. Now you guys will be able to understand. You see this? This is Tamil language, Malayalam, Kannada, and Telugu. All of them are circular in shape. Now this is an example of Gujarati. All right. This is angular in shape. This is not circular. This has angles. All right. So this is how you differentiate between these scripts. All right. I hope this point is clear to all of you. अब हम समझते हैं पॉलिटिकल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, पॉलिटिकल इतिहास of the Mauryan Empire. So first, let's talk about Chandragupta Maurya. Alright, he was Chandragupta Maurya. He, with the help of Chanakya, he overthrew the Nandas, and here comes the beginning of the Mauryan Empire. Alright, so he was the Mauryan
What up,
Empire.
Dido? Long time no see. How you living, Pam? What's good, baby? You got it. Yeah, I got a hat right here. How you living, Pam? You got some pussy 2 days ago? All day, every day. How's the significant other? What's her name? I'm all right. I see. This is a drive-by. This is a this is a drive-by pussy communication. Basically, I got pussy, but I'm not going to talk about it, which is tight. I've been there. I haven't done that. Got that T-shirt. Anyway, how things going for you on Kick? How things going for you on Kick? How are things going for you on Kick? Every day you got to do it, then, dog. Project, project. I got you. It's going well. I am gonna get viral any day. Why do I say that? I'm live at Aiden Ross's stream right now, or his Discord. I'm live in iShow Speed's Discord. I'm gonna be live in some other Discord soon. Live streaming. People see my link in there. They come in here. It starts to gain momentum. A lot of people know about me. I would say even though I don't stream on Kick, just about everybody knows who I am, which is a really great gift because I can go into anybody's Discord and basically get an interview with anyone I want. Did an interview recently with some. Yeah, perhaps she sent me a message. She's in my DMs. Hell yeah, I got Ellie Bob in my DMs. And the funny thing is, I never ever get DMs, but I do have them from her. So just a moment. Um, I'll keep our private messages private. But yeah, I can tell you she is in my DM. Word dog. I mean, what do you want me to do about it? Just one of those things when you're as amazing as I am, it's hard for someone like Ali Boba to stay out of my DMs. So I understand. But yeah, of any chick on Kick who has messaged me, she's one of them. Of any girl from Kick who has messaged me, she is one of them. Oh, dude, dog. I don't think you get any sicker than I am. I'm basically the man, the myth, the legend. You can ask any Kick creator who I am, and chances are they're going to know who I am. And you can ask some major influencers who I am, and they know who I am. So it's just a matter of time until somebody sees what I do and they blow it up, and then we go viral. And then Guido doesn't have to worry about becoming ACIP anymore. He's going to be RCIP. He's going to be Rabbi Creator Incentive Program, and we're going to make sure I'm banned from Kick. Yeah, it's kind of a funny thing. I kind of permabanned myself purposefully. I So here's how it went down. I was streaming on Kick on like 5 different channels simultaneously every single day for like a month or a little more, and um, people started to take notice of me. But I recognized that like I was just a small fish in Kick, which was, even though it was like a small pond, it was still like a pond that I was unable to get any viewership from without buying, without like legitimately buying viewers. You just won't get more than 3 people watching you on Kick organically when you're a new creator. It'll be like 1, 2, 3 at most. So I thought, you know what? If I just start spamming people like a lot using Kick, using new accounts, I wonder what would happen. So I started doing that. And those new accounts would get banned. I thought, you know what, this is such a I thought it was kind of a loophole because I had my original 5 accounts that I didn't spam. I just kept those streaming. And then Kick came out and banned me and banned my original 5 accounts. And they said they banned my original 5 accounts for ban evasion. But the interesting thing is those first 5 accounts didn't evade any bans. They were literally my original OG accounts, so they didn't avoid any bans. So if anything that I'd have to say to Kick and Eddie Craven is your policies are a little bit off there. Essentially, you banned me for ban evasion, even though I never evaded any of your policies using my original accounts. Anyway, with that said, I can tell you that it was an excellent sacrifice for me. Everybody, look, you wouldn't know who I am, but for my bots, let's be honest, no one would. X Straight Savage wouldn't know who I am. Oh, perhaps could be, baby. Caspian, he's listening to some kind of yeah. So I would say, all in all, Kick was an excellent sacrifice for me because I went from virtually unknown to arguably a top 10 influencer on the entire platform without even trying. Here's a perfect example. Before I did this, I could go into someone's Discord and be like, "Hey, can I tell you about my project?" And they'll be like, "No," and I'll be like, "Please," and they'll be like, "No." This way, I come in and they're like, "Rabbi, what are you doing here?" And I'm like, "Hey, how are you? What's your name?" And they're like, "Oh, I'm so and so. I stream on Kick." I'm like, "Oh, okay." Like they know me before I know them, even though they're the influencer, which is the interesting thing. Usually, the influencer is the one who has to learn about their audience. In my case, they already know about at least one audience member, Rabbi. So I think it's kind of a reversal of normal course. And I have a friend of mine who was just randomly on Monkey and Omi TV and all that, and she was asking people just randomly if they knew who I was, and surprisingly, they did. And so that's a really good thing too. That just the general populace is starting to find out who I am, and it's just going to take one day of Aiden Ross being like, "All right, let's just take a look at Rabbi's profile. He's been live streaming in my Discord for a year," and then a bunch of people latch onto that because they're like, "Wait, he has 1,000 TikTok accounts. He has 2,100 Twitter accounts. He has over 10,000 Kick accounts. Like this is more content than we've ever seen of any person ever." So if anything, it's essentially a gold mine that people would be able to go through. Normally, when you have a creator, everybody's already seen their shit. Everybody's already been like, "Oh, this is their funniest part. This is a highlight." With mine, I have so much content that it is literally a sea of content of data for people to be able to dive into. I do quite a various amounts of content. So I do gaming, I do IRL, I do sleep streams, I do karaoke streams. I do trivia streams. We do podcasts. We do stand-up comedy streams. Uh, yeah. So, if somebody wants to find it, it's on my Instagram. The best way to find that, uh, if you're looking just for singing, it would be Rabbi Rothschild 5 is the account. Now I have Rabbi Rothschild 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all the way up through 100. But I know Rabbi Rothschild 5 has like solid like months where I just did song after song after song on karaoke that you can see live. And so yeah, if you're interested in my karaoke, usually that's on Instagram. Reason why it's on Instagram and not it's on YouTube too. It's just like you could have a 12-hour video for a song that you wanted 3 minutes of. That's too much content. So it's nicer that I just will say it into Instagram and you get it right away and it's clippable and everything. So absolutely. It's a humongous amount of data that we have. Giant. So, yes, sir. Absolutely, Guido. You should know before you leave. I really mean this. Uh, influencer, person to person, you're really going to be a major streamer. The only thing keeping you, in my opinion, from being okay, like I consider kick being like four different levels. There's the unknown level, which which you're on the higher end of that. Like you're becoming yeah, well, but people are starting to know who you are. Then there's a low level creator where you are KCIP. That's the goal. And there's like a medium, like then you get into like a medium. I'd say be somebody like um Ali Boba, Demi Sucks, those people you see regularly, and then the top streamers are your Ice Poseidons, your Aiden Rosses, and then I guess you've got like absolutely unknown. You're different than absolutely unknown. Obviously, you have a lot of people in your stream. You're a well-known creator. What I'm saying is like you're very close to being in that first level of streamer where you're like a newborn on Kick where you just got KCIP and everybody's starting to know you're the fresh face. And I think you have a huge opportunity to be like the next generation of major streamers. The only thing stopping you is consistency. One other thing I would say that stops you, and this is really a disadvantage for you, the hours when you stream. Because most people on Kick are generally in, like, the Western Hemisphere, and so when it's popping on Kick, I noticed personally you aren't there, and that's not your fault, it's just how the world works. And then when you are here, most of the Western Hemisphere is not available to see you. So I see you and I know you as a like really like someone who I would say if I had to give like 5 people on Kick who I'm surprised are not KCIP, you're one of them. And the other one that stands out to me a lot is Lil Scam Live. Do you know who Lil Scam Live is? All right. If you saw him, you would know him because he literally streams like 16 hours a day. And I've asked him because he has like a lot of people in his chat, and I've asked him, "Look, you stream basically more than anyone on Kick, but you're not KCIP. Why is that?" And he says, I meet all of the requirements except the 100 viewer simultaneously, and that's the reason why I haven't been able to do it. And it's frankly because he doesn't buy bots. And I understand that, I respect it, but it's like, you literally have a situation on Kick where you have someone who's putting in the grind 16 hours a day, they're very well known, they're not KCIP because they don't buy bots. They might have 60, 70, 80 people in their chat, which is a lot, but they don't have bots. And then you have someone, frankly, like, I'll name names, Amaranth, with 2,000 people in her stream, a dead chat, an absolutely dead chat, and she's got like a 7 or 8 figure contract with Kick. It doesn't make a lot of sense that and it's not just Kick, YouTube, Twitch, they're all the same. They reward people who bot. It's as simple as that. Excellent. Guido, I love you. You take care. Shout out to your audience. Take care, my man. Peace.
has already been told. Under them also, there were various subordinate officers known as yuktas. All right. Now, if I talk about rural administration, गांव की बात करूं, so the head of the village was Gramani, and various villages were under the head of Gopa, who was responsible for the administration of various villages. I hope this point is clear to all of you. All right. Now, Kautilya, in his book, and Megasthenes, in his book Indica, both have mentioned about municipal administration. Arthashastra, which is Kautilya's book, has a full chapter on the Nagar or city management. All right. Now, this city superintendent or Nagarika, his main role was to maintain law and order. All right. You can relate it this to the present IPS officer who is responsible for maintaining law and order of a district. All right. Now there were again various committees to look after the administration at the local level. Let's say this is an example of Patliputra of the capital city. That there were committees to look after industries, foreign trades, जो लोग मरते थे जिनकी डेथ होती थी that is that about census the registration was of birth certificate that was happening over there. Trade committee was also there. Manufacturing and sale of goods, collection of sale taxes. Look at the minute beauty of the administration here. कितनी डेप्थ में एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन मौजूद था मॉडर्न काल के समय में. You guys should understand this. That even at that ancient time, it was happening at such a beautiful and such a in detail level. All right. Now, if I talk about the modern art and architecture, all right, so you can see how beautifully the pillars were made in those periods. All right, so this is an example of a pillar. Okay, you can see an animal. This is the hibiscus, and this is a lotus, all right, flower, which is in inverted shape, and then this is the pillar. Now, later on, what will happen is this emblem, what you saw, the pillar, what you saw, it will become the official capital of the Indian government also. आज ये जो ये शेर का साइन देखते हैं, Indian government has adopted this and as a emblem also. You guys have seen that. Moreover, you guys will find various animal figures also on top of these figures like lion, elephant, bulls. All right. If I talk about these Ashokan pillars with inscriptions, they are found in various places such as Delhi, Allahabad, Lumindai, Sanchi, Sarnath. All right. These are the examples of the pillars. ये जो चार शेरों का मैंने example दिया आपको, the example what I have given you about the four lions, this is an example of Sarnath pillar. All right, which is the one of the most magnificent pillar what you see. All right. Apart from the pillars, the stupa is also magnificent example of the architecture of the Mauryan period. All right, this stupa is from Sanchi. All right, Sanchi is in Madhya Pradesh. Right now, if you look here, the stupa was made during the Ashokan time, but this relics, this extra part, what you see, this was made later on during the later period. All right, so it was basically built with bricks, but it was enlarged after the time of Ashoka. बाद में इसको बढ़ाया गया. All right, Sanchi stupas are the best example of such beautiful architecture. All right. Apart from that, there are caves also. Now look at the caves, how beautifully inside it has been made. Okay, inside. Now, why these caves was made? These caves were made so that monks can stay when they are traveling from one place to the other. Inside, they were polished also. All right. Now, these were presented to the Ajivikas, okay, by Ashoka and his son, which is a very, very important heritage of Mauryas. Okay, the cave which you saw just now, okay, it is present near Bodh, which is a very beautiful example of Mauryan architecture. This was generally used by the monks to reside over there. All right, and the interior walls were polished like mirror. Okay, I hope this point is clear to all of you. All right, but what happened that the Mauryans started declining? ऐसा क्या हुआ कि ये Mauryans decline होने शुरू हो गए? Now this again is a debatable topic. Okay, some say that these successors जो अशोका के बाद के जो राजा थे they were weak. Some say that the Ashoka had a very big political administration setup. पूरा का पूरा देश अशोक के अंडर में था, and that is why it was very difficult to manage, and that is why it started breaking up into different parts. All right. Some people say that he was acting against Brahmins and he was saying that we should not believe in rituals. But Ashoka never acted against Brahmins. You must remember this. Okay, he was always talking about tolerance. He used to say that don't believe in such superstitions, but he used to still respect the Brahmins and other religions. He never said that my religion is the best religion. He said that सबको अपने अपने रिलीजन को अपने अपने तरीके से मनाने की छूट है, मगर अगर आप मेरी बात सुनना चाहते हो तो आप ये बात समझ लो कि आपको सुपरस्टिशन से उठ के यू हैव टू बी लॉजिकल. आई होप दिस पॉइंट इज क्लियर. It is also said that he used to believe in non-violence after embracing Buddhism. So his army was also very angry. Okay, there are various reasons given. All right, there are multiple causes and multiple reasons given. All right. So, but there are, I would say that the combination of these factors, that the later kings were not very brave enough or were lacking in leadership qualities, और जो बाद के जो राजा आए थे, they were not able to impact the entire country together because it was very difficult for them to organize the complete country. At the same time, what happens is a foreign invasion also takes place. All right. At the same time, see what happens is Shung dynasty will also start. Why? Because Pushyamitra Shung. Uh, at the same time, what will happen is Pushyamitra Shung he will overthrow the Mauryan Empire. So all this had caused the decline of the Mauryas. Okay. So I hope this was helpful to all of you. We don't have Telegram channel now. You can be connected to us on Instagram and Facebook. And this is an absolutely free platform, guys. And UPSC Digital Library is a vision of mine in which I want to help maximum aspirants who cannot afford high coaching fees. So if you know any of your friends who want to prepare, please you can bring them to our platform. Thank you everybody for watching. God bless you. Hello everyone. Welcome to UPSC Digital Library. Welcome to the complete course on ancient Indian history. Ancient Indian history के complete course में आप सभी का स्वागत है. Today we will talk about chapter 7, that is post-Mauryan India. In the last chapter, we have seen how the Mauryan Empire have ruled over almost the entire India. इस लेसन में हम ये समझेंगे कि मौर्यंस के डिक्लाइन के बाद, मौर्यन के पतन के बाद ये जो राजा आते हैं उनका शासन हमारे देश में कैसा होता है. As you can see here, you will find various kingdoms. Like over here, you can find Kushan Empire. If you look at the southern side, you will find Satvahana's empire, and then you will also find various other foreign invasions taking place from the northwestern side, as we will proceed in this chapter. So one by one, let us try to understand what happened after the Mauryans. Mauryan के बाद क्या हुआ? All right. So as we discussed in the last chapter, जैसा हमने पिछले चैप्टर में डिस्कस किया था कि अशोका के बाद, अशोका की मृत्यु के बाद उनके साम्राज्य वेस्टर्न और ईस्टर्न दो पार्ट में डिवाइड हो जाते हैं. बट देयर सक्सेसर्स, अशोका they were not successful in keeping the empire intact. जो अशोका के आगे वारिस होते हैं वो उनके साम्राज्य को ठीक रखने में सफल नहीं हो पाते. We also discussed one reason wherein I told you that it was told that the Ashoka's military, Ashoka's army was also not very happy because of the non-violence policy which he was trying to enforce in various parts of the country through his dhamma. All right, through his various teachings, अपने ये ज्ञान के माध्यम से, धम्मा के ज्ञान के माध्यम से अशोका अलग अलग राज्यों में अलग अलग अपने ज्ञान को पहुंचा रहे थे, जिसमें वो चाहते थे कि नॉन वायलेंस, अहिंसा को बढ़ावा दिया जाए। इसलिए इस बात से उनकी मिलिट्री यानी फौज भी खुश नहीं। अब धीरे धीरे ये होता है बाद में कि अलग अलग प्रोविंसेस अपने आप को इंडिपेंडेंट घोषित करना शुरू कर देती हैं। द प्रोविंसेस स्टार्टेड डिक्लेयरिंग देमसेल्व्स इंडिपेंडेंट, दैट मींस फ्रॉम द कंप्लीट मौर्यन एम्पायर दे स्टार्ट टू सीज आउट, they start to come out of this Mauryan Empire. All right, the northwestern India also slips out of the control of the Mauryas. आपको मालूम होगा नॉर्थ वेस्टर्न रीजन इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट बिकॉज फ्रॉम हियर पीपल फ्रॉम आउटसाइड इंडिया थ्रू वेरियस पासेस कैन कम टू इंडिया. ऑलराइट, बिकॉज नेवी वाज नॉट वेरी वेरी इफेक्टिव दैट टाइम. उस समय पे नेवी बहुत इफेक्टिव नहीं थी, तो भारत के अंदर आने के लिए या तो चीन से रास्ता था या फिर नॉर्थ वेस्टर्न साइड से, सेंट्रल एशिया से वो अंदर आ सकते थे. जैसे ही नॉर्थ वेस्टर्न इंडिया, एज सुन एज नॉर्थ वेस्ट इंडिया slipped out of the hand of Mauryans, the foreign invasion started happening. All right, I hope this point is clear. Moreover, Kalinga also declared itself independent. You remember Ashoka won the Kalinga war. अशोका ने कलिंगा का युद्ध जीता था, लेकिन बाद में कलिंगा ने भी अपने आप को इंडिपेंडेंट घोषित कर दिया. नाउ कलिंगा, यू कैन से इट्स प्रेजेंट डे ओडिशा. All right, and in the south, what happens is an independent empire gets established, which is known as Satavahanas. All right, I hope this point is clear. So what happens is now the Mauryan rule, it was only confined to the Gangetic Valley. All right, only in the near the Gangetic Valley, their empire was only remained. It only sustained. So I will not now call it as an empire. I will only call it as a region. जहां पर वो राज की. But then what happens is then Shung dynasty will replace the Mauryan dynasty. How? Let's have a look. So the picture which you see over here is of Pushyamitra Shung, who is also regarded as the founder of the Shung dynasty. So let us try to understand what happened. So Pushyamitra Shung, he was the commander in chief of the Mauryas. ये Mauryas के commander in chief यानी army के chief थे. He was the army chief of the Mauryas. But then, as we have discussed the various possibilities, हमने अलग अलग possibilities समझी हैं कि अशोका के बाद के जो successors थे, they were not very effective, and then the army was also not very effective. So that is why what happens is जो मौर्य के जो last ruler थे, बृहद्रथ, ये जो पुष्यमित्र शूंग है, he killed बृहद्रथ and then he started the Shung dynasty. But he also faced a lot of difficulty. Even the Shung rule was also not very comfortable. Why? Because as we have already discussed, अलग अलग region ने अपने आप को independent घोषित कर दिया था. And as northwestern region, if I talk about this India, if I talk about northwestern region, the foreign invasion started happening. And the biggest challenge Pushyamitra Shung, or I should say overall to the Shung dynasty, was from the Bactrian Greeks. All right, Bactrian is again a place in the northwestern region. So from the Greeks, they faced a lot of difficulties. Greeks जो थे, they went up to Patliputra and they even occupied it for some time. The Greeks वो पाटलिपुत्र तक, पटना तक पहुंच गए थे, जो कि एक समय में मौर्य की कैपिटल होती थी, और कुछ समय तक उन्होंने उसको ऑक्यूपाई भी करके रखा था. However, Pushyamitra Shung, he was a very brave king and he was successful. वो विजयी हो गए थे अपनी लॉस्ट, अपनी हारी हुई टेरिटरी को वापस जीतने. All right. He also fought a campaign against Karavela of Kalinga, who invaded North India. अब हमने अभी ये देखा था कि कलिंगा ने अपने आप को इंडिपेंडेंट घोषित कर दिया. The Kalingas, they declared themselves independent and they even came up to North India to expand their territory. And Pushyamitra Shung also fought against them. I hope this is clear to all of you. All right. Now, one very, very important thing here to know is, unlike the previous dynasties where they were mostly supporting Buddhism, all right, Pushyamitra Shung, he was a staunch follower of Brahmanism. So again, from here you will see that Hinduism will again try to expand in the territories. Now, this example will depict that he supported Brahmanism. क्योंकि ब्राह्मणिज्म के समय में अश्वमेध सेक्रीफाइसेस और सेक्रीफाइसेस वेर वेरी कॉमन, और पुष्पमेध ऋषि ने दो अश्वमेध सेक्रीफाइसेस भी किए थे. I hope you guys are aware about what this sacrifice is. We have already discussed this in the previous chapters. बुद्धिस्ट की कुछ सोर्सेस की बात करें, if we talk about few sources of Buddhism, they say that he was a persecutor of Buddhism. That means he did not like Buddhism. All right, but there are a few evidences which also showed that he had even patronized the Buddhist art, and he has also helped in improving the monuments at Sanchi. So overall, it is again a debatable thing. But what we can say is, what we can conclude rather from these evidences is that he was slightly liberal towards Buddhism, but he was a true follower of Brahmanism. I hope this point is clear to all of you. ठीक है, ये बात आपको समझ में आ गई. All right. But when Pushyamitra died, his son Agnimitra becomes the ruler. All right. And the last ruler was Devhuti. Now again, if you guys remember, in the Mauryan Empire, I told you that the last Mauryan ruler was killed by Pushyamitra Shun, who started the Shun dynasty. All right. Now here also what happens is the last Shun ruler, Devhuti, was murdered by his minister Vasudev Kanva. Now Vasudev Kanva was, I'm sorry, was Amartya. Okay, Amartya, you can say, present a kind of an IAS officer, which we have already discussed. Now Vasudev Kanva killed Devhuti, and then he started the Kanva dynasty who ruled for around 45 years. All right. But after the Kanva's fall, now in that Magadh region, in that Gangetic Plains region, all right, we do not know much about them until and unless Gupta dynasty will start taking its place, or the Gupta dynasty will emerge out from that region. All right. So this was about that Gangetic Plain region. Now we will also, in the next slides, we'll also try to see what happened in the southern region where we talked about Satavahanas, what happened in the northwestern region, and what were the foreign invasions, what happened. All right, we will look at them one by one. एक-एक करके हम उनको देखेंगे. Now the rulers of Shumas were important. Why? Because they have tried to defend the Gangetic Valley from the foreign invasions. All right. ने ये डिस्कस किया था कि पुष्यमित्र ने बैक्ट्रियंस और के साथ लड़कर अपने टेरिटरी को बचाने की बहुत कोशिश की थी. Moreover, in the cultural aspect also, the Shu dynasty is very very important because इन्होंने ब्राह्मणिज्म को दोबारा से इसका पुनर्जन्म करने में बहुत मदद की थी. Horse sacrifice, अश्वमेध, all these yajanas and sacrifices became again prominent during the rule of the Shu dynasty. All right. They also promoted the growth of Vaishnavism. What is Vaishnavism? In which you start worshipping Lord Vishnu. Okay. And again, we see that the Sanskrit language becomes very, very important. All right. So now this Shun dynasty will act as a base to the upcoming golden age of the Gupta. How? When we will study about Gupta period, you guys will understand this. Let us proceed further. अब हमने ये Gangetic region की, Magadh region की बात कर ली, where we said that we now know Kanva dynasty. All right. So now let us try to understand what happened here in the southern part. All right. How these Satavahanas they ruled. All right. Let us have a look at them. All right. In the Deccan, that means in the south में क्या होता है? Satavahanas they established an independent rule after the decline of the Mauryas. उन्होंने अपने आप को independent घोषित कर दिया था. And their rule was almost for 450 years. मतलब 450 साल तक उनका राज्य था. They were also known as Andhras. The present day Andhra Pradesh also, what you see, their roots lie, all right, from Satavahanas, who ruled there for a very very long time. All right. Even इनके बारे में हमको पुराण और इंस्क्रिप्शंस में भी पता चलता है. नासिक और नानगढ़ के जो इंस्क्रिप्शंस हैं, वहां पर हमको गौतमीपुत्र सतकर्णी के बारे में पता चलता है. ये गौतमीपुत्र सतकर्णी जो थे, he was a very important ruler of the Satavahanas. All right. अब इनके जो सिक्के इशू होते हैं सतवाहानास के, उनसे भी हमको उनकी इकोनॉमिक कंडीशंस के बारे में पता चलता है. Now let me give you guys an example. If I talk about barter system, अगर मैं बार्टर सिस्टम की बात करूं, बार्टर सिस्टम में क्या होता है, अगर आपके पास चावल है और आपको गेहूं चाहिए, तो आप किसी ऐसे इंसान के पास जाना पड़ेगा जिसके पास पहले तो गेहूं हो और उसको चावल खरीदना हो, नहीं तो वो आपको अपनी गेहूं क्यों देगा और आपसे चावल क्यों लेगा? तो in barter system it becomes difficult when you have to exchange products, because first of all is you have to search for somebody who needs your product, and you have to search for somebody who is ready to give this product to you which you require. All right, let's say you want to sell X and you want to purchase Y. So first thing is you want to find out somebody who needs X, and you need to find out somebody who needs to sell Y in order to get X. So it is a very uh, head-breaking task. All right. Whereas if we talk about करेंसी, अगर हम करेंसी की बात करें, let's say coins come into the picture, अगर सिक्के आ जाते हैं, then it is very easy. Whatever you want to take, you just give them coins. Those coins can again be used by the seller to again give it to somebody else to purchase somebody else. All right. So in form of trade and commerce, currency plays a very important role. I hope this point is clear to all of you. All right. So these are some of the coins of the Satavahanas. Okay. This picture, what you see, this depicts Gautamiputra Satkarni, the great ruler about which I was just talking about, जिस महान राजा के बारे में मैं बात कर रहा था. Here you can see one of the picture in which elephant is depicted. You can see here the trunk. All right. And here you can see the peacock. All right, which is being depicted. All right. So, what important thing in Satavahanas, what you guys must understand is they used lead and copper coins. Okay, I hope this point is clear. One more thing is after the Mauryans. Okay, after the Mauryans, the coins became relevant. Okay, Mauryans के टाइम पे भी coins थे, मगर वो उतने relevant नहीं थे. और जो कौटिल्य था उन्होंने अपनी किताब अर्थशास्त्र में भी मेंशन किया था कि जो राजा कॉइन्स इशू करेगा उसके अलावा लोगों को अपने खुद के कॉइन्स बनाने का अधिकार नहीं. Anyways, we'll not get into Mauryaans now. What we have to understand is coins were becoming prominent post-Mauryan Empire. So that means trade started to prosper in those independent kingdoms what we are looking at. Okay. The founder of the Satavahanas was Shimuka. Okay. And then Krishna came who ruled and extended the kingdom up to Nasik. Nasik is present day Maharashtra. Alright, then Shri Satkarni came. He conquered up to western Malwa and Barar. You can say it's kind of many provinces of Hyderabad. You can include in that. And he performed Ashwamedh sacrifices. Again, you see that Brahmanism effect is present over here. Alright. Now, the 17th king of Satavahanas was Hala. Alright, he finished reign for a period of 5 years. 5 साल तक इन्होंने राज किया. Now, why I have mentioned about Hala is because of his book, Gat Saptasasi, right, which is also known as Saptasai. Right, it has around 700 verses, which is written in Prakrit. Like, all right, a few students were asking me this out. All right, let me explain this to you right now so that we will be able to move forward and then we will never come back to this point again. Okay. Now, people were asking me what is the difference between Sanskrit, which we have already seen before. What are these two languages, Prakrit and Pali? Now, Prakrit, the word means natural. All right. तो वो भाषाएं naturally present हैं in the different regions, all right, in our India. They are Prakrit, all right. Unlike Sanskrit language, which was invented, Prakrit is a normal. Like let's say, there were people who used sign languages and slowly they started speaking to each other, and then it becomes a language naturally over a period of time. That is Prakrit. जो धीरे 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 हम भूली जाने वाली भाषा हो जाए. Now Pali, if I talk about Pali,
How
not
are you?
much difference. The only difference is this was confined to the Magadhian region, or was
Yeah.
confined to the Magadhian region, to the Gangetic region, and this was mostly being used by the Buddhist. Right, this has been used in their Buddhist text. All right, so that is why you will find that many Buddhist texts were written in the Pali language. This is also a natural language. This is also a natural language, unlike Sanskrit, which was invented. Obviously, this was also invented, but this this came up naturally, gradually over a period of time. Nobody has to sit and then create again. Okay, धीरे धीरे लोगों ने over a period of centuries this was made. All right, and Pali was confined to Magadha. Later on, it also went into different parts, and this was prominently used by Buddhists. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Let us move on. Now, the greatest ruler, as I told you, of Satavahana was Gautamiputra Satkarni. He ruled for almost 24 years, and in the Nasic inscriptions, his mother Gautami Palasri, it's mentioned about his achievements also. Now it is said that he had captured almost the whole of South India, all right, and that is why we can now say that it has its a kind of empire because it पूरा राज्य उनके अंडर में आ गया था. All right. He also defeated the ruler of Malwa, Nagpana, which is also very important. He patronized Brahmanism, as you also know, but he was liberal towards Buddhism. All right. So though he was patronizing Brahmanism, he was fine with Buddhist monks and the other religions. So you can say he was a liberal king. Now he was succeeded by his son. All right. Vashishtha Putra Pulmai. Alright. Now, why this is important is because his son he extended the rule up to the Krishna River. Okay. If you go south, you will find Krishna River, Kaveri River, all those rivers, which we have already discussed when we were talking about the geographical features. And his son is also very important because in his coins, even the naval power is being shown. The images of ships have also been inscribed. That means in case Navy also became prominent. The last great ruler of Satavahanas was Yajna Satkarni. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Now, if I talk about the economy of the Satavahanas, right, there was a remarkable process. Why? Because the merchants, all right, and we have already understood this in the past, when the merchant class, all right, or the Vaishya class, they will organize themselves to increase their activity. This is known as guilds. All right. नाउ दिस गिल्ड्स वाज बीइंग डन. ये गिल्ड्स के जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बनाए जाते थे ये अलग अलग लोगों के द्वारा भी बनाए गए थे. सपोर्टर्स ने अपना एक गिल्ड बना दिया, अपने ग्रुप बना लिया, यूनियन बना लिया, व्यूअर्स ने अपना एक बना लिया. ऑलराइट, दिस इज हाउ इट हैपेंड. अब इनके समय में कुछ सिल्वर कॉइन्स भी एस्टैब्लिश किए गए थे व्हिच वाज यूज्ड फॉर ट्रेडिंग पर्पस, व्हिच कर्ज पनास. तो हम ये कह सकते हैं
Yeah.
कि
What can I do for you?
Satavahanas period
Yeah, it's like 4 in the morning. I'm about to go to bed. Excellent. Peace, Ben. Hey, Cal.
was the greatest port on the western side, and these were the some important ports on the eastern side. All right, I hope this point is clear. Now, as I have already told you, that they have patronized both Buddhism and Brahmanism. How? Because Gautamiputra Satkarni, he patronized Brahmanism, but he was liberal towards Buddhist. How? Because they have built chaityas and viharas also. Chaitya is a place for Buddhist monks where they do prayers, जहाँ पे वो प्रार्थना करते हैं. Vihara is a place where they stay. All right. In the last chapter, we have also seen a Vihara cave also, right, near Bodh Gaya. All right. I hope this point is clear. और वो they used to be grants of villages and lands to Buddhist monks. मतलब वो कई गांव और जमीनें Buddhist monks को grants भी यानी कि एक as a gift they used to give them. All right. अमरावती में जो पुराने स्कूल थे तो वशिष्ठ पुत्र कुलभाई ने उनको रिपेयर करने में मदद कराई थी. All right. The architecture at Nagarjun Kota is also very prominent. All right. You can Google it. You can find it. All right. Not again very very important. You do not need to go into minute details. Right. As I have already told you that Gautamiputra Satkarni was a true patronage of Brahmanism, and that is why Ashmed and Rajasuya sacrifices their name becomes prominent. All right. ये जो प्राकृत लैंग्वेज है उसको भी इन्होंने पैट्रोनाइज किया था. दैट मींस दी लैंग्वेज स्पोकन बाय द कॉमन पीपल. अभी हमने ये बात समझी थी जो नेचुरली बोली जाने वाली भाषा थी. ऑलराइट. क्योंकि हालांकि जो मैंने आपको बताया था बुक सत्य इट्स एन एक्सीलेंट पीस ऑफ प्राकृत लिटरेचर. ऑलराइट. आई होप दिस पॉइंट इज क्लियर टू ऑल. Now let us understand this. Okay. Now after the fall of the Mauryas, the northwest region became susceptible to the foreign invasions. All right. ये खतरे से खाली जगह नहीं थी. नॉर्थ वेस्ट से एक एक करके फॉरेन इन्वेजन शुरू हो गए. All right. Now this is the backward region. I told you it's on the northwestern side. So let us understand how this foreign invasions happened. All right. अब ये जो सीरियन एम्पायर था, Okay, 3rd century BC में क्या होता है? The Bactrian and Parthians they become independent from the Syrians. Demetrius जो एक Greek ruler था of Bactria, alright. So what he did, he first invaded Afghanistan and then Punjab, alright. And then he came up to Takshila. Okay, from Takshila he sent his 2 commanders. Who were his 2 commanders? Number 1, Apollodotus. Number 2, Menander. Alright. He told his 2 commanders that please go further down into India, भारत के अंदर और अंदर तक जाएं और कैप्चर करें. As a result, the first commander he conquered this region and then he moved to Ujjain. The second commander, Menander, he extended his rule up to Mathura. All right, and from there he was trying to capture Patliputra. हमने ये बात पढ़ी थी कि पुष्यमित्र जो थे वो ग्रीक के अगेंस्ट लड़ रहे थे and he was able to regain the lost territory. And then what happened was when Menander was again trying to enter, he was stopped by the army of Vasumitra, who was the grandson of Vishnu. I hope this point is clear. जो Menander था, he was also known as Milinda, right? And the capital of his region was Sialkot. Sialkot is right now in Pakistan. All right. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Now, there's a Pali work, all right. Most of you must have heard. This is very important. Milinda Panho, all right. This is also known as questions of Milinda, in which what happens is there's a conversation between him and a Buddhist monk, Nagsena. ये एक सवाल जवाब का सिलसिला चलता है. All right, this is compiled in the Pali work. This what I have already told you. After that, he embraced Buddhism. All right. Now, what happens is बाद में क्या होता है? एक ग्रीक के एम्बेसडर होते हैं, Heliodorus. All right. He becomes a Vaishnavite. Vaishnavite that means who is a follower of Lord. Okay. अभी हम बात करें ये बैक्ट्रियंस इन्वेजन की, जब हमारे देश में जिन्होंने आक्रमण करके अपना साम्राज्य स्थापित किया था. Alright. Now why this Greek investor Heliodorus is important is because he erected one Garud pillar in Besnagar. Besnagar is in Vidisha, Madhya Pradesh. Alright. ये Garud pillar इन्होंने किया था. अब ये जो ग्रीक का इन्फ्लुएंस था हमारे देश में, ठीक है, ये more than 100 years तक रहा था. After the death of Menander also. So that is why उनके कुछ कल्चरल इम्पैक्ट भी हमको देखने के लिए जरूर मिलेंगे ग्रीक्स के. ऑलराइट. ये रहा वो पिलर, वो जो गरुड़ जिसकी मैं बात कर रहा था, Heliodotus. Alright, this is the real pillar what you see, and this is what is expected कि वो पहले ऐसा होगा. Alright, and later on it was it टूट गया होगा and it looks like this. Alright, and one more very very important thing. Okay, do not get confused. The first people to issue gold coins in India were Indo-Greeks. यही जो Indo-Greeks हम पढ़ रहे हैं अभी foreign invasion के टाइम में, the Indo-Greeks were the first one to issue gold coins in India. Please do not forget this. Now some of you will say that no, Kushan rulers were the one who issued the gold coins. Understand, Indo-Greeks were the first one. Kushans के समय में it became prominent. ज़्यादा coins जो थे, they became prominent during Kushan rulers. All right. Now let us continue this and let us see what happens next. Bactrians और Parthians के बाद क्या होता है? Scythians और Shakas जो थे, उन्होंने अटैक कर लिया and they captured the territories from the Greek rulers. All right. आज जो Shakas थे, उनके footstep पर चलते हुए, all right, they almost extended their rule to the northwestern India. अगर मैं Shakas की बात करूं, तो ये दो जगह से रूल करते थे, एक दक्षिण से, all right, which was called as the northern satraps, all right, and one was the western satraps. From and they were ruling from Maharashtra. Dakshina is in northwestern region, and western strap, which is which they were ruling from Maharashtra. All right, ये दो जगह से ये राज करते थे. अब शकास के जो रूलर थे, जो दक्षिणा से रूल करते थे, नॉर्थ वेस्टर्न रीजन से, बाद में पार्थियंस ने, ये जो पार्थियंस हैं, उन्होंने वापस उनको ओवरथ्रो कर दिया था. आई होप दिस पॉइंट इज क्लियर टू ऑल ऑफ यू. अब जब मैं शका की बात करूंगा, शकास की बात करूंगा, तो मैं आपको एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज बताना चाहता हूँ. हमारे देश का जो नेशनल कैलेंडर है वो शका कैलेंडर है. शक संवत, this is the national calendar of our country. So how this becomes prominent, let us try to understand. First I want to tell you that this word calendar, जो calendar की बात करते हैं, ये रोमन वर्ड से आया है, calends. Alright. इसका मतलब कि एक टाइम एलोकेट करना एक सर्टेन पीरियड को फॉर द पर्पज ऑफ सेव लाइफ। जीवन जीने के लिए हम अलग अलग समय को एक अलग अलग टाइम फ्रेम से डिवाइड कर देंगे सो दैट वी कैन डू अबाउट द टाइम। वो एक वी विल नो अबाउट अ टाइम फ्रेम, इट विल बिकम इजी फॉर अस टू अंडरस्टैंड द क्रोनोलॉजी। हम अपने भारत देश की बात करें तो हमारे यहाँ 4 प्रकार के कैलेंडर है: विक्रम संवत, शक संवत, हिजरी कैलेंडर और ग्रिगोरियन कैलेंडर। ये वो कैलेंडर है जिसमें हम लोग जनवरी से लेकर दिसंबर तक पढ़ते हैं। विक्रम संवत हम लोग आगे का पीरियड के समय में समझेंगे। हिजरी कैलेंडर हम लोग आगे मेडिवल टाइम पे पढ़ेंगे, मध्यकालीन भारत में। अभी हम देखते हैं शक संवत को जल्दी से कि वो है क्या। नाउ दिस शक कैलेंडर इज द नेशनल कैलेंडर ऑफ इंडिया। ऑलराइट, नाउ दिस इज यूज्ड besides the Gregorian calendar. Alright, it is also one of the national symbols of India. Remember this. अब ये कब से शुरू हुआ? अब ये जो 78 CE का कॉमन एरा है, alright, it is considered as zero year. मतलब ये it is start considered as the beginning of the Shak era. Alright, and it was introduced in the year 1957 by the government of India. अब इसको मैंने रेड में क्यों भी किया है कि ये शक एरा किसने शुरू की थी? लेट मी कम टू द नेक्स्ट स्लाइड्स वेयर आई विल टॉक अबाउट दिस, हाउ दिस शक एरा केम। ऑलराइट, सो प्लीज वेट फॉर दिस। ऑलराइट, इसमें भी एक साल को 12 महीने में डिवाइड किया गया है ना, सिमिलर टू द स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ द Gregorian calendar. So just for your sake, let me quickly just tell you, the first month is the Chaitra and the last month is Phalguna. All right, and this is the time frame for this. You guys can quickly have a look. You can pause and have a look. All right, it's not very important to remember this, but the important thing is the first month is Chaitra and the last is Phalguna. This much at least you guys must know. All right. अब क्या होता है, एक यूची ट्राइब थी, सेंट्रल एशिया की थी, उनकी एक ब्रांच थी कुशान्स। ऑलराइट, जब वो बैक्टीरिया नॉर्थ वेस्टर्न रीजन में आते हैं एंड देन दे डिस्प्लेस दे डिफीटेड द शकास। ऑलराइट, एंड देन दे मूव टू द काबुल वैली एंड रीच द गंधारा रीजन। गंधारा रीजन भी हमारा नॉर्थ वेस्टर्न रीजन का एक हिस्सा है। अब कुशान डायनेस्टी के फाउंडर थे गादफिसिस वन। राइट, बट देन वेरी मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट जो इसके रूलर थे के बारे में जस्ट हम नेक्स्ट स्लाइड में भी देखेंगे। इससे पहले का हम हल्का से समझते हैं कि उनके पहले के मतलब उनके पहले के जो राजा थे यानी कि गादफिसिस के जो बेटे थे जो इनके बाद आएंगे, ऑलमोस्ट कॉन्कर्ड द होल ऑफ नॉर्थ वेस्ट रीजन अप टू मथुरा। अब ये इंपॉर्टेंट इसलिए क्योंकि इन्होंने जो गोल्ड कॉइन्स इशू किए थे उसमें इन्होंने ऐसे टाइटल्स यूज किए थे, लॉर्ड ऑफ द होल वर्ल्ड, है ना। मतलब वो ये दिखाना चाहते थे कि मैं पूरी दुनिया का राजा हूँ। लेकिन सिर्फ सिक्कों में लिख देने से ये एस्टेब्लिश नहीं होता है। ऑलराइट, वी डू नॉट फाइंड much of the archaeological evidence that he was present in the entire world. All right, he was a devotee of Lord Shiva again, that Brahmanism. All right, so I hope this point is clear. Now the most important king of Kushan was Kanishka. All right, you can see his epics also. One of his you can say idols have been found in which he is found without head. All right, and here you can see Kanishka. All right, he also issued gold coins. He was the most important ruler of the Kushan dynasty. All right. अब कुछ लोग कहते हैं, some people say that he was the founder of Shaka era from 78 AD. He defeated Shakas. All right, he defeated Shakas completely and established this. Whereas some people say that the that Shalivahan, the grandson of the legendary Vikramaditya, he defeated the Shakas, and this marks the end of the conquest of the Shakas. All right. So now what I want to tell you is, let's say, all right, you guys have to do this research on your own, all right, because this is again a very debate. You will go to different sites, you will have a lot of debate. If I talk about the Tamil Nadu book, they say that the Kanishka is the founder of the Shak era. All right. If you go to the other places, they will say that Emperor Shali Mahan. All right. He is the founder of the Shak era. Right. So again, you guys have to be very cautious. If I talk about names, you guys can mention that it's a debatable topic, and you can mention about both. If I talk about priests, I'm 100% sure they will never give you both options. UPS never play such kind of games in which you do not want question to be deleted, unlike the state PSC examinations. All right. Now, वो he was not just a great conqueror, वो एक महान राजा ही नहीं थे. He was very very great in terms of patronizing religion and art also. We'll understand this. Alright. इनके साम्राज्य में, in his empire included Afghanistan, the Haran region, which is the northwestern Sindh and Punjab also. Alright. He conquered Magad also and extended his power up to Patliputra and Bodh Gaya. Alright. Now, he even invaded Kashmir and occupied it also. Alright. His coins are found in various places like Mathura, Shravasti, Kaushambi, Banaras. That means he must have conquered those places, or at least the trade must have taken place with those regions. Alright. Now, he also fought against Chinese. Alright. अब पहले expedition में क्या होता है? He was defeated by the Chinese general Pancho. Alright, but he tried again. In the next time, he fights against the son of Pancho, Pan Yang, and then he defeats him. Alright. So even Kashgar, Yarkand, and Khotan were also part of his empires. Alright. Now in the south, his region was of Malwa. Alright. I hope this point is also clear. Now his capital was Peshawar. Right. Now if we talk about Kanishka, his capital was not Patliputra. His capital was Peshawar, which is in Pakistan. Under his empire, Mathura was also one important city. Alright. I hope this was clear. Now if I talk about Kanishka, alright, he embraced Buddhism. Okay. अब इससे पहले हम क्या देख रहे थे? That Vaishnavism and Brahmanism was becoming prominent in Kanishka. Again, what we see is Buddhism. He embraced Buddhism, and again Buddhism becomes important. And what you guys will see is uh, that in his coins, इनके जो सिक्के थे, all right, he was such a liberal king that in his coins you will not only see images of Buddha but also Greeks and Hindu gods. All right, so that means he mentioned about different gods in his coins. So that means he was liberal. He was tolerant towards other religions. All right. Now, one more important thing is जो हम एक new form of Buddhism की बात करते हैं, Mahayana Buddhism. Now it came during the time of Krishna. कृष्ण के समय में ही ये नया बुद्धिज्म आया था. इस महायान बुद्धिज्म में क्या हुआ था? आइडल वर्शिप ऑफ बुद्धिज्म स्टार्टेड हुई थी. जो जो पहले बुद्धिज्म में ओरिजिनल उसमें क्या होता था? They considered Buddha that he was a preacher and people should follow his teachings. In Mahayana Buddhism, people started worshipping Buddha. Understand that they started considering Buddha as a god. Alright, क्योंकि competition भी था, you can say that जो Brahmanism था, यहाँ पे भी Buddhism, they wanted to say that no, we also can do idol worship. Alright, see this happens. Alright, if you feel there's something wrong with, I've said something which hurts your religious sentiments, I'm really sorry, but ये था, दो धर्म चल रहे थे, तो अपने अपने धर्म का प्रचार करने में दोनों लगे रहे. Also, they started worshipping Buddha with flowers, garments, perfumes, and lamps. All right. और आपने देखा कि वो चाइनीज में वो लैंप्स लगाते हैं, नाइट लैंप्स लगाते हैं. In this Buddhist religion, very important. All right. So this became very important in Mahayana Buddhism. Now he also sent missionaries to Central Asia and China for the propagation of this new faith. So now what I can say is, जब इनके समय में महायान बुद्धिज्म आ गया था, तो कनिष्का actually patronized Mahayana Buddhism.
25 years ago, February 22nd, 1997, Art Bell, the host of the most show in history, Coast to Coast AM, called a man who had sent him a string of facts. And facts ran as follows. Dear Art, I'm writing to you to see if I can get some help from you or your best listening audience. I live in eastern Washington, near the Mustache Ridge. On our property, there is a hole. Like the previous owners before them, we've been throwing our trash into the hole. Apparently, the hole has been there for as long as I can remember. First, I thought it was an ancient well. The hole is 9 inches in diameter. There is a stone retaining wall around it, and we put a steel door on top to keep anyone from falling into it. As I said earlier, we've been throwing the trash into the well for decades. Predator, household trash, dead cat, you name it. The thing is, I noticed the hole never filled up, so I got curious, actually obsessed. I mean, we're trying to measure the depth of the hole. I emptied 3 fishing reels about 1,500 yards on a filament trying to determine the depth. Soon I was behind the fishing line at bulk. So far, I've sunk about 80,000 feet flying into the hole of the rich pond. My wife works at a local university with the geology department. We hope to get some real scholarly help in determining the depth of the hole. As far as I can tell, there's nothing particularly strange about it except for two other things. Dogs refuse to get within 100 feet of the hole, and birds won't sit on the retaining wall. Another strange thing is there's no echo when we get into the hole. Indeed, I've never heard the thing at the bottom when tossed in. We started in a refrigerator, and we never ran into one. No crash, splash, or crash. Our listeners can help with possible explanations. I'm wondering if this, based on my measurements so far, might be the deepest hole on Earth. Signed, Mel Waters. Art managed to get Mel on the phone. The continuing series of conversations have definitely passed the bar for astonishing legend. In 2011, 14 years after Art first spoke with Mel, Scott and I were having discussions about starting a podcast. I was working full-time in my career, and Scott was furiously busy being a stay-at-home dad with his then 3-year-old son. We wanted to do this podcast, even though it didn't even have a name yet. So we had started what we used to refer to frequently, the story folder. We kept it on Scott's computer, and we constantly added to it. We still have it, and it has well over 1,000 story ideas now. The story of Mel's Hole was added to that folder 11 years ago. 3 years before we released episode number 1 of the show. It's one of the ideas that were a part of what made us want to do what we're doing. And tonight, we're covering this long dormant legend. A legend that originated on the radio show that made it possible for us and all paranormal podcasts and our audience. Coast to Coast AM. The question then and still now, was the bottomless pit real? And if so, what became of it? And what became of Mel Waters? Welcome back to Astonishing Legend. I'm Scott Pilgrim, and this is Forrest Burgess. I would be very cautious about accepting a generous offer of a property with a hole, because you know what? No matter what else, that hole is worth millions of dollars. Art, reader, and criminal host to Coast AM.
Join us tonight for part 1 of our 2-part special series on the bottomless pit Coast to Coast AM made famous in the late 1990s, Mel's Hole. And we're back! Are you falling into Mel's Hole? Yeah. Well, with a couple things. First of all, we already did a fall for house or house. You remember that. And on top of that, there's no records inside Mel's Hole. I know I was taking license to give Sarah a little bit of fun. That's what he wants after getting dailies, and he also must be back. Oh no, I didn't give it some pizzazz. This story requires no pizzazz because down the hole is not random. No, it would disappear and the thing would come out. It gets weirder and weirder. Yes, it does. All right, folks. Well, tonight we're going to be talking about a legend that started on Art Bell's infamous radio Coast to Coast AM. But first, a very quick program. We wanted to give a proper shout out to one of our recent guests on our exclusive Patreon show, Astonishing Jump Board. His name is Bob Anderson. Yeah, Bob is a fascinating guy, and we're lucky to consider a new friend and fellow podcaster here. And we had an outstanding interview with him. We talked about actually seeing the Chicago Mafia in person. How many people can say that, right? Yeah, that's pretty awesome. He was close enough to make out the picture of the skin on its wings. And on top of that, several other people off the highway that were looking at him. Now, he has a podcast, by the way, and it's excellent. It's called Bob After Dark. So that's podcasts. Yeah, I'll tell you what, my story wasn't great. And just another good one in a growing series of guest interviews on the Astonishing Jump. So if you want to hear those, head over to patreon.com/astonishinglegends. You can listen to those as well as other bonus content including commercial-free versions of the main show here. You're not going to mention the other thing. What other thing? Well, we did the last one live video. Oh, that's right, folks. We actually did the most recent episode of the show for it live, and I feel pretty sure that will be happening more and more. Also, by the way, I apologize. I didn't post the audio version. I'll get that to the RSS feed yet. I'm going to get that done. So sorry, but you can go to Patreon directly and watch the video there. Video, although of course it's on tape. It's not saying anything else anymore. So another reason to check out our Patreon page. Sounds like been arrested for it. Sounds like lastly, folks, we never had to do this unless you're at scenes. But here's the deal. Our fantastic editor, Sarah, is really good at segues again. So you know what that means. We need you to send in bits where you get to hear yourselves after a commercial block. You know what those are, right? You get to hear bits of yourself. Yeah, segues of the show after a commercial block. Isn't that fun? You get to be heard by tens of people. People hear that, but we enjoy hearing you. We find it really funny and quite charming, and I personally love to hear that. Listen, but yeah. Well, yes, my favorite part is the show before it gets done because it's the only part I have already heard. It's really nice to hear, and I'm pleasantly surprised by some people we know through the show and friends of the show, Legenders, Loungers, and all these folks that we interact with. And like, there they are. There they are. Because they really don't need to text or the words. It's fun to hear them. Anyway, yes, we do. It's not hard to do. It's a lot of fun. You'll have more fun hearing your own self. Yes, the easiest way to do that is to hit our main webpage, astonishinglegends.com, and right there at the top, click on where it says Submit a Listener Segment. Take you right into the directions. It's a piece of cake. Click on it too, because if you don't, Sarah's going to so let's fall deep down into tonight's show. So Art Bell sadly passed away in 2018, but not before launching another show called Midnight Movies, which I'm familiar with. Coast to Coast, however, continues to this day with regular host George Norrie and several regular guest hosts, filling in a former guest of our show in January this year, journalist George Knapp. And also Connie Williams, who's she's interested, has turned us on to several stories. Flight 19. That's right. That's right. And so I'd say it's pretty cool. It's still rolling. It's got a long legacy. And Art Bell, for our hearts and minds, it's been a lot of fun revisiting because this is the first time in the history of Astonishing Legends we've covered a legend that actually started coast to coast. That's its inception. And there's a public knowledge. I mean, there were a small group of locals that would have known about this thing, according to the story, if you believe any of this at all. But in terms of it becoming in the part of the paranormal zeitgeist, if you will, it started with Coast to Coast. Once the fourth of the legend did not start with a creepy pasta. So, yes, folks out there, it didn't start on the internet. It started with an unknown mysterious technology called an X-ray machine. Yeah, this is classic Coast to Coast AM fair. This is a story that he loved. The story, that's why he got so involved and invested with it. Kept it going for several years. It always makes an appearance on the best of Art Bell. So you have a collection of shows. This is one of the stories that is usually included. And if you Art Bell Coast to Coast, you'll know this story. You don't know all the details because there are several interviews that are done with the gentleman at the center of the story, Mel Waters. And they're a little bit hard to put together. You can find them on the internet. You can also be a Coast Insider. But really, it took us a little bit to suss out what was said when, dates, and the timeline of it. So if you piece it together, you can make it different. But we're going to help with that. I also want to say, though, it's not only this story, classic Coast to Coast. Yeah. It's also classic Astonishing Legends. In that, as we said, this is one of the premier and original stories that Scott and I would love to sit down with for an old-fashioned and just talk the heck out of it. Yeah, go over theories and like
this about this part, the magic team. What about the dogs coming back to life? These are exactly what we love to discuss for this podcast, and that I'd love to have you to talk about this with not just us, but about the team of podcast. When you listen to the story, just know that this is back to the roots, original Starship Legends.
Yes, it is. It was an inspiration for the show years before the show. When years to get it off the ground. You reminded me of just how smart, inquisitive, and funny Art was. Some of the stuff that he did over the years that Mel Waters came on his show cracked me up. Another one that was a place for the opening quote. An article right here. Bill's the guy. But it's always a hole. It's a never-ending hole. Bell's hole is worth millions of dollars. It's I can't. I really did argue what he was doing. You know what's interesting is that it implies a bottom, and that's parts of the story here. Is there a bottom to this thing? So when you say related to this, we're talking about and Opunku. Have these blocks called blind holes, right? Yes, they don't go all the way. They're for a reason, and maybe they fit a peg fits into them. There's a reason they didn't go all the way to the other side. They have their technology, but they didn't, so it had a purpose to it. So in this case, it's not a
I'm tired.
as far as
Thank you.
it's a hole. Where does it go to? On the other
How are
side,
you, baby?
We will find out.
Yeah, and there's no. Let's get this out of the way up front.
You're my friend. How are you,
Because I don't
friend?
want to risk any spoilers. I don't want to bring this. There is a clear connection
How?
between this story and the idea behind Outer Range.
You're my
We've
friend.
seen the entire series by now. To the end. Looking for a season 2.
You're
because
my
there are
friend.
So many questions. It's
No, I'm just sleeping.
but there's some weirdness. And the more I got, the more I am convinced.
Oh,
that
man.
this story
I'm pretty tired right now. I'll do it maybe later.
I would agree. I'll leave that up to some people say that this was Will's imagination. But we'll
Dog,
see.
let me sleep. Come back. Come back in like 12 hours.
Down. Just like any great immediate.
God. I love you.
We'll see how
I
much
love
this
you, and
will
you're my
take.
friend.
But what I liked about it is that it's it ends
You're
up.
amazing.
Let's just say you get your money's worth when it comes to weirdness. All right, and we're ready to find out what this is all about and who this is.
Thank you.
From saying Mick Fisher.
Thank you.
Mel Waters.
You.
Mel Waters. You can send the emails to.
Yes, I will forward them back to that. So the idea here is if we can describe the story in Mel and the whole, keep these elements in mind because you will have to make a judgment on whether you believe any of this at all. Before we start, here's something I wanted to say about Art Bell himself. He's much beloved for all of us who love the genre and stories, even the stuff that gives them weird health kind of things. And this story does too a little bit. I forgot about that.
Yeah, that's right.
Everything that encompasses the things that we like to talk about that you hear on Coast to Coast Takeout. People look back fondly on Art Bell as being a maestro, the ringmaster of those weirdness. And they will often say, well, what do you like about Art Bell? They'll say, you know, Art, he was just guests. He just didn't believe everybody that came on the show outright, right? He really didn't want to limit. He wanted to get to the bottom of this, and that's why we love Art, is that he was pretty skeptical and stuff. And I would say, yes, always. You just don't like this stuff. You don't have to reject it. You want to hear the story. You want to know where it's going to take you. And so to do that, you don't just rebut everything that comes through the door. You seek stuff out, and then you make your judgment later. Like,
facts here. What do I believe? That was the charming part. And he was accepting without shutting the door and everything, and then slowly opening it to see what was behind it. I'm saying he opened the door. Let's find out what's here. The story. The most important part of it. The entertainment value. He was here to entertain us. It's like a we're filmtainment in a way. And we deliver some decent information, but ultimately we're here to all be entertained, and that was the purpose of art. So when you look back, we all like to be nostalgic, but just here it is, and you get a picture not of Mel, but of Art Bell himself. So that's why the story as well. So this saga starts off, you could say, on February 21st, 1997, and calling himself Mel Waters. He was from the Washington area in central Washington state. He apparently sent a fax in the day to the show. And for those of you, if you don't know, there was a tiny machine, and you would stick a piece of paper in, and the telephonic wires would cut out the other end of another fax machine, and basically just print it out. Yes, the earlier models would be the teletype, and it was just a telephonic signal where you would type in a message, and it goes to a gigantic 300-pin typewriter on the other end, and you just type out that message, which was pretty cool to see. For those of you who don't know, and what it was basically scan the image on one end and create it on another end. So you could fax in questions or story ideas to the show via fax. And a lot of people did that, and that's what this person Water did with this Play for Health that we read in the cold open. This fax is art's curiosity. That's right. Well, what are we talking about here? Well, it's a mysterious hole on this Mel Waters property, about 9 feet 9 inches in diameter, for our listeners, 9.97 meters diameter, located about 9 miles west of Ellensburg, Washington, and on near the Nashtash Ridge in Kittitas County. I know the region in the state somewhat well. It's more so centrally located. If you've ever taken a car ride or bus coming from the east and heading towards Seattle, you get on I-90 and pass through Ellensburg. If you take the Greyhound bus, you stop a little bit before that. Get it? Yeah. Is this back to Georgia? No, I would say back in the day, they didn't have your own means. It was a way to get across the state in a really bad year. And the bus driver would stop off in George Washington at Fay, the Martha Inn. St. George. Of course, now it's a particular music venue there on the Gorge. People go there for a great concert, and they've had actually big names. George Washington is a little east of Ellensburg, but you will pass through Ellensburg all the way, and it is also home of Central Washington University. There are 3 universities like that. You have your Eastern Washington University in Cheney, that's a little south of Spokane. You have Western Washington University. We've talked about CWU, Central Washington. I don't know if you remember, Scott, but they have a great writing lab there, and that is at one time the COCO, the sign language aid. Oh, yeah. It's interesting that you bring up COCO. It's because the day that art Waters facts, it's also the day that they announced success with Dolly sheep. Same day. Oh, interesting. Cloned sheep. You know what? I believe same day. Mel talks about that with art. I don't remember talking about that. They did talk about some other current events, but I don't remember them talking about Dolly. Right. Not so much about the sheep. Art does bring up farming, and basically, yes, don't jump ahead. We're going to talk about what the government, government is really capable of doing, and you can't do that farming. And art's like, well, that's a bunch of baloney. Of course, they're clone people. They're going to tell you they don't or would never. But if they can do it, someone's going to do it. Because if they don't, you're going to have some Dr. Evil type doing it, and you better know what's doing, or you better do it yourself. So that's how governments react to stuff. And that includes psyops, which is tied to this. to Mel Waters. How many hours would you say, Scott, are there of interview? Well, his first appearance was around 40 minutes. That's the first time that he spoke to him. Then he had a few days later for, I think, an hour and 10 minutes. Then there was another appearance for an hour and 10 minutes. A few years later, a few years after that, another hour and 20. And after that, 2 hours, 40 minutes, I think. It's all total. It's like 5 or 6 hours. Yeah. Over the stretch of several years. Tells you a little bit about how hard about this story, like you already said, but he really was interested in this, regardless of what he thought about it. It was good. Of course, people call it, and one of the other charms of the show is that why still the all of that? There's a lot of charming things about the show that he had different lines. He had the first time caller line. He had the with the wild card. A lot of people calling in on the wild card line, and that's a great feature of the show. And it's heartwarming to hear these callers from over a decade ago calling into the show with comments, and of course, people believe him. They believe his guest, and he would have on the show, but that didn't bother her. Look, it's entertainment. Why get to shut somebody out just because, oh, that sounds silly? Well, this is all silly. That's my premise for what we cover. It's all impossible and ridiculous, and there are people who are going to believe any of it, but it creates and sparks wonder. So in this case, though, and let you know that he chose this story. This guy didn't force his way on the show. He's not just calling in as a cold call, first time caller. Art heard the facts of the story and thought it was interesting enough to include it else. It starts off as a very long-ish segment for the Coast to Coast AM radio show. Usually, sometimes people will network, sometimes just a short year, depending on how many people you find it for that night. But there's another factor Art was interested in. There are some paranormal properties like course about this hole and the land around it. It may have been seen by the federal government once they found out about it. How do they find out about it? Possibly from the Coast to Coast AM show. Maybe somebody's listening. So I'll just get some highlights here just to put your appetite. Well, listen to this. Possibly seized by the U.S. government and some of the attributes of the hole. Well, Bill Waters didn't say this himself. He said neighbors knew about this hole. Everybody, as long as he could remember, he jumped down the hole. Building materials, dead farm animals, cows, refrigerators, down there. Television tubes, another thing like because they make satisfying for the tube when it smashes. And for about 4 years. Before them, for I think Minnesota was quite elderly, and he owned it for about 40 years. Yes, and for all that time, for decades, then generations, of people crammed down this hole. Yeah, I said, it should fill up by now. I mean, who is this thing? And Bill knows this, but one of the stories that he does tell Art about, because he's asking if he wanted anything, and it's like, well, he said, there's one story that Mel heard, and again, this is not Mel's story. He's saying this is possible. Is there a story of a neighbor and a hunting dog, and then when the dog died, and then burying him and placed him in the hole. And the story goes, maybe a little while later, and other people who he talked to saw this dog alive. Same color, same metal tag, same coloring, running through the woods, sometimes in town. But so, okay, you got a pet cemetery angle on this thing. Yeah, well, there's also a story that it looks like the dog was hunting with another person. Yeah, at the time. I knew it was his dog. It's the same color. So you could say, like, well, they could listen to their dog. It's a small community there. Everybody knows each other. You get a lot of outsiders. So if you want to believe that angle story, that one is that this was also told to Mel by a neighbor. He was there by the hole. He saw a black beam, blacker than black, emanating from the hole into the night sky. Just this black beam. And it wasn't just that beam. Apparently, other neighbors claimed to have seen that. Mel himself did not. He's just saying, this is reason I'm going about this thing. But for me, the weirdness is that I just can't find it. And it sounds pretty mundane. And then years after, Mel has his interactions with the story. Other people, of course, there's broadcast and they're looking for with their own obsessions about it. Some of the crazy things about this whole thing. People get to see it and research it for themselves. And investigators, there are claims that if you took a radio and you went near the pole, you could hear radio broadcasts and music past. So it's a hole in the ground. That's what the crowd hear it. Well, give us a little. Oh, well, it was last to get the time past and the future. Right? Yes, different time period. After all, Bell, there was a claim that thing was up and working. Above it, people could see images of past events. And time vortex. That's what's happening. Another claim is that it has alchemical properties. People said if you take metal, change into other substances. Take that for the moment. It's weird. Okay. Just to be clear, it's weird. Mel's is weird. Okay. Privately, all you folks out there, there's going to be a hard time. We will endeavor to be adult about this. Okay. This was the last one. Oh, yeah. You got it. Okay. Read that pretty well. I have comments. We are going to bring the whole story. Still got to be careful out there. Travel restrictions are needed, so people are really itching to get out and see the world, and that's fabulous for vacations. I never before come back to Italy. It was a dream trip. What's special besides the sights is connection again. People outside of. No, I'm kidding. That's a lot of fun. Other places, connecting with people, and I'll tell you, it's a more connection and that makes people speak a little language. So often, people see you make an effort to speak native tongue. They're really great. And I'll tell you about the best restaurants, their favorite spots, and also their language. And that's where Battle might try to get this 10 million subscriptions in. Whether you're traveling abroad, your own country, visit or bored with the games on your phone. Apple gives you bites of lessons that you can actually do in the world. Apple's are really fun to finally create that language you've always proven yourself you've learned. Well, other language apps use AI to design their lesson plans. Apple's lessons work for 100 language experts, and their teaching method has been scientifically proven to be effective. They're only 15-minute lessons you can learn on the go. But here's the major advantage of time with Apple. Their speech recognition technology helps you improve your pronunciation and accent. That'll be super helpful for you when you get to the last food. Or saying my subjects is stuck through my front head. I'm all fair. Nice. I'm gonna work on that accent too. Yeah, that's not great. Well, there are so many ways to Babel. In addition to lessons, you can access podcasts, games, videos, stories, and online classes. Plus, it comes with a 20-day money. Start your new language learning today with Babbel. Right now, save up to 60% off your subscription when you go to Babbel.com/. That's Babbel, BBL. 60% off your subscription. Babbel, language for life. Hey, I don't know what I told you, but I've been good at making custom burgers that look like houses, and I'm selling them. Wait, no, there's no way to do that. I didn't know about it. What do they? We're not. All right. Well, we have a social media profile if you want to see pictures of another Sam profile. Disgusting, and then one you can DM requests. Store profile. I think I'm gonna have to stop you right there. Exactly. That's exactly my point. These days, you got exactly a chance, or not even half a chance, of getting people to check out what you got going on. Okay, don't make them do a bunch of work or steps to get there. They're not going to remember. Nobody's really interested in what you got going on. You got to trick them into being interested. So that first step has got to be the easiest thing for them to do. That's true. I've been trying to trick people into listening to a podcast for years now. You can actually make it sense. And of course, as a reader, you can that in one place with the Squarespace website. And then your customers, your followers, get all that in one easy place too. It's going to remember your long wiki URL and your / handle. You got to put your hands with something custom that's totes unique and totes, like Burgess.com or whatever you brand. Build your own domain name. That is actually what's my name I will not forget, no matter how hard I try. But you got the audience or your customer. That's where Squarespace's elegant features and robust tools take over to seal the deal. If selling is your bag, Squarespace has tools to get you stacks like e-commerce templates, inventory management, a simple checkout process, and secure payments. Whatever you sell, Squarespace has merchandising features to make your products look best online. As done thanks to your time offering separately to every place online. With simultaneous posting on Squarespace, you can authenticate with your profiles, letting you post your content to Twitter, Facebook, or other. You can display posts from your social profiles on your website. Yeah, if you're selling your time to talents, Squarespace makes it easy with online booking and scheduling for your classes or sessions to your website. Clients can easily see your availability or reschedule if needed, taking the hassle out of coordinating calendars. It's high time to put your shit together. Get everything you've got going on. Remember, easy to sell place Squarespace. Head on over to squarespace.com/legends for a free trial. And when you're ready to launch, use the offer code LEGENDS to save 10% off your first purchase on the website or domain. You're not actually custom birdhouses, right? No. But that's only the Squarespace website. If I did, that's a lot of fun. Scott, what is this box on your name? Now, after the show. Just to kind of round out the tantalizing aspects of the story comes from that there's some dark spots to it. Nobody seems to know as the narrative and Mel's part of it, here and there, people start to wonder, who is this guy? Did he ever exist? Well, obviously, there's but who is quote unquote real Waters? There's a question about that. It's all mystery. When he find it again, right after the story here. Now, after that story here to coast to coast, it got a lot of imagination looking for it. There were news reports, reporters were trying to find out who's this Mel Water guy? Where is this? Kind of describes it as being on the outskirts of Ellensburg, but it's a large area. Exactly what it is. And where did we find this property? And some people don't say they found it, but they never told anybody else where it is. So it's a whole other mystery. And everything surrounding this mystery is a mystery. And you can say, great balls. Do that all the time. Cool. They flew through and the other posts are crazy. But this is a real element. And nuts, but not nuts. To me, it's kind of a hoax right off the bat. It just, to me, it's like told me that I think it was extra. Okay, so let's set the stage first. I should say, no, I think that's a mistake. When first reached out because our facility faxes all the time. A billion people are faxing each other, and this is what he worked out and decided to look into, as opposed to all the call coming in or call coming in on the lines like, hey, this happened. I'm over 51. But so great show, which famous. He faxes this over, and I think he maybe is just thinking art to announce it on the show. Anybody who wants to call in with some theories or what people should do about astrologists or karst experts, anybody has a recommendation to check this out because he was curious. It's like, I don't know what to do with this thing. I want to explore it. The same thing. Should I do? And Art was interested that he got the top of the fax. Again, it was never seen a fax. If you turn the settings on your fax machine, you could have a fax number out at the very top of the header,
of which your number was. Not only your traffic, but also a telephone number wanted to call you. Like, what is this? It fax me. You got that phone number from off header or flip. And he called me up. It's a good way to bait him. Yeah, just didn't give him over here if are interested. That's how it started. And our call.
Yeah, and so this would have been February 21st, 1997. Again, the same day. Not that you were born. It was just that they said, hey, we cloned a sheep in Scotland. And because the page that told me about Valley of the Sheep makes a good fact on it for what was going on this day, I wanted to. The number one song in the United States was Spice Girls Wannabe. And then horrible. Number one song in Britain. Yeah. Don't Speak, no doubt. A certain age. That'll bring back to that seems the Spice Girls. That's the number one show in Europe, being Europe. And no doubt. Yeah, you think they had a big record? I don't know. That was many years. Yeah. You know what? You're right. This is been what kind of astonishing legend host would I be if I didn't fact check it? Makes it very disappointing. So I decided to look at the actual website for the Hot 100 February 1st or 2nd. So 1997. What a Spice Girls. So this is right. My hats off to onthisday.com. That's right. I would look backwards. But for those of you track of the archives, I guess the next night would be Bob. Yes, big. The recording that I listened to from Will, that is on a compilation on the Bible website for the Sun God Bell's Hole. They have a clip that is a compilation of everything. And where they got that was from the Best of Art Bell. And that is a rebroadcast, a compilation of all the Bell's interviews, at least the first 3. And to be clear, those were February of 1996 when they first started. So that first show, yes. The next night would be. Yeah, so technically, because the show was still like it was the 21st and the 22nd. Yes. 21st. That's when this was happening. And yes, the Spice Girls were in the charts in the United States. No doubt was at the top of the chart. So Art called and said, I've got this fax from you. What is going on? And it starts to the story. What's interesting is Mel is talking about life in Ellsworth, Washington, where this story is taking place. So this episode, this series, folks, is if you believe any of this, that point was ever more than it is for this particular story. So we'll be looking away at the other details that Mel Waters offers in the story. Right. Now, if you want to hear the original one, you have to join the Coast to Coast Empire. You can get over there. I think the monthly fee right now is $6.95 a month, or whatever. Get into the back end there and listen to these old shows like this, which is really cool. Some of these Mel Waters shows are available on YouTube at different places. People are but we would encourage you to Coast. Yes, that's where we listen to them in our notes. So one of the things that happens with Mel, he's going in, he's like, we just had a huge blizzard. This particular program didn't have power, it didn't have water, it didn't have telephone, anything, and they had some buildings on it, they didn't collapse because of the snowstorm. But the property itself, that's where it is, and there's very facts about owns it. One of the things that first indicated was they had it, him and his wife were already in the process of becoming estranged or separated. Had it about 4 years, but the property had prior belonged to an elderly person who had it for 30 or 40 years. And that person about the home that was on the land. Yes. And a lot of folks in town did, and now when I say a lot, that indicates, I don't know, maybe 20 people at least, coming and being allowed into this hole. Yeah. So you get your stuff. Right? Yeah. We're never going to get through. Okay. This is in Ellensburg, and of course, I take it you're familiar with Ellensburg, Washington. I went to the University of Washington, and of course, I'm familiar with Washington State, and and parts of western Montana, the whole area. If you live around there, you usually are, especially if you live in what they call the inland, which is, see on the map, it's like, well, that's more Washington, slightly south and central in Washington, and you're correct. A lot of people consider anything east of the Cascades. So it's fun if you tell people like, "Oh, I'm from Spokane, or I'm from northern Montana." It must be really rainy. Right? No, that Seattle. You're thinking all the western cities there, and this is often rainy and gloomy during the winter. The usual weather pattern is 40 degrees.
Yeah, and that would be influenced by the
Right. Well, you're on the coast, yeah. That would be the same thing. That's why they shot a lot of these files there, because it was an evocative. But what I would say, going on to the University of Washington, for 2 years at least to get my undergraduate stuff out of the way, is that being like that during the day, and as the sun was setting, the clouds would, the winds would come through, and it would be a beautiful sunset.
Yeah.
So it just changes a little bit. Yes,
Yeah.
Can't put up with that because it's very rainy during the winter. Summer's gorgeous.
Right.
So if anybody in the Pacific Northwest has gone westward and on I-90, and don't you know of I-90? You must have taken it on your cross-country journeys at some point. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. But I never got up to the Pacific Northwest. I always wanted to, but I haven't quite.
When I was a kid, if you take a car trip with the family and you have to pass, you'll go through I-90, and I-90 will touch the edge of the city limits there. And through there, and a little while later, you'll in the Seattle area. So a lot of people in the area have heard of it. It's a little town. It's a college town. A little later on, as far as the population back then, it was about 1,000 or so. And over half of that's already college students. So maybe 6,000 are local. So it is a tight-knit community. And that figures into this because with that descriptive word, you think that people would know of Mel. It is he described it like a lot of people would know it. He had it feathered off. You kind of, I think there's a little access road, maybe a mile in, and then it goes to a dirt road.
A mile and a half from the access road. Yeah. A lot of people are showing up. They're refrigerators down. They're throwing television tubes. They're throwing all kinds of things that they'll never crash, splash, or crunch, as he says. They can't ever hear any noise. There is even a Mexican gentleman who is money falling off his tire down in the area, and he brings the truck up there and dumps all that at home.
We heard about this later, and your interview with we had the Mexican gentleman whose thought was to use these tires. They were too old and sell them and regret them. Instead of paying it, you just throw them in the hole. He's $1,000 down there. On top of everything else. On top of everything else. And as Art said, like, ugh, that hole that there is, it's got to be disgusting.
Tires, cows.
Right.
A lot of stuff is going into the hole.
Right.
And when Mel is talking to Art, he confesses to being a little bit on the table. But the thing is, to measure the hole, he has a very no idea. Apparently, he's a self-described former, almost professional shark fisher. Yes.
Robert Shaw. He's certainly not at the nowadays at this point. He's pretty much retired. But he has experience, and he's a clever idea, like you said, to find out not only how deep is there water.
And at the time that this story takes place, we're able to do later. It's probably around 64 or 65 when the call takes place. And he decides to get some fishing line and put a 1 pound weight on it, which you would think as 1 pound, that's crazy, but not for parents. He's from Catholic. You have 1 pound weight, putting it on the end of a 20-pound test line, and big reels, big saltwater shark reels, and he's lowering the line down and trying to wait for it to slide. It's like when the weight hits the bottom, the line's slack. So he gets his reel, he lowers it down, it's going down 1,500 feet with his initials. Yeah, with his initials. And nothing's happening. He's like, wait, where is the bottom of this hole? How deep can it be? And as this stuff is happening, and he's trying to make these determinations, they're doing other experiments. Like he's yelling into the hole. One of the things that he said about that was he never heard an echo of any kind. It's like it dampened the sound. Almost no sound came back. All sound or light. That's the other thing is that he had high-powered flashlights in a back. You can get 100,000 power. I'm not sure. Get like 1 million candle power. You can get these crazy handheld spots. Yeah, start a fire. But the he said you can point these at the sky and you go all the way up the night sky. Yeah. He pointed into the hole. He said like he just swallowed it up. He said he would the sides of the well, which was described as together around the hole. It's just a dirt hole around it. No spray is a stone retaining wall, and that went about 15 feet or so, and then it would be dirty rocks. Yeah, but you looked inside, but on the outside, it's 3.5 feet tall. But when you looked inside, so the lamb style, it went down about 15. Here's the deal: on it. So wouldn't just no, well, and that's there is a rock retaining wall around it. So if you didn't slide and fall, we're able to fall. That'd be the end of you. That's somebody. That is curious to me. Something took time and year to build this wall around it. 15 feet, he said, basically after the dirt and rock, after 15 feet, it was just hard to see, and then couldn't see anything down there. That's right. So it's a black abyss, and it's all of us kids heard stories about that. Why is that such a big thing? Because on the bottomless part is that it doesn't make any sense. What do you mean there's no end to this? I mean, I can't hear it. Even if it's 30 seconds later. Well, that's stumping Mel. And so as you really of on element, he then goes to the professional shop. You can buy more advanced gear than probably your Dick's. 5,000 yards downtown. And the way he had basically an hour or so. That was about a foot and a half, 2 feet long. And that was an extension over the hole, so that the line is now running more or less straight to the center of the hole. And yeah, what he said here, you could move it side to side when it got that part, the feet of the line. So that's what's happening here. He's now spliced together 9,000 yards line because the idea is that you go to the story here, and you're sitting there, you're just filling up smaller reels, right? Right. And then you have a fishing truck. You have to give them jingles. So his lobster gets tangled. I don't know what he's doing. But that one is a big foot wide. Right, so he's running it down there. It's getting longer and longer. He's getting down past 4,000 feet. He wants to find out. At this point, it's like, did I get water? So he comes up with this experiment again based on his shark. Right, where he's going to take a roll of papers and send it down, pass a string through the middle and down there. And then this is something that's not this trick. He was talking about shark fish trick, and this is what they do. Is he said they would put their bait attached to a roll of lifesavers, and the bait would go out into the ocean on a tide. This is quoting what he said. Eventually, lifesavers would melt, and the bait would fall to the bottom. And this is crazy. I went today, and I found a YouTube video about using a balloon to bait sharks. About the lifesavers, but it's definitely a real technique. Where he talks about that might have been the lifesaver part. The lifesavers now, because he knew that was his control for his experiment. He knew that lifesavers dissolved in water to be able to benefit this water by whether the lifesavers dissolved, as opposed to just sitting down a weight that might get dried off. Got back to the top. good point. If you're surf fishing or you're fishing from the coast, you can't cast out far enough to get the shark range. Now,
That's right.
you have famously caught a flounder with a fried apple from the shore.
Yes, I have. And
Here's
that
that
story.
story. It was dehydrated apple, and Scoutmaster said his active managed to catch dehydrated apples because we did manage to catch surf cat, flounder, with dehydrated apple. Take a bite out of it. Let him off. Dehydrated apple. Flounder. You were fishing. Yeah, big, tall, pretty long pole. Weights, but they're only ounces. You have 2 or 3 weeks on it. Now, past the breakers. High. Usually the waves are pretty closer to the past the breakers, and like we said, have to get the bait and the weight past 30 feet, 40 feet to the surface. Yeah. So in that case, yeah. Right. So the balloon keeps the weight in the bait afloat as it takes it by sharp depth, and then at that time the lifesavers will have melted. Yeah. Right. And delicious winter treat to the fish. And that now you're shark fishing. In this case, if there's any ritual down there, it's to solve the role of lifesavers. So I do want to point out, because balloons are maritime hazard. Flood boats. Super I watched today. They said very plainly in it that it was about that would dissolve. Very good. The crew of that party boat. Yeah, that's. I need to really say something about this. Yes, we should. Big text now. Everything. It's killing animals and your boats. And so he's like, as far as is there water? There was water at this point. Nothing is happening. Lifesavers come up bone dry and can't figure out what to do next. Add more wine. As we're talking about his wife, supposedly just as a local university, but that was right in the heart of Central Washington University, so that's it says that's the school. Yeah. It's also ended up in the geology department. Now he mentioned it's hard because of what a great lead. We need to well, yes. He said Art says, well, what colleagues say when you press Earth, press that, coming out and taking a look. Well, they scoff. Yeah, and that's a believable reaction because you take the survey university, whether it's in the geology department or wherever you go, it takes a person like the kind of this show to go. In regard to your profession, this is about your profession. It's about a certain disposition where you say, that sounds crazy, but you know what? Let me get some gear and let's just check it out. To that department, it's like, yeah, whatever. It's crazy. You guys don't have a bottom of the pit on your land. Yeah. Experiments, right, and whatever. So that's plausible to me. Like, no, we're not going out there. So anyway, I'm still trying to figure out how to get to the bottom of it. It's like the bottom of my hole. Try. Just keep low. As Forrest said earlier, as he's unfolding the story, Art Bell, story, he says, this might be a he says the word, which was almost the name of our show. I don't think anybody, one of our names, Forrest National Legends. Yeah, well, that was that was on the bar. Yes, yeah, when it's over there, smellability, and also nobody know really what it is, which basically means so no one's certain. So we want to. Anyway, he said it might be a possible. So the dog went down, and then the first time he tells the story, the dog like it was the same dog, same collar. And in these appearances, there's more about the dog. We'll get to those later. That's the first idea. It's not something that Bill ever said himself. So far, what they said is this whole thing, like 5,000 feet, and keep. So Art. Yeah. Like, so, no, you're a little much gentle. Yeah, and every time I'm not telling you the truth, it's you're talking about, folks bringing their stuff to them. And as Forrest said, he didn't mention the bringing the tires. It said that my neighbors put stuff down in there. So, well, then it's around there. Now, here's the thing: is that before you people, Bill actually behind it. He even says, I need. Yeah, and Art's really. Yeah, and another thing, you should say it on the radio. Yeah, that. But as far as what's concerned, it's not a new idea. Out here in Southern California, maybe 7 years ago, they needed to deal with the mine owners, and it was a very thing. And it's not anymore. I think they made a deal. It says a trash essentially solid rock. It's not going to seep into anything. Right. And so it's used as they're just going to put that thing full at the bridge. Yeah, seal it off. And Mel says that I don't think it's going to interfere with the aquifer or anything that's going on. Water tested. Elsewhere here that is very delicious. So our thinking is that this thing's going to be a solid bed. It's not sandstone. There's aquifer issues that people have been doing this for at least 40 years. Yeah. He said the gentleman that he bought the property from was back in his 80s, and as long as he can remember going on, that people are doing this. So you can keep on doing it. It's convenient. Look, these people are calculated to go to a town and cheap. So, yeah, they figure no harm, no foul. Yeah. If you can't be concerned about this, then be okay with fracking, where they won't even tell you shooting in deaths. So, in a little side note, we went into a large auto company, and people fly in. There was a lot of contingency from Southern California. I remember we were in, I won't say which one it is, but in the production office, right? And he comes in and says, I have these batteries. Where's the recycle bin? I said, we know where you are, right? No, that's Southern California. There's no recycle bin. Right. So either you come back in your bag or they go in the trash. And so it's like somebody telling you, we don't wear seatbelts around here. If you've driven around recently, it's weird. Yeah. So again, it's also 1997 stuff. Attitudes have changed. Let's just say that Bill is part of this thing. That is of it. It's certainly not more than kids or this thing. I mean, those other people have. Yeah. And they all know this. Now, here's the aspect of it. And to know about this as we go along. Yes, definitely. There's a story going now. So, anyway, it's the point where, of course, starts taking phone calls and talking to me. And it's just the best part. Calls and volunteers to be lowered into the hole. That is a gentleman from Austin, Texas. Yeah. He can be called about. If any of you know this is a type of person that calls in, yes. And it's age range, they're not. People who are interested in this stuff, and if you've ever show or knows there is a blue collar aspect to this. Yeah. My family, wife Luton, there a lot of labor artists on my side of the family. The other side, they're lawyers. So it's people who don't share it. They have some kids, and that's what's calling in. That's what contacted Art is, hey, get there, and if your listeners, I know you're place. What can you do about that? Because here's the thing that right now is really driving him with this fire center. He just wants to experiment. It's like that's something kind of unusual here. What do we do with it? Right? In Mel's will, he had he was thrown down the hole.
Yes. And that's something art specifically brought to life. Well, these.
Right.
You know, the implication being that zombie Bill wander the land, yes, popping back up. But he said, yeah, sure, if I was dead, he's like, going alive? He's like, I'm not going down there. You know, you're crazy. But this guy down in the cage, and I want to sit on the butt.
Yeah.
That's and I hit it in case I see something. In case I see something. Look, if it can eat, but so if
And it didn't really help the incarcerated in the castle scenario. It was brought up right here, breathing like a maniac, and yes, night soon after. So, yeah, I take your cue from media, literature, politics. It's not good to go down the hole. And don't go back with superpowers. Don't back in a disadvantageous state. Yeah. People about that. Well, I do. And as it goes on, Art says, I have a lot of requests. Yeah, I'll go down. Well, I'll check it out. And in this case, though, Art is like, you can't really just dispose of yourself. Human remains.
no, and I feel like at one point, Mel himself was like, what if the freaks? He's like, I we saw nice the king. It's so dangerous. It is so dangerous. I mean, that was water, you know, it's their way. It's
well,
like it's
that's true. In that case, so the last tragedy that we saw, at least since I didn't remember, and I think the seventh, that they were in a large pit with no water, but it was carbon monoxide that wasn't being pumped out efficiently. Actually, son passed away, and lost else. And if you
they're trying to save each other.
It's not very dangerous in this case. So it's all fun and coast to coast medical because there's still judging like, wait, can't they tell them the truth? Yeah. So far, it's a good tale. Nothing too outrageous about it. As you go further, and I will make this declaration now. On my natural testing, I don't want
to take that. You don't get to part.
Once I pass away, I made this decision. Our planet Interstellar, that's a planet that was a continuous over the entire water. Yeah. US is just continually bobbing up. It's a special place where the ocean is continually fighting up waves. That is a black hole. Second scenario. If there's some special, I think I want to come back to life. That sounds tantalizing. It's an interesting place to be.
Okay, so let me get this. Are you going to be, obviously in this case, if you are hoping for the possible zombie reignition, reanimated, you want to go into intact.
No, please don't dissect me or vivisect.
No, I'm just saying, obviously, if you were cremated, it'd be hard to reconstitute dust.
I'll tell you what, if I have to be cremated, throw the ashes down.
Okay, so when you die, throw your ashes into Mel's hole. Okay,
right. Preferably,
can you just say that on tape?
Preferably as a whole cadaver. And here's the deal, though.
See, that's what I was talking about. Because you might come back out of Mel's hole as a zombie.
You know what? This is something that we're gonna save this for part 2 about the hypotheticals.
Yeah.
Because we're gonna hear about scenarios where weird stuff has happened that is indirectly connected to this whole, and it makes you wonder if you believe in any of these kind of supernatural or paranormal things at all.
Is something like this possible? Are there Earth forces at play here, much like electronic fog, something weird happening in that because of these depths and what I call extreme physics,
Right.
or extreme geophysics in this case? Maybe there are some weird anomalies that can happen.
Right.
And in this case, though, what I would say, upon my demise, there are, out of the two options, number 2 Mel's Hole is a lot more easy for you to achieve.
Right.
Should you survive
Right.
me?
Okay.
That's all I'm saying. Unless you can find a rocket, that's
Right.
okay. Just to make it easier, just shoot me into a black hole.
Yeah, that's super easy. It'd be way easier to
Yeah.
find a hole in the ground in Washington State, I think.
You never know. John Hurt is endlessly through space from the first Alien movie. Remember?
That's fiction.
Okay, so the case here, though, is that no zombies are coming up. That's just the one story of the dog returning. We have other phenomenon, but what Mel is stating here for the record so far is just that it seems very deep. So then people start calling in. Art says, "Look, I'm no hole expert. I don't know much about geology. Are there any listeners with some comments?" And somebody calls in and says, "Well, he looked up, and again, I think he went to his actual set of encyclopedias, folks, the actual books, and said, well, I looked up in this is Dave from Milwaukee at 16 minutes, 30 seconds into the broadcast. He says, well, I looked up the Marianas Trench, and it's 36,000 feet deep. And he says at that time, with current mining technology, they can only go down about 1,640 feet. So things and technology have improved since then, 1997. But at that time, he said that's as far as he could research. That was about as far as a drilled mine can go. Okay, just a few mine facts here. The deepest mine that I could find, or the article about it, in the United States is the Lucky Friday mine. That was sunk May 24th, 2016, and it was performed by Hecla Mining. And it's called the Historic Lucky Friday Mine near Mullen, Idaho. Does the name Hecla sound familiar?
Yes, it does.
Well, the heiress that stood to inherit all that is from the Mad Doctor of Spokane story.
Oh, that's why I know the name.
Hecla, yeah.
Yeah.
Listen to the Mad Doctor of Spokane, but that's what kind of money we're talking about here, is a mining magnate dynasty of sorts. So that is their mine, and that mine's about 1.81 miles deep. And again, there might be since then a new and deeper mine in the U.S.
Right.
The deepest mine in the world is the Maponing gold mine in South Africa, and that is spelled Mponeng. And I think that was profiled.
I thought it was China.
Yeah, there was a great segment on it in 60 Minutes, I believe.
Yeah.
That gold mine. That is 2.5 miles deep. China did sink, and they're on record for another drilled hole, I believe.
Right. That's different. These are two different things. Drilling a hole is different from like a functioning mine that human beings in gear are going in and out of.
That's true. This seems to be natural in some way. At least, I don't know. The top part seems to be pretty round. Okay, it's not like a natural cracked karst like Huska. That seemed to be more of a deep hole, but a natural fissure.
Right.
And possibly bad gases are coming out of it and making people loopy, seeing all kinds of stuff.
Right.
In this case, though, doesn't seem to be any gases coming out of it. Doesn't really affect people. So if you ask Alexa, though, what's the deepest natural hole? Like, what's the deepest vertical, naturally occurring opening in the earth that we know about so far? She responded with, the deepest known open vertical volcanic conduit is Þreinúkageggjar in Iceland. I hope I got that right. I'm not looking that up. Icelandic is an interesting but difficult language. Thrinukagiggur in Iceland, and that is 204 meters deep or 609 feet deep. So that's the deepest known natural hole.
Right. So that's basically a 60-story building.
Yeah, exactly. So here's another theory, though, is that this hole of Mel's may be a lava tube. Right. Coming from, of course, there's a lot of volcanic activity. You got Mount Rainier to the west. People were thinking, like, well, maybe that's what it is. Those can run, it's like a vent tube for a volcano. Well, that's one idea. We're going to explore that in part 2. But getting back to the interview here, people are kind of joking around. So somebody calls in with some facts and figures. Like I said, the Marianas Trench is 36,000 feet deep. And the deepest they could drill down with technology for mining at the time in 1997 would be 1,640 feet. So So Mel, with his first spool, he's already gone 1,500 yards, I believe.
Yes.
3 feet to a yard here in the States.
Yeah, and I said
Long
feet
way.
earlier, but it was yards. You're right. I forgot about that.
So, of course, people are calling in and they're having fun discussing stuff. Now, something that Art said I thought was interesting and possibly viable about why is the government interested in this? He suggested that the government could use it to dispose of nuclear waste. And if it's solid rock or if it's a natural hole in the solid bedrock, well, that's been done too as a safe way to dispose of it where it's not going to leach into anything else.
Yeah.
And the Hanford nuclear site is only about 45 miles away to the southeast or 100 miles by road. So well, maybe they have an interest in that for the hole.
Yeah.
If it's suitable. Mel also thinks maybe this has a Native American sacred aspect to it, and perhaps this was something used for astronomical sighting, like at a certain moonrise, it had some religious or spiritual significance. We know a lot of you out there have businesses of your own, and if you do, inflation is not doing you any favors right now. It's harder to stay profitable than it has been for a long time.
Yeah, that's right. If you're looking for a way to cut costs and increase your profitability, one of the best places to start is mailing and shipping. And the best place to do that is with Stamps.com.
Yeah, using Stamps.com to mail and ship gives you access to exclusive discounts and great rates on shipping from the USPS and UPS. And it's an easy way to keep more money in your pocket. And I think people think you have to be a business or ship all the time to use it. Well, you don't. You just have to be a person who wants to save big on postage and shipping.
Look, you got your hands full with your business or personal tasks already. You want to look for ways to save time, money, and stress. And Stamps.com is the obvious solution. For more than 20 years, they've been indispensable for over 1 million businesses.
Stamps.com gives you access to all the post office and UPS shipping services you need right from your computer. And you get discounts you can't find anywhere else, like up to 30% off USPS rates. And get this, 86% off UPS.
We use Stamps.com whenever we have to ship something personally, and it's an absolute piece of cake. It works with any regular computer and printer. If we have sheets, we just drop into the printer and poof, we can print exactly the postage we need, when we need it, right from home in our case. It works amazingly well and takes just seconds. So no matter what business you're in or personal shipping you have to do, whether you're sending invoices or you have an Etsy shop and have to ship your products out, or even a larger business shipping out truckloads of orders from a warehouse, Stamps.com is the mailing and shipping solution for you.
On top of that, if you're selling for multiple stores, Stamps.com seamlessly works with Shopify, Amazon, Etsy, eBay, and more. You can be up and running in minutes, printing official postage for any letter, any package, anywhere you want to send it.
Start mailing and shipping with Stamps.com and keep more money in your pocket every day. Sign up now with promo code ASTONISHING for a special offer that includes a 4-week trial, plus free postage and a digital scale. No long-term commitments or contracts.
Just go to Stamps.com, click the microphone at the top of the page, and enter code ASTONISHING. Cerebral is an online mental health service that offers prescription medication, counseling, and therapy for anxiety, depression, ADHD, insomnia, and more.
There's no shortage of things to be anxious about these days. Even when I'm having relatively calm moments, that anxiety will creep in, whether it's internal stuff related to work or external stuff related to the latest news. It can be a lot. In the last year, rates of anxiety and depression have doubled in the U.S.
Yeah, the pandemic, the war in Ukraine, finances, crime, there's a lot going on. And even if you're trying to be proactive and talk to someone about it, it can take weeks to get a traditional therapy appointment.
And those visits can cost you up to $500 a session for a psychiatrist or $100 a session for traditional therapy. Cerebral is for folks who can't afford to spend that kind of time or money finding a mental health provider. 80% of their members see a provider within 5 days, and you can do your sessions on a laptop or a phone, so you can always find an area at home where you're most comfortable.
Cerebral is one of the few services that provides prescription medication online through a licensed provider and ships medication straight to your door so you can skip the pharmacy lines. Their treatment options are available with or without insurance.
But Cerebral is in-network for several insurers, and they're working every day to grow their partnerships. With in-network, your monthly cost is even lower. Also, 50% of Cerebral's clinicians self-identify as people of color.
It's important to Cerebral to have the diversity so everyone can get the treatment they deserve.
And it works. 82% of patients report reduced anxiety, and 75% of patients who report improvement in their depression see results in 60 days.
As one of our listeners, you can get 65% off your first month of medication management and care counseling at cerebral.com/AL.
Go to cerebral.com/AL for 65% off your first month. That's just a total of $30 to get started. Join Cerebral today on their mission to make quality mental health care accessible and affordable for all.
That's cerebral.com/AL.
This is Dr. Nathan Bray. Thank you for listening to Astonishing Legends. Let's get back to the show.
Well, so we're getting a little bit further into this initial interview. Art actually asked Mel if he ever felt drawn or compelled to go to the hole, basically intimating that if you ever felt like jumping in or falling in or whatever. And Mel says, no, not at all. And in fact, the reason I put the lid on it is because it's what they call an attractive nuisance. So if folks that have swimming pools will know what an attractive nuisance is.
You know, where that came up again was part 2 of Terry Lovelace's when he's reading the stories, and it's the carousel story, one of our favorites, I think.
Yes.
In that the pond there on the farmer's land is an attractive nuisance.
Here's a little bit of information on an attractive nuisance from the Cornell School of Law. Attractive nuisance is a dangerous condition on a landowner's property that may particularly attract children onto the land and pose a risk to their safety. In tort law, the attractive nuisance doctrine imposes a duty on property owners to treat trespassing children the same as an invitee, and as a result, must exercise reasonable care to eliminate potential dangers or provide adequate warning. That points to a precedent case. I don't know if that one does, or there's another site I was looking at earlier. The precedent-setting case was about a child that broke into a house that was under construction and then fell backwards in a hole that was created for stairs that weren't installed yet. And the parent sued and won, I believe.
Yeah.
So anyway, Mel's worried about this. He's worried about kids falling in the hole, at which point Art is like, and if a kid did fall in there, based on everything we know about it, you wouldn't even know about it. They would just have disappeared.
Right.
They would just be gone. Like anything else that falls in the hole that's a living being, if there's no evidence of it on the surface, if the hole is truly bottomless, you would have no idea that it ever went down the hole.
That's why Mel constructed a metal lid for this thing,
right,
so that you couldn't accidentally trip and fall into it.
Right.
And just to keep stuff out, unless you're dumping stuff in there. So,
right.
That's what's going on here. And then, people are calling in. Ken from Scottsdale talks about a Chevy falling from the sky. I can't remember that story.
Yeah, I think he's referencing another Coast to Coast episode. Because
yes,
Art is that's the blah, blah, blah. But yeah, I don't know that one either.
But real Charles Fort stuff. Nuts raining from the sky, Brazil nuts. Art says he gets nuts raining on his show all the time.
Yeah,
there's that sense of humor. But what else is happening in the tone of this interview?
So it's getting down to the point here where Mel is continuously adding line and adding line and adding line. And he's added what he thinks are 18 spools of this bulk fishing line now, which is putting him down to an estimated length of up to 80,000 feet,
right,
which is a little over 15 miles. And as far as he can see, the line is still taut. The weight is not touching the bottom. 15 miles down, this would be far and away a Guinness World Record for the deepest hole on Earth,
right,
if this was true.
Yeah.
And so people are starting to try to do some math here. What is going on? All right, so it's 20-pound test. How much does that weigh? Someone calls in and says, well, how much does the line itself weigh? And I love this because when this person called in, I was having that exact question in my head at that exact moment. It was so satisfying to hear someone call and go, well, and you and I talked about this offline before we recorded tonight. If you've ever flown a kite super high, which of course was always my goal, was to fly the kite as high as possible. I did the same thing. I would have a fishing pole. I would put a ton of line on it and use the pole to get the kite way out. And this is down at the beach where the wind's always blowing here in North Carolina. And I flew kites that were so high up, you couldn't see the kite. All you could see was the string going up into the sky. And they had just become so tiny. But what you do see is that if the string, even monofilament, it has a lot of weight to it. And all that weight is going out. And eventually what you see is the line It's very parabolic. It's going out almost flat and then curving up into the sky, and then you can't see the kite anymore.
Right.
So the same thing is happening here, folks. If you're running this line down into this well and you have 80,000 feet of fishing line, that has some weight to it. So folks are asking Mel what the weight of that is. And at this point, he's like, I don't really know. I don't know. I've not weighed the spool of line with the line on it and with it off to calculate the difference so that I can tell you how much a full roll of the monofilament weighs. If I did know that, I could then take that weight and multiply it times 17 or 18 and calculate the weight of the entire contraption, including the 1 pound weight at the end of the very first spool that's already all the way down at the bottom, or at the end of the line, there is no bottom. It gets to a point near the end of this very first call. Again, Mel is like, you swear to me on all that is sacred to you that you are telling the absolute unadulterated truth. Right. And Mel says, this is my hole, and this is the truth about it.
Yes.
This is my hole. So Art is really fascinated with the hole. Mm-hmm. They've covered just about everything there is about it. They touch again on this dog that supposedly came back to life. Art loved that factor, I think. And then Mel makes the point, though, I don't know of anyone who threw the dead cows. There's been no stories of any of the dead cows coming back to life and wandering around.
Well, they're a lot harder to maybe identify in that. Unless you're a
I don't know.
rancher.
If you're a farmer, you're a rancher, you know your cows.
It's just a cow on the loose. I mean, because the story as it gets retold over the next few years is that the dog was seen with just hunting on its own, like it was stalking an animal with another hunter, or seen in town. So, it's like any good tall tale, little elements here change here and there. But this alone, though, this is pretty interesting. And it would be something fun this is something I currently would dream of having on my own property, because it's just an anomaly. And I wouldn't really throw trash down it, but I'd, maybe send a payload with a little bit of scientific gear on it just to see how far down can I go. Because think about this, folks. Get in your car and at 60 miles an hour drive for 15 miles. Takes a bit.
Takes 15 minutes.
So that's what I'm saying, is that if you're unspooling line at a much slower pace, and that's what Mel says later on. I was like, well, I would get some kind of motorized thing to really spool this up, because even just bring that line up again.
Yeah.
Even if it's piling up, it's caught up on a root somewhere, and he just thinks that there's no bottom.
Yeah.
It's a lot to spool up.
Right.
What I'm saying is 15 miles of line is pretty far.
Right.
So it's interesting. And what I like about the story, though, is that he's a bit of a mindset like us, right?
Right.
His curiosity is really getting him to experiment with this, reaching out, asking others about it. There are some other people that I know that are, let's say, more practical. They would just keep using it as a dump and never wonder why.
That could be happening all over the world.
That's true.
All right, so that ends the first appearance of Mel on Coast to Coast. And a couple of days later, literally 2 days later, on February 24th of 1997, which is a Monday, the first call was a Friday, Saturday overnight. Then he calls back on Monday and has a lot more details, and a lot of things have changed for Mel at Mel's property. So Art is now, he's coming back in. It's 2 days after Mel first came on the show. He's been getting a lot of feedback from his audience. They want to know more. They're like, wait, what is going on? He actually used the word dangling. You left us dangling. What's happening? The other thing it apparently did was, if you believe any of this at all, sparked a lot of interest in Mel's property from some outside forces. He sent a new fax in to Art. Forrest, do you have that second fax?
I transcribed Art reading the fax.
Yes.
This is a second fax about this that he's got. You could say that the story takes an interesting turn here. Like I said, that it just could have gone away, another goofball, funny story that ends up on late night talk radio. But it gets a little deeper here. And what I will say again is that I look at all of our stories. There are three options. All of it's true, none of it's true, or it's a combination of both.
Right.
We don't know yet. We're piecing this together. So if you look at it, though, as none of it being true, it's like, this is pretty well done. I will give this gentleman a Hugo Award for his tall tale here. So as Scott just said, Mel comes back on the show 2 days later, and it's now February 24th, 1997, I believe. This is the second interview, and Art mentions that he talked to Mel on Friday night into Saturday morning on that last hour of the program. And now there's an update on what may be the deepest hole ever. And as Art says, this is Mel's Hole Part 2. Earlier in the day, Art and the show gets this fax, and it reads, Art, you're receiving this fax simultaneously with a fax I attempted to send you earlier today. Much has developed since the first fax. I'll try to explain as rationally as possible what has transpired since my earlier fax. Around 1 p.m., I drove to Yakima to shop at the Costco there. On my way back, I decided to stop at the property. When I got there, my access road was blocked by military personnel that were armed. I noticed that several pieces of yellow deer had entered and exited my property based on the direction of their thread. That's what Art said. I think he meant tread. Yes. It may be a misspelling. I asked one of the guards, what's going on? And he said there was a plane crash on the property. I said, well, that's strange. I told him there's no smoke. I don't see any in the distance. He asked who I was, and I let him know I own the property. I then asked to talk to the officer in charge. A non-uniformed man came up to my Suburban to let me know that I won't have access to my property until the crash has been completely investigated. I mentioned the yellow deer and the lack of smoke and that they were on my property. I was told by this man that it's not necessarily my property and that it would be very easy to find a drug lab on my property. Well, I got the drift. I asked if I could leave, and he said, sure, don't come back until we contact you. I asked if he wanted a way to contact me. He said, they know how to contact me. I said, I suppose you don't want me to talk to anybody about this. He said, nobody would believe it anyway. Well, that's about it for now. Oh, I talked to one of my neighbors earlier today, and he told me something very interesting. He said that some time ago, he was driving up to the hole at night and thought he saw the most bizarre thing. He said he saw a beam of solid black coming out of the then uncovered hole. I said, what do you mean? He said he saw something blacker than black coming out of the hole like a searchlight reaching into the sky as far as he could see. And then Art comes back and says, well, there you have it. There actually is more from the state of Washington. Here's Mel.
Yeah, so now Mel is back on the horn, Art presumably calling him and saying, hey, got your facts. And Art makes a big point of talking about how upset Mel was when he reached him. So this is another thing to think about if you believe any of this at all. When you get into the story of all this, and if you presume that Art is being truthful, which I think he is in terms of his interactions, when he called Mel off the air and said, hey, do you want to come back on? And they were talking off the air, and presumably based on these conversations earlier in the day, he's able to describe Mel as being very, very upset, which means if this is a hoax, that Mel was acting in a one-on-one conversation with Art Bell about how scared and nervous he was, and Art was believing that. And now, to be fair, Art loves these kind of stories and openly admitted to being taken in by the Blair Witch Project at the beginning of one of these episodes. It's funny, I was showing that to my son the other day. My wife and I were like, oh, this will be fun, like last Halloween or something. We turned it on. Yeah. It was streaming. It was like Netflix or Amazon Prime or whatever. And we're like, isn't this cool? And we're telling, it's real, it's found footage, it's real. And then he's like, I gotta go to the bathroom, pause it. You pause it, and then all the actors' names come up at the bottom. It's like, you idiots. Why would you have X-ray, or whatever you call that stupid, on the Blair Witch? Do not. And it's like pictures of them in their headshots, and it's like, you just ruined the entire movie, you stupid streaming platform. And Ro was like, I knew it immediately. My son was like,
Okay, you were trying to lead him on for a little bit of Halloween fun.
that's the whole point of the film. I mean, it's stupid. Anyway, I'm still mad about it. They ruined it. You ruined it. Getting back to this phone call now, it's the new call. Mel and Art are talking. He's explaining how there's armed soldiers on his land. At first, he said there was just like a small barrier of some kind, but then it wound up being Jersey barriers. He explained later for folks. And Art wasn't familiar with what that was, but I know because I'm from the East Coast, and I think that's. But that's just the things you see on the freeway that go up to divide lanes during construction. They have a little bit of an incline on their side because they're actually designed. My dad's a civil engineer, so I know this. They're actually designed so that if a car runs up on them, it directs it back onto the road. But they're concrete. Anytime there's a terror thing or barrier or whatever, you put that down. And Mel was saying, they were there. You could still drive between them, but there's a couple of armed guys.
We call them K-rails down here in SoCal.
Yeah. Okay.
K-rails. Yeah, but that and they'll use them also when there's a heavy rain and it's flooding to help divert water. They're totally useful for a lot of reasons. I've also seen this one. I can't remember if it was when I was driving through New Jersey on a show, but like they have giant machines that will lay these down like a zipper.
Yeah, and they do that every day outside of New York City because there's a lane they dedicate to the buses going in and out of the city during rush hour. And every day they switch that lane's direction from forward to backward with one of those zipper barrier things. It's crazy.
Yes.
So coming back around to what's happening now, the military has taken over Mel's property. The military has taken over Mel's hole. So that's obviously producing problems. He can't get onto his own land. And then on top of that, they wind up threatening him. They're saying, hey, you know what? If you don't get out of here, we might find a drug lab on your property. At which point he's like, oh, no. And then Art's like, wait, you got a drug lab? And Mel is like, well, actually. And then you're like, oh, this whole story just took a turn. But here's the thing. It's not a drug lab. It's not controlled substances or narcotics. It's homeopathic remedies that he is apparently interested in, that he's been taking from Native American lore and contacts that he has who are advising him about the stuff that he's trying to grow, and he's doing something with that. That's his main business, apparently.
Yeah, and I will put a finer point on this because I know that homeopathy is a trigger word for a lot of people. Like, okay, nutcase, wacko, that's all pseudo medicine, doesn't work. He never says homeopathy. What Mel says is that he's in the alternative health field. And he has a sort of lab because, again, it's nothing illegal. He always states that. It's like, look, there's nothing you can arrest me for. None of this is illegal substances. I'm not growing anything. No wacky tobacco. This is just herbs that are natural, that are old, ancient, perhaps Native American cures that he's really interested in. And so he has some alcohol and he has some solvents to break these down, and that's what he's working with here. So he said it's not really a lab, but yeah, there's a few chemicals, but it's certainly nothing that you would find in a meth lab, right? But that doesn't matter because, as we know, with the, let's say, authorities, they don't have to actually find anything. All they have to do is plant the idea. If you're trying to win public opinion on something, it's like, we found something on your computer. That's all they have to say. And you can take your imagination further and figure out what I'm saying here is that, how do you know? They just have to say they found it. So it's very easy for them. And it's also very easy for them to stick that on your computer without your knowledge.
Right.
So, again, I'm not getting into conspiracy land here. I'm just saying that Mel is a little concerned, like, yeah, I know that threat is real.
Yeah, he says, I do have a lab, I do have solvents, and he goes so far as to say, this is a very particular plant that the Native Americans have known about for a long time, and it actually flourishes in northern Nevada. Mm-hmm. I also have it here, is what he's saying. And he's working with the Native American community on developing uses for it. And he says specifically something to the effect that the Indians used it at the time, his words, not mine, to treat various illnesses with it, mostly cold and flu.
Yeah.
So just quickly, and I want to get more into this in part 2 when we get into the, more into the weeds, as it were. I did find a paper, an academic paper from the University of Nevada called The Washoe Tribe and a Simple Herbal Remedy for a Mass Murderer, and the mass murderer in this case would be the flu. How 50 million deaths may have been avoided.
Right.
A student wrote this in the summer of 2012 for the Department of Pathology, and it talks about how this may have averted a lot of the deaths from the Spanish flu, and it's a particular plant called Lomatium, or Lomatium, and this is apparently a plausible treatment for flu-like conditions, and I think the name for it is biscuit root, and it grows specifically in northern Nevada, and he doesn't ever say, Mel never says this is what I'm growing, but that's what I think it is personally. But he's making it clear, this isn't a narcotic, and it's not. You can read that paper. We'll have a link to that paper in our show links. That was freely available. It was not on JSTOR. And so, but he has a lab, and in this lab, he's processing this stuff. So he's essentially being blackmailed. But the other thing that's happening is now he's also starting to get interest in having the property purchased. And at which point Art is like, wait, is this your property? And he jokingly says, well, mine and the bank's. This time, there is another time when he says yes. Later on, he goes, no, it was my wife's. And then they're talking about separating. So I do have some questions about that. But Art is like, well, it looks like they're getting you coming and going here because they're either going to blackmail you and put you in jail for having a drug lab on your property, or they're going to offer to buy it from you. And so he's talking a little bit about this, but he also seems like he wants to answer some of the questions that came up in his first appearance. Right. So he's gone and done a little bit of the math on the fishing money, for example.
And he got like a fish scale spring, the hook that hangs down, and a little bit unscientifically, but scientifically, he came to the conclusion, based on doing some weight experiments, that with the 18 spools that he had and the 1 pound weight, that he had probably 17 or 18 pounds of weight on the line. And it's 20-pound test. So in theory, it was near its breaking point when it got to 80,000 feet. And this is another interesting thing when you think about the construction of a hoax or the construction of a true story. He has taken a specific question about how this could possibly work, and he's coming back and answering it 2 days later. He's also saying that after he went on the radio, things have escalated. The land has been taken from me. The military is there. They're threatening to put me in jail or disappear me, and or also if someone's trying to buy it. So there's a lot of things that have happened, and this is just in 2 days.
He's recounting the story just for people that have not heard it, and you have to assume, as we do, not everybody listens to every episode, so we seem like we're repeating ourselves, I'm sure, to people who hear every episode, but we know that some topics don't ring with people. With Coast to Coast, I'm not available to listen at 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. sometimes, and I miss stuff, so he's just repeating. They're going over the elements of the story. But here's something that was not mentioned in the first interview. I found this to be quite interesting. A little tidbit here is that Mel retells the black beam story. Remember the beam of blacker than blackness shooting straight out of the hole. Yes. And essentially Mel's saying, yeah, I didn't see these things. These are what neighbors have told me and people that I know. And Mel, of course, talks to his neighbors. Now, they're not very close. This is a rural area. You can't see them through the kitchen window. They are, I don't know how far away the next property is, but as Scott described earlier, there is no landline there. There is a collection of outbuildings and trailers, and that's where he goes up to, again, work on his medicinal plants and herbs. And other neighbors have farms and rural property like people do. And so they're not real close.
And just quickly, I said they had no power. He did have solar. He indicated that they had solar prior to the snowstorm that destroyed a bunch of the buildings, which they had a snowstorm that where they had, he said, 24 inches in one fall. So
yeah, they had cell phones, so they have communication. Yeah. But again, it's undeveloped property of sorts. But it's his, or actually it's his wife's and the bank's. One thing he said, though, is that the neighbors do talk. They go down to the cafe, like all rural people do, like they do in Enfield, Illinois, and they discuss stuff in the day. And so talk of the whole is common knowledge. People let their crap in there. And here's something interesting, though, is that he did talk to his very elderly neighbor, as he describes him. And his neighbor told him that way back when, maybe 40 to 50 years ago, the hole didn't look exactly like it does now. The neighbor said, this elderly neighbor, who's, he's probably in his 80s now, he said around the hole was a series of stone columns. And Mel had his power book with him, and he pulled up a picture of Stonehenge. And the old neighbor said, that's exactly what that thing looked like. Standing stones, looking just like that, except, though, without the top stones, like a dolmen. We've talked about this before. 2 standing stones with a table stone on the top of it. That would be, I believe, a dolmen, and the standing stones without any top stone, that's more like a megalith or a menhir, menhir. So at ancient heritage sites, you'll see both types. Often they are a burial site, like a dolmen will have a burial or a sacred spot underneath it, and other stones, they believe, like Stonehenge, could be celestial sighting or ceremonial arrangements or actual burial sites themselves. That's totally fascinating to me. What he's describing is like, yeah, there used to be stones there. Maybe they fell in, and now they're in another dimension. The old gentleman did not say that. That's my imagination. I'm just saying that, he said that's exactly what it looked like. Those standing stones lining the perimeter of the hole.
Yeah, and this was the first point in the story I was like, okay.
What? That's unbelievable.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I was bought on the 80,000 feet of line, 15 miles deep. We threw a dead cow in there. The dog came back. A black beam of black dark light came out of it. And I was okay with all of that. Yeah. And then I was like, it looked like Stonehenge. And I'm like, okay, wait a minute.
Now, hold on a second.
But it doesn't anymore. But it used to. It used to look like Stonehenge.
No, there may have been stones around it. We don't know. It's like, this is what we found out also with Tiwanaku.
Stones are big.
No, what I'm saying is that things change over time, right? Things come and go. At Tiwanaku, remember, they calculated that the pillars there at the one plaza
were not a filled-in fence. The pillars were freestanding and had space between them. Sometime during the turn of this, the 1890s, when it was first explored and noted, and perhaps the 1960s, somebody filled those in with fitted stones. Why do they do that? Again, we talked about this. It's like, okay, maybe they're just thinking like this would make a better tourist attraction. It looks more attractive. It's more finished. It's ours to mess with anyway. So, butt out, we're going to do this.
Yeah, but that's thousands of years. In this case now, and because I read in the course of, I can't remember where it was now, but the suggestion that Ellensburg is 150 years old.
Yeah.
And these people, if you're going to the old man who had it before, it's everybody who's been there since people have been there.
Mm-hmm.
If he remembers the columns, then it's something that happened in the past 150 years, probably. It's infinitesimal amount of chronological time compared to Tiwanaku.
No, we're not saying that they disappeared with erosion. That's not the point here, is that
or with anything, with a group of people, whatever, word would get out.
Not necessarily. Look, if it was before the guy, people do all kinds of weird stuff with their property, right? So in the late 1850s, 1860s, that's when farmers started digging into the mounds that were on their property. They didn't care. They want to move this dirt. Guess what? It's an ancient burial site of the mound builders, people.
Yeah, right.
They didn't care. It's like, hey, I found a bunch of metal crap. You want it? Then it gets controversial. But at the time, the rules were different. They didn't care. They want to move this stuff. What I'm saying is that people do weird things with their property. If you've ever lived in a rural area and you right, okay, so then I'm not going to name names, but I've known neighbors to do why did you put that there?
Yeah.
Or why did you remove that? That looked actually kind of nice.
Yeah.
People have odd ideas. If it's near the hole, I can see people hey, let's shove that into the hole. That's standing stuff.
Right. Okay.
Regardless of how, I was thinking when I heard this that it had some Native American value to it, that perhaps it was viewed as a sacred site, as we've known before. Anything with the land that is different is viewed with more reverence.
Yeah.
Like whether it's Pilot Mountain, which you took me by on our last little road trip, it's that's pretty interesting looking. Or Devil's Tower. I can see why people would count these things as special. And in the literal reverse of that, when you have a really deep hole, I can see why people would mark that as being significant. So who knows? Again, this is part of the legend and lore of Mel's Hole. Now, again, people are calling in and faxing in with different ideas. And some of these are actually pretty interesting. Art reads a fax from a person who thought it was pretty interesting that this person writes in, imagine two naturally occurring iron veins just happening to reach towards the Earth's surface around Menashash, Washington. There is a tremendous amount of naturally generated high voltage electricity deep in the Earth. What if the bottom of the hole on Mel's property is a naturally occurring focal point, a lot like the device that Mr. Markham built? Now, that's another story, I believe, of I didn't want to go down that hole, so we'll leave that to other folks. I believe he did say Mr. Markham, and it's probably another coast-to-coast story. The fax goes on to say, the Earth can have its own, in effect, time machine. Over the centuries, through various quakes and so forth, all of the soil above the portal will have fallen into the bottom and been launched into some other time. This explains the lack of echoes and the apparent depth of the hole. Tell Mel to lower a clock down there. And here's another side thing, which is kind of funny. And again, part of the humor of this story is that here's all this crap and trash being thrown in there for 150 years, and it's popping out in some other, it's coming out somewhere. It's like, who keeps littering here? It's like a black hole. Now there's theoretically white holes where celestial objects might emerge. We don't know. Where is this stuff going? If you think it's going to some deep underground military base, then somebody is clogging up the hatch there, like in Lost. There's a hatch that's sealed and it's mysterious and it actually goes somewhere. And now somebody's very upset because in some other dimension, they're getting a bunch of dead cows and garbage.
Right. Earlier we were talking about mental health, and one of the things that I know for a fact helps me feel better when I'm anxious is exercise. But the truth is, we all know it can be hard to work out sometimes. You're sitting on the couch, binging Ozark, and inertia is sitting in your lap like a lead balloon. But there are things you can do to make that barrier to getting going a lot easier, and one of them is to find a great way to work out at home.
I've had a Peloton bike for a few years now, and it has to be one of my favorite ways to do that. Anytime I get on it, one of their highly trained fitness pros is right there ready to help motivate me through a good workout.
Yeah, whether you're a regular at the gym or someone who's new or just getting into working out, Peloton's instructors don't just teach, they motivate.
I love being able to just hop on the bike and drop into one of my favorite instructor's classes. I have a few I like, but my favorite is probably Alex Toussaint. They're also positive and encouraging, but his instruction style really connects for me and keeps me going. And he puts together kick playlists for me to work out to.
Well, Peloton has thousands of live and on-demand classes, so you can always keep it fresh. Not just the cycling, though, but strength training, yoga, and running, too. It allows you to experiment with new types of movement, judgment-free, and at a level and pace that feels good for you.
Look, if it's fun, you do it, you know? You're way more likely to stick to a workout routine that you actually enjoy. So Peloton makes every class fun. It feels like you're hanging out with your friends.
Yeah.
In fact, I get a kick out of popping into a class and seeing that other users I've ridden with before are online and in there.
I would love to see you in there. Well, Peloton fits seamlessly into your life, whether you're looking for a 10-minute upper body stretch between Zooms or a 40-minute run before bed. It works with your schedule.
Folks, right now is the perfect time to try out Peloton. The Peloton Bike Plus is now $500 less, its best price yet, including free delivery and setup. And there are even more game-changing prices available on the original Peloton bike and Peloton tread. Visit onepeloton.com to learn more. That's one spelled out, O-N-E, peloton.com.
That's ONE, peloton.com. What on earth are you doing? What is that noise? Are you making whipped cream?
No, it's my new Theragun Elite. I think you got one too. This thing is freaking amazing.
Oh yeah, I did get one, but I haven't had a chance to set it up with. So you're digging yours, huh?
Man, I am obsessed with it, frankly. It's been a game changer for stress relief and tension for me. I don't think I realized how tight my muscles were getting just from being up in my head about something while I'm at my desk. And right now, I was just doing a routine called Move and Breathe with Julianne Hough. And there's actually a little video with it where she talks you through it, too. This routine only takes 5 minutes, and it just feels so good. When I was done, I could feel like that internal heat radiating from my muscles, especially in my back and neck. It's just great.
Yeah, that sounds amazing, man. I got to set mine up quickly here.
Yeah, dude, it's only going to take you like 30 seconds to pair it up to your iPhone or whatever smartphone you might have out there, folks. And for folks who don't know what this is, the Theragun is the handheld percussive therapy device that releases your deepest muscle tension using a scientifically calibrated combo of depth, speed, and power, and it's as quiet as an electric toothbrush. The Gen 4 Theragun doesn't just feel good, it gets to the source of the pain by releasing the tension, and I can tell you for sure it works.
Wow. Well, Theragun's signature percussive therapy goes 60% deeper than vibration alone, right? Whether you want to treat your muscle tension from working out or an injury or just the stresses of everyday life, there's no substitute for the Theragun Gen 4.
The OLED screen and design make you feel like you're holding something from the future. Just go to their site and check it out. And the Theragun app I was just talking about learns from your behaviors and suggests guided routines. I'm already using mine a few times daily.
Theragun is trusted by 250 professional sports teams like Real Madrid and elite athletes like Paul George and DeAndre Hopkins, Maria Sharapova, hundreds of thousands of customers, and now Scott, and it looks like soon to be me too.
I love this thing. Try Theragun for 30 days, starting at only $199 right now. Go to therabody.com/legends, all lowercase, and get your Gen 4 Theragun today.
That's therabody.com/legends,
all lowercase.
Yes, all lowercase, therabody.com/legends.
Hello, everyone. I'm Zach from the podcast Ghost Stories of Canada. I love Astonishing Legends so much. What do you say we get back to Scotland Forest right now?
Here's another interesting thought that a lot of our listeners might find interesting. Mel says that he was over at the university library looking for info about the Earth's geology. And Mel mentions that he came across something that's anomalous within the Earth's crust called the Moho discontinuity. Now, we're not going to go into that now, but that's just something interesting having to do with P waves that react differently in an anomalous way through the Earth's crust between the mantle and the crust. And that's why they call it a discontinuity. It does not act as scientists would predict. So there are some strange things under the soil there, and maybe this is one of them.
again, Mel and Art are going back and forth. They're speculating because one of the things these guys said, the military guys said, there was a plane crash. You can't go on here. It's a plane crash. And Mel's like, where's the smoke? I didn't see smoke. I don't hear anything. It's only a mile and a half away. He did indicate that it's kind of down in a dip. So from the access road, you can't lay eyes on the hole. But he also said that his neighbors had seen a, quote, parade of military vehicles going onto the land, buildings being brought in. There's helicopters. It's like,
You know what this has turned into? Close encounters.
It is, exactly.
Piggly Wiggly vans and trucks.
Yeah.
And, suddenly you've got guys in hazmat suits spraying knockout gas to pigeons.
Another caller calls in and is like, do you have a criminal record, Mel? And which is interesting because I think people are starting to they're hearing about this lab and people are a little incredulous about the lab and the native plants. And he's like, no, I don't have a criminal record. And then the guy's like, this is why we need a militia. And so then they get into this whole thing about property rights, which, yeah, granted, the government came, seized his property. But in the Pacific Northwest, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not from that region, although I understand that you might be. People take land rights very seriously.
People in rural areas, that's what their livelihood is the
exactly.
land. If you're an urban person, your plot of land is very small.
Yes.
It's not such a factor. You're not growing anything. You're not raising anything. And you're not accustomed to all that space. So it's a different sensibility, let's say.
Well, so here is a call. This was one that really struck a chord with me in the opposite direction of the Stonehenge comments from the neighbor. A gentleman called in named Scott from Kirtland, Washington.
I remember that.
Yes, and he had gone to school in the area, and in 1989 and 90, he actually had heard stories about a bottomless pit near Ellensburg.
From his professor, right?
Yeah, from his professor, who had been at the school for a long, long time, which I thought was really fascinating. So, okay, now you've got some more coming into the story. So now you're getting back to, okay, well, if you believe any of this at all, is this a hoax? It's a chicken and the egg thing. Mel clearly knows the area. He's really lives there. There's a lot of maybe he really has property and all that. And maybe he too has heard that story and he listens to Coast. And he's like, oh, I can weave this all in and it'll be amazing. Maybe.
Right.
Again, keeping in mind that, as you said, he baited Art into calling him with the facts. He didn't call him, I got to tell you about this hole. He's just like, any of your listeners know what this is? Let me know. That's like straight out of the Spycraft book. It's just like, if you know anything about this, I'm just going to walk away. Here's this facts.
Well,
you found your mark, and the mark is Art Bell. Now he's getting reeled in, and so is his entire audience. And you're doing this just for fun, because there's not a lot of money in it. And in fact, it might turn into a pain in the butt.
Well, look, you don't have to call back like the guy who's, I'm flying into Area 51, and the line goes dead. What do you have to do? It's like, that's a great hoax. Perhaps it's a fun story you got on the air on the biggest talk show overnight in the country.
That's right.
So you got your prank jollies from that. But if you look at this case, you could fax them, and guess what? Well, sadly, you write into a show, and they don't have time to respond, or they get too many responses. I don't know what that's like at all. I have no reference for that. Not answering emails to the show. We don't respond, as we sadly can't all the time. But what I'm saying is that you're taking if you got this prank, maybe Art picks up on it, maybe he doesn't. If you have some other ulterior motive, you're going to have to follow up. As far as trying to scope out if this is a hoax or not, one, from listening to Mel, he does really seem like he knows the area.
Yeah.
He is really, I believe, from Central Washington. Is he from Yakima? Is he from Ellensburg? Who knows? But he does seem to me to be someone from Washington State. Or, again, it could be Oregon, it could be Northern Idaho. He's from the region. He has that vibe to
like you.
I'm from there. And that's the running gag, is that I don't want people that I care about harassed by people that may call into shows like that in ours. So that's what I'm saying, is that people will do that. And folks, it's disturbing when somebody calls you on your cell phone and you have no idea how they got that number.
Yeah,
that's all I'll say. The second thing I'll say is that I'm trying to get a picture of, like, who is this Mel really like then? If he's from the area, how could you find him? Was he with the military, perhaps? Well, in his terminology at the beginning, when he's saying, like, oh, these soldier guys showed up, people I know who are ex-military will usually incorporate some terms.
when we talked to those really fun guys, remember in the Pirate Lafitte?
Yes.
You know, he was a former military, and he was like, yeah, I got out the binocs. Binoculars.
Yeah.
Those terms will usually be passed out. I hear it with my own dad. I come from a military family. You will hear some of those terms being passed out. I didn't really hear that with Mel, but he did say something that kind of stuck out to me. He says this quite a bit. It's like, on the property, yeah, there was a bunch of snow. It caved in some of our buildings, and I saw a lot of yellow gear.
Yeah.
And he says yellow gear quite a few times.
Yes, he does. I was wondering about that. I don't know what that means. I mean, I presumed he meant caterpillars, but I don't.
Yes, well, that was
Yeah.
my assumption at first. But I thought, like, you know what? I don't hear that from my purported area a lot.
Yeah.
And I just thought, like, is that a military term then? And I looked it up, and apparently it is a Navy term. Because somebody asked that about NCIS. I heard them say, like, you know, get that yellow gear organized on the deck or whatever. And somebody responded, like, currently there are more than 50 different types of MHE, commonly referred to as yellow gear, utilized throughout the Navy, ranging from different types of pallet jacks and forklifts to loading platforms, tractors, and cranes, and MHE standing for Material Handling Equipment.
Oh.
So then I wondered, like, okay, was Mel in the Navy? Well, you know, I'm trying to piece together, like, it's like, is this somebody with a good story that is carefully seeding some bits of information and withholding others and making it seem like he doesn't know about this, or he knows a lot about this? Is this that level of deception, or is this just a genuine guy? Because when you hear him, he seems very genuine. He seems very trustworthy, down to earth. Yes, he could be running a hoax, of course, and you just tell Art you're not. But he doesn't sound like a lot of other people. And what I will say, we talked about this before, when we get an email of somebody with an incredible story, what we notice, or just doesn't smell right, is they come out of the gate with a bunch of really over-the-top outrageous stuff. And it's just the way that it's, look, a lot of the emails we get, it's all outrageous, right? And you're talking about, I had a shadow person experience, or this is happening, or, you know, to our family, we're being haunted. But when somebody talks about something that doesn't fit the usual stories, that's a red flag to us. It's like, okay, well, what are you getting at here? And you find out, like, I want to come on the show, I want to plug my book or my screenplay, or I'm doing this, or it's another podcast. It's like, okay, it just doesn't ring true. Here in this thing, it's expertly laid out in that it's bits leading up to more of a crescendo, and then it's knitted together with some head scratchers that are real. Like a caller, Scott from Kirkland, says also that guess what's nearby? The Yakima Firing Center. Huge military training base where they did Desert Storm training. There are satellite dishes that aren't supposed to be there that they won't admit to. Secret stuff is going on there. They're close by. If they found out about something that's even kind of an anomaly that they can either take advantage of or is a threat to their training, they're going to want to investigate it and seize it.
That's right. Poof, you're a drug dealer.
Well, hey, here's the thing.
Banana.
Yeah, here's the thing. You know, Mel is just saying, look, I'm being honest. I don't have anything to fear, but really there doesn't have to be anything concrete. And so what he's saying, though, is that they seem to be hitting me at both ends here, because they're saying, like, you don't want to cross us. Also, we might make this worth your while. What do you think?
Yes.
He sees something, Mel does, that's interesting. He makes one statement, says, well, you know what? If a deal is offered, I might want to get out of the country. I might like to go to Australia. And then somebody says, oh, like where Stan Dale is? And I don't know who that is. But Mel responds, yeah, someplace that is geologically sound. And they all have a laugh. So in any case, if you believe Mel in his story, he's pretty shook up now. He doesn't know what's going on. He just knows that now he may be a pawn in some bigger story.
Forrest, do you know the expression when somebody says something's a little too pat from, like, playing cards, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And so for people that don't know, if you never played cards, in terms of having a pat hand, that means that everything plays. You don't have a discard. Like if you're playing a rummy game, you just put it all down on the table. You've got the perfect hand. It's pat.
Right. That's because your relatives do play bridge.
Contract rummy. That was a game they used to play. It was so much fun.
Okay.
And so, you know, it's a rummy game. You have to get 2 straights of 4 and a set of 3 or whatever. And if in the last hand, there'd be like 8 hands, and that last hand always had to be a pat hand, which meant you couldn't go down on the table until you were ready to go down on the table without a discard. So you had to keep drawing until you got your perfect hand. That's a pat hand. So the first thing that felt pat to me about this was when he said, gee, I'd really like to go to Australia. That would be something.
Mm-hmm.
And it didn't feel that way in the moment, but it felt that way in the next moment that we're about to talk to you about now. This all leads up to Mel's third appearance on Coast to Coast, and a significant amount of time passes here between that last one. So, again, to look at this timeline, the first one was February 22nd, 1997. Then 2 days later, on February 24th, he calls back, or Art gets in touch with him and says, what's going on? He said, my land's been taken over by the military. I can't get onto it. All these people start calling in. You need to form a militia. There's all kinds of conversation about how to fix the problem. He's like, I don't know. They told me that they're going to say I have a drug lab, or they're going to, there's an offer to buy it.
Right.
And then he's like, I wish I could go to Australia. Well, then he disappears, essentially, from Coast to Coast anyway. He gets back in touch with Coast to Coast in April of 2000. 3 to 4 years later, he's been gone.
So you're talking now, this is the third call in the year 2000.
That's right.
Okay.
He is now returned to the United States after several years in Australia. Art backs this up. Art says, I received communications from him that were definitely from Australia.
Yes, that's true.
In whatever way. He doesn't need to, I believe Art. He doesn't need to go into the details of that. But Art said, no, he was there. That's where the communications came from. So I do believe, if you believe any of this at all, that after Mel's hull was confiscated by the military, he made his way to Australia. And I do think he really went to Australia, even if this was a hoax. I do believe he really went to Australia.
I will agree on that point. And here's the other thing. I know it sounds, like I said, I brought up the premise that perhaps he was seeding the story. It's like, well, piece of progress or sometimes I'm down under and I'm in Australia.
Yeah.
Like he's preparing, he's laying out the story. But figure this, folks, this is 3 years later that he's paying off that part of the story. I want to set the mindset here just quickly, is that at the end of the last call, the second call, Art on the air says he feels kind of bad because if this is true, just talking to Mel has ruined his life in a way. He's got the feds on him. He's had to move. All this stuff has happened.
Threatened with imprisonment.
Been threatened. He's freaked out, and that shouldn't happen when you call into a fun show like this. But suddenly he sparked the interest of. That's the other thing. Are they listening? How did that happen? Are they monitoring everything? And they're finding. I think Echelon was up and running by that point too. And did they just listen to keywords? What's going on? Somebody speculated that the HARP program, which of course people think is part of some conspiracy there, that was clandestinely used to detect holes in tunnels. Of course, your adversaries or drug lords or this and that. Is that something they found out through the HARP program? There's all the speculation, but basically artists saying, like, I feel really bad. If there's anything I can do, we'll help you out. That's the last he heard from him in that second call. Now, it's from 1997 to 2000. Some years have passed, and the tone has changed. When he gets back on the phone, he sounds a little different.
Yeah.
He has the same elements of the story, but at this point,
I myself thought he was a different person, but I then realized there is a wide disparity in the quality of archived coast-to-coast stuff that you get online. Between if it's on a YouTube thing or it's in their own archives, it's just all over the place. And at first I was convinced. We have a friend who is a former law enforcement expert. I asked him to listen to it because I was just like, do you think this is the same guy? Because I feel like, and he's like, no, I think it actually is, that there's a pitch or a tone shift or something. And then once I thought about that, I agree too, but then I caught a couple of colloquialisms that Mel used across the 3-year gap. And one of them was, I don't have it handy. And he said that again. And that's just one of those throwaway phrases, like you were talking about the military phrases, binocs or whatever. That's a throwaway phrase that is very hard as an actor to pretend to do again if you're impersonating a person. So I debunked my own idea that the third call was coming from a different person pretending to be Mel because it sounded so different. Once I heard him say, I don't have it handy. And I knew that he had said that a couple of times before, back in 1997. So just a little thing I'm putting out there. I mean, not that anyone can't, people are going to be like, oh, anyone can say that, but you could. But to pick out that little phrase, that little affectation, that's going to take a real skilled professional in terms of hoaxing something.
Yes. So what I would say is the practicality of it, again, for what purpose other than to be in the show, is that then you have a really obsessive person who wants to imitate
Mel. Now, this is something
Yeah,
Art
that's a
said
Bill
before.
Hader. I know people like this, by the way. That is an immense amount of talent and focus. That is not your average person
Right,
that it
right,
takes
right.
to do an impersonation like that. Very rare that people can do that.
Right. So you have that running. Now, Art did say before is that, of course, he got let's say, a decent 2 handfuls of a bunch of Mel impersonators calling it like, oh, Mel, I want to tell you more about the whole.
Yeah, and he did talk about that.
He did talk
Art
about it. And he
did,
said,
yeah.
like, look, I got this guy's phone number. Okay. So
Yeah, you know what else I bet Art does off the air? I bet he's got secret passphrases with his guests once he identifies them. Because when you do, that's what I would do. We don't have a lot of callers calling in, but if we had, I would be like, okay, it's like Star Trek and the chess game, Queen's level 3 or whatever. If you don't have the right answer, you're not the dude I talked to before.
Exactly.
And I'm sure that he was taking steps like that.
So when he was talking to him back in 2000, in 1997, and now we're talking about 2000, he had established a rapport, and he is certain this is the real Mel. Now, when you hear it, you can say, like, wow, it's a different guy. What I will say in profiling who this Mel might be, what we heard in the 1997 thing is that he's an older gentleman. He will later say that he's pretty much retired. He still tinkers with his herbs, is keeping active that way, but he's essentially retired. But you can hear him shifting in his chair like I do now.
Yeah,
because as you get older, then like you get out.
He also mentions in the 2000 call that he's about to turn 68. So we actually have his age now.
His folks age, and I've heard this with my own mother, and in just a few years, her voice has changed a little. People get older. They're, let's say, a little bit more gravelly, or, so it does happen to folks as you get older. That didn't really trip any alarms for me, but I will also say, if you are faking this, that's an obsessive, freaky amount of studying to be this Mel character and keep everything in line.
Yeah.
And so when we come back, now Art's tone is different because he's a lot more jocular. He's having more fun with this. He's like, well, here you go, folks, the one and only Mel. He's like, and he starts off, as we said, with the Blair Witch thing, and what he's getting at is like, come on, man, this isn't like a really slow burn joke on
This yanked my chain, or you yanking my chain?
Yeah.
And Mel's like, I haven't seen Blair Witch, but I'm telling you the truth.
Right. So you could say Art maybe is a little more wary, but he's also, I think, genuinely pleased and delighted that he's back after this amount of time. So they're old friends. It's that story got a lot of mileage. What he also says, Art does, is that, well, can you believe all the hullabaloo that happened after you made that second appearance? Because now you have groups of people who are Mel's Holes aficionados, and they go out looking for it. Paranormal investigators and different people and TV news stories and newspaper stories. It turned into a thing, whereas most times these stories that happen on Coast to Coast AM don't really go much of anywhere. This one had a bit of a zeitgeist hook in it. So that's where we're at now. And in this interview, he's rehashing some stuff. And one thing I did want to say is that, again, he says yellow gear again a couple of years
I'm so
later.
glad you sprang that on me. I loved learning that on the air while we were talking.
Well, I'm trying to, as I do too, I'm trying to profile this guy. Like, what is he,
Yeah, I was wondering what that meant. I just kind of assumed it was caterpillars and, heavy
Well,
equipment.
no, you're right. I think that's what he means. But what I'm saying
Well, it
is
is and it isn't, though. I mean, it's different from, like, the thing I used to use when I worked at a grocery store in the back to move pallets around.
Yeah, the
like,
pallet
that makes
jack.
more
Yeah.
sense. Yeah, because they're always yellow.
Well, that's the point, is that it's material handling equipment. So MHEs, Mel has some, like I said, either he's constructed a pretty good profile of this guy and he's sticking to it, even a few years later. This thing is pretty consistent, is what I'm saying. I think that's what Art is picking up on. I will also say a couple of other interesting things that stuck out to me. One is that Art asked him, it's like, look, have you talked to anybody since then? And Mel claims that he's talked to people about what the whole actually is. Of course, it's been discussed quite a bit with people he trusts, if you believe that his story is true. And he says, not the people, though, that know what it is, but, what we're speculating about, people who are knowledgeable, as much as people who speculate about crop circles, crappies, and have interesting but valid ideas and theories. Mel claims that there are people that really know what it is. And he doesn't elaborate. I'm wondering, I think it's military, if that's part of his story here. He says, look, man, telling the story innocently on the show and all this other hullabaloo happened because of that and happened up around me and it's changed my life.
they go on to tell some other stories. One thing that was interesting, again, this was confirmation for me about 3 years later, wondering if Mel had military background, because, of course, there are records. You could check him out if you had a real name. Mel says, look, I got to tell you something. I think about it there. I couldn't tell you which army they were. Now, Mel claims that he was in the Army, he says, many, many years ago, and he knows what green uniforms look like and the fatigues and so forth. Okay, so for me, it's like, okay, so he does have a military background. He said Army, not Navy, but, you know, terms are sometimes interchanged. Sometimes within the branches of service, there are very specific terms. But he goes on to say, I got to tell you something, and I think about it here. I couldn't tell you which Army they were. All he knew were that they were military uniforms. And that just also reminded me of crop circles. Remember when the military got involved with an experiment, I think it was Operation Blackbird?
Yeah.
And they were goofing around with the tapes and the data that the crop circle researchers were, with the experiment they were trying to conduct.
Yeah.
And you're wondering, like, why are you goofing around with this silly stuff? Why are you wasting your time with this nonsense?
Yeah.
That's what it reminded me of here. If the military is involved, if that's true in any capacity, what's going on here? Why are you so concerned about a garbage well? Why? What's really happening? Now, of course, you could say, like, well, that's all baloney, but the neighbors certainly could chime in with this. And then you wonder, well, why aren't they? Have people tried to seek out the neighbors? Well, it's very easy to shut people up who don't have a dog in this fight, a horse in this race. They don't want to get involved with this. They saw what happened to Mel. Suddenly he's gone. You know, what's going on here? We're not going to mess with that. You just need somebody to come by and say, like, you're not going to talk about this or we will ruin you. That has happened so many times. It happened, if you believe that story with Roswell, that happened with the woman who was with a group of grad students, I believe, on a geology exercise with their major university. And they claimed that they, you know, at Roswell, there was 2 crashes. They saw the second one, or they were at the site of the second one. The Army shows up right away, and they were told to face the rock, and there was a pretty nasty NCO, non-commissioned officer, who was screaming at them, like, if you say anything, you have no idea what we're going to do to you. You will regret it. Face the rock, say nothing about this ever. And of course, that story was told on this woman's deathbed to her nurse, and it was the nurse who reported the story in a few documentaries. But that's what I'm saying, that you just have to threaten people like that. It's like, okay, yeah, I don't want to hear that. That's fine. Aliens should not tell anybody until I'm on my deathbed, perhaps. Right. And again, this is just part of a interesting little twist if you are making this stuff up. And he says, I couldn't tell you if they were German. I couldn't tell you what they were. And Art asked him, it's like, well, did they have sidearms? And he said, yeah, they had weapons, fully automatic weapons. Everyone did. Another interesting tell. Mel tells Art, it's like, well, you've been to Israel. And I guess maybe he's an outside of the show. He's a listener. And he says, so then you know what it's like seeing weapons everywhere you go. Either Mel has been to Israel or he just heard Art talk about it. Again, small things I kind of remember. The other thing I was going to say, though, and then I'll turn it over to you, is that I wanted to know what this character of Mel felt that was odd about the hole, right? I mean, yeah, it's a bottomless garbage pit with magical interdimensional properties, perhaps. But what do you feel about it? And all he would say in the earlier interviews was, well, I don't know what it is. You know, I'm not saying it brings dogs back to life or black beans are shooting out of it. All I can tell you is that it just seems weirdly bottomless to me, and I don't hear anything. It's like it confounds your expectations a little. But he says, like, I don't know, maybe it is supernatural in some way. And then they would have a discussion like, well, what do you mean by that? It's like, well, you mean the dog thing? It's like, yeah, I don't know. You know, it's like, it just seems weird. It's not natural. It's more than natural. It's supernatural. Or there's something about it that's paranormal. What he says, Art asks him again. It's like, did the hole make you feel any weird way? You know, that's a question we would ask. And Mel says, yeah, it does have an odd feeling when you're near it. And I thought this analogy was interesting because I'm not sure I felt it. But he said, have you ever been surprised by the moon? And I said, well, yeah, sure. And I said, yeah, I'm talking about you go outside, you're not really thinking about it. And then you look up and go, there's the moon, man. It's like, yeah, I forgot it's there in the sky. Or you just weren't expecting it. It surprises you a little bit. Now, that really hasn't happened to me where I've been surprised. You forget that there's a moon.
But I have gone up and in a moment really appreciated it. Like you look at like, wow, man, that's really bright tonight. That full moon's gorgeous, and then you can see the features on it. So I have been suddenly appreciative of it, but I didn't feel what Mel was describing. He says that's the only way I could describe that feeling is that when you're near it, it kind of caught you off guard. He says it's a very odd feeling. Like it has a presence, right? It has a gravity, like the moon does.
It makes me think of my friend Darren's children's book. He's written several children's books, but he has one called Stop Following Me, Moon. If you have kids, it is just excellent. Yeah. Stop Following Me, Man. I love it. I still read it. My son's too old.
Right.
Now we come down to the fact that he actually did go to Australia. And not only did he go to Australia, he was handsomely paid for a lease on the property, which I have questions about because I have questions about the ownership of the property. We're going to save that for part two. But he made millions of dollars and apparently went to Australia and rescued wombat.
Well,
as if the story couldn't get any stranger.
Yeah.
Yes. So we have some more serious details about what went on while he was in Australia, and we're doing some investigating there ourselves to try to determine if anyone matching his description went there, because newsflash, Mel Waters, the name, doesn't really exist. We have done our normal amount of digging, some cursory research, as we used to say in the old days, and I was unable to find him, but I didn't look super hard because many dozens of people have gone before us doing this, looking for the Mel Waters and not being able to find any property owners, the last name, nothing. I looked for Melvin Waters. I looked for, and I found some people that sort of fit the bill, but they were from the 1800s. That name is an area name. Waters is an area name, but there was not a Mel Waters, but it's completely conceivable that he has a pseudonym or that him and Art work together to give him a pseudonym.
that's
for this story.
I didn't think of that. Yeah, that could be it.
I mean, we've offered that to our own guests, some of them. So
yes, we have.
There's more details to what happened in Australia, but I guess you would think that would be close to the end of the story. And why would we be going to a part two here? Well, the reality is, one of the things that Art said when Mel called back in was like, you were supposed to get in touch with me back in December, and you were a no-show. Practically called him out on the air. Well, you were a no-show.
You got Ronnied. Listen to the Delphus Ring episode for that reference way back when. One thing here that I made my notes, though, is this turning point, because I'm still looking at this as a narrative legend, let's say.
Yes.
Classic AL legend. In this narrative, we're at a turning point here where something he said earlier on, a point to make, again, maybe it was setting us up, was that he immediately got a call from his realtor saying, like, there's somebody with means who wants to make a very generous offer. No fixer-upper. He was very eager to take this property off your hands. And I don't know if that's the government or somebody posing as them or some representative, or just somebody like the weirdos who showed up to want to buy the Betsphere. Like somebody finds out, like, well, they're a big chunk of money for this.
Yes.
Who knows? But what Mel said was, like, I'm not really interested in, I don't want to call my realtor, but if I ever sat down with somebody who had authority, the means, he said, I might take a deal. And that's what we're at now, is that apparently a deal was offered, and it was pretty lucrative. And it fits with his earlier stated wish to go possibly to Australia. This is a turning point. There's been a disappearance of sorts, a pretty major time gap, and something has come to fruition that Mel has stated earlier. And he did that. So now the question is, like, well, why are you back here? And where did you go?
And Art's like, you were rolling in money,
right?
Millions of dollars in Australia, and now you're back here, maybe not doing so well. What gives? And that's the point at which he's like, well, I have a little bit of a story to tell.
Yeah.
The reason I didn't show up in December was because I was kidnapped and left for dead with my teeth missing in a back alley in San Francisco.
That's going to wrap up part 1 of our series on Mel's Hole. We'll be back in 2 weeks with our final part 2.
Please remember to support our sponsors. They help keep the show free and the lights on in Blanket for Tiana.
Hi, I'm Renee Windsor. B-O-A-Y. My name is Zachary Power. R-E-N-E. I'm Dr. Nathan Bright. Z-Z-Z.
Astonishing Legends is edited by Sarah Voorhees Wendell at VW Sound and co-produced by Tess Feifel, who is also head of research and the social media manager. Special thanks to our announcer, John Bolin.
Our theme, which is available as a ringtone, was composed by Judson Crane at foundermusic.com, and our sound design and additional composing is by Ryan McCullough.
Our logo was created by Tommy Beaver Design, and our animated graphics for social media and YouTube are done by Joshua Sloan at deadstreetproductions.com.
Every episode going back to September of 2020 has a transcription available on its corresponding webpage at our website. Earlier transcriptions can be made available upon request to astonishingcontact@gmail.com.
Astonishing Legends would not be possible without you, our listeners. Visit our store at astonishinglegends.com or interact with us and other listeners on Instagram, Twitter, Discord, Facebook, and YouTube.
You can also visit us at patreon.com/astonishinglegends, where patrons have access to additional bonus content, including the Patreon exclusive show, Astonishing Junk Drawer, which is available every week. The main show is not. No part of this show may be reproduced anywhere without permission. Copyright Astonishing Legends Productions.
Good night.
Hey folks, welcome to Junk Drawer number 10. We're back again. It's Tessa's Corner.
Oh, that's right, yes.
I saw a disc in the sky.
They went, Nate, at a parallel universe, Virginia
Yeah,
City.
that's what I'm thinking.
The first thing that went through my mind is, this can't be my infield monster. I was pretty sure I hit the guy at least once.
Literally or figuratively.
But, you know, we can do that here in the Junk Drawer because it's just family.
Do you want to see my postcard of it? Hang on.
I have some observations.
That phrase tickled me a lot.
Is it haunted?
I think so, yeah.
And on that note, Sarah, cue that closing silence.
Astonishing Legends would like to thank Simply Safe, Quip, Mint Mobile, Wondrium, Squarespace, our contributors at patreon.com, and you, our listeners, for making tonight's show possible.
On our last show, we introduced you to the incomparable Mel Waters, if that is his real name, a man who called into Art Bell's venerated overnight paranormal radio show, Coast to Coast AM. Mel, a resident of Washington State, claimed that he had a bottomless pit on his land, and he wondered if anyone could help him figure out a good way to measure its depth. His story was not without its humor, and Mel was a charming guest to be sure. He definitely had local knowledge of the area he was calling in about, and there were aspects of his story that seemed very real. However, there were also parts of it that seemed far-fetched. Art Bell repeatedly asked him to swear he was telling the truth, and Mel repeatedly promised that he was. At first, this seemed like a relatively straightforward story, but after Mel appeared on Coast to Coast, things took a startling turn. His land was confiscated by an unknown branch of the military, who wholly and immediately restricted Mel's access to his own property. Mel detailed the scope of what was happening and shared information that indicated he had been essentially threatened with jail time on trumped-up charges if he didn't comply. On the other hand, it seemed that he was about to be made a financial offer that he couldn't refuse. Jail or millions of dollars? What would you do? It turns out that was only the beginning of this incredible story that just keeps getting weirder and weirder the longer it goes on. Tonight, we'll dive much further into Mel's hole, and frankly, we're not exactly sure what will happen. Astonishing Legends. I'm Scott Philbrook, and this is Forest Burgess. The West is the kind of place where you can walk up to the edge of a tree line and feel like you're staring into another world. It's filled with equal parts wonder and danger. Brian Watkins, award-winning playwright and creator of the Amazon Prime series Outer Range. Join us tonight for the final part of our special series on Mel's Never-Ending Hole. And we're back. Oh, no echo this time? Yeah, I'm over it. Oh, okay. Well, we are back, folks. A couple of very quick announcements here at the top of the show. Firstly, I want to thank everyone who responded when we put out a request for listener stories. We received over 70 voicemails and dozens of emails as well. It was an embarrassment of riches. It really was. There were so many great stories. We're pretty sure we're going to be making this a more regular feature. So we're only able to use about 3 of them for this next episode that's coming up. But to those of you who sent them in, we may be calling you in the future for our Patreon show, The Astonishing Junk Drawer, or seeing if you might want to join us on YouTube to talk about them. Or both. Yes, exactly. So rest assured, we have them all cataloged. Don't be surprised if you hear from us about your story, even if it's not in our next episode. And on that note, we've made contact with the first 3 folks we'll be featuring. So if you haven't heard back from us, your story is in our archives now, and we may still be in touch. But we can't thank you enough for taking the time to send them in. We apologize if we don't get back to you directly about your submission, but rest assured, we've been through every single one of them, and we greatly enjoyed all of them. And on top of that, we will be, if this is the first you're hearing of this, we'll be doing this again. So if you got a crazy story, just hang on to it. We are going to start soliciting these more often. Absolutely. Again, thank you from all of us at the team here. Your time is greatly appreciated and valuable to us, so thanks once again. And one more other major announcement. Our good friend Seth Breedlove over at Small Town Monsters has put together a Bigfoot-themed convention called Monster Fest for June 3rd, 2023 at the Doubletree by Hilton in downtown Canton, Ohio. And guess what? We're going. This will be a full-day event with vendors, artists, and guest speakers, and we'll actually be there doing a live podcast recording, too. I'm not sure how that's going to go. But I think it's going to go great. I just don't know why it had to be Ohio. It's the spookiest state in the nation. Oh, come on. Canton is a beautiful place. Yes. We have various connections to it. They make really good fudge there, I've heard. Well, who's not a fan of fudge? By the way, this is pretty much exactly a year from now, so there's plenty of time to think about it and get organized for it. Pre-sale tickets are available now at the Small Town Monsters website and their Facebook event page. There will also be tickets at the door. It's family-friendly, and children under 12 will be admitted free. So don't have to lie about the son's age. They're also premiering a new Small Town Monsters film the night before at the Canton Palace Theater. Tickets will be available for that through the theater's website. So check that out, folks. We'll have links in the show notes, of course. Yes, and we're really looking forward to this one, as not only are we going to be there, but so are our dear friends Richard Hamm and Jim Harold. It should be a blast. We do have one other thing to discuss, a warning about tonight's show. Later in the show, we're going to be retelling an anecdote that depicts animal cruelty. We do not obviously condone any kind of cruelty to animals, nor are we endorsing it. We're just retelling one of Mel's stories, and we wanted to make sure you were aware of this, though, because that's the sort of thing that might get you upset. You may want to skip that part of the show. We've left out some of the more violent details, but we still wanted to warn you. It's a story somewhat akin to what happened to the goat in the first Jurassic Park movie, if that helps at all. As of this recording, we're not exactly sure where it's falling in the show, but we will have a warning for it before it begins, and we will include the start and end point for that story in the show notes and description for tonight's show, because by the time we post it, we will know where it's falling. So if you're looking for the specific time it appears, consult the show description or notes before you continue tonight. Yes, and this story is a somewhat infamous component of Mel Waters, so we elected to include it tonight. It's important to the finale, let's say. Yes. And there will be another warning shortly before that section begins. All right, finally, I want to give a very quick shout out to a friend of the show, Bill Richardson, too, tonight. Bill, hang in there. We hope that you get well soon, sir. Yes, Bill, we're thinking about you, sir. Okay, let's dive back into Mel's hole. Now, where were we? Well, when we left our hero, we left him in an alley and in not such great shape. Right? Well, we didn't. Some shadowy authority figure, let's say. Could be government, could be military. Yeah. Let me just say, Mel is speculating that it may not be regular government folks. Yeah. He doesn't know. Well, it's a big mystery. It could also all be made up. But it's a good part of the story. Like I said, you leave
room for doubt. You don't box yourself in or paint yourself into a corner with this kind of stuff.
Right.
So where Mel was left off by someone, some shadowy entity with some means, if we're going to go with the story, in a very seedy and dangerous San Francisco alley, somewhere in one of the rough parts of town. And he doesn't know what happened. All we know is that he wakes up, mostly because, let's say, some inhabitants of that alley were trying to rouse him to get him to sing some Willie Nelson songs, because as Mel describes himself, he says, yeah, I look a lot like Willie Nelson. So we can imagine the long gray ponytail. And I guess looking enough like him that, of course they're teasing him, I'm sure, but they were rousing him. And finally he's very groggy, and he wakes up and he realizes, I don't know where I am. And he tries to get his bearings. He looks up and down the alley, and he's in a bit of a state. So this is what happened as a recap. And of course, we're all used to recaps if you're watching any kind of streaming show. Every show has one, because there's a lot going on, and there's no less going on here. This could be a pretty good streaming series, I think.
Yeah, it could, absolutely.
Mel had accepted the offer from the government to leave town. As Art said, take the money and run. Good advice. And he was told to, as instructions, leave his car and wait at the rest stop outside of the town of Ellensburg. I guess off of I-90, which runs south of the city limits, it seems. Then he was taken to the airport, and then to San Francisco, and then taken to Australia. That was kind of a dream that he hinted at he would like to take as an offer. Like, that'd be fine with him. He loves wombats. He's really into animal rescue, especially wombats, and research, but also herbs and plants.
Yes.
Indigenous herbs and plants for medicinal purposes. Those are his interests. And if the government's going to take him anywhere where he's just way out of the scene, way out of the picture, you want me to stay out? That's fine. Ship me halfway across the globe. And that's where he chose. They agreed to. So they arranged so he could bring his 2 dogs with him and some of the indigenous plants. And as he says, if you know anything about traveling to Australia or really any island, Hawaii's the same way. They're not too keen on just popping up with your pets and your plants.
Yeah.
They have to be very careful about that. Australia is no different. So he said, well, again, if you go with the story, that they waved him on through. Fine. Just take your dogs, take your plants. It's all set up. And he said, yeah, it was all set up. The payments were coming through. Those were showing up in his bank account. They were delivering as promised.
Just an important note here. I think we all know that super, super famous case between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard that was not so recently in the news when their dogs went to Australia in 2015, and Australia threatened to have them put down.
Right.
Yeah, I bet y'all thought I was going to talk about a different case just then, but yeah. That's how serious they are about the dogs coming over there. And Hawaii's the same way. I know, because I've traveled to Hawaii and I wanted to take my dog, and I can't remember how long the quarantine was. I think it was at least 30 days. Might have been longer.
Anyway, folks, that's the arrangement. And guess what? As he says, of course, you can imagine there's complex paperwork involved. But he said it was already set up. They can make that happen if they want to. And just as a little aside, if you don't believe that people who are deemed important in our society aren't treated a little bit better, well, I was working on a automotive dealer show where the international president of a major Japanese automotive brand was going to give a speech. And then they had another event to go to in Germany, like the next day. And right after the speech, they were escorted directly to the airport, didn't have to go through customs, got nothing checked, got on a G6 or whatever they take, and went straight to their destination. So when you're that important and you have people clearing the way for you, those things can happen.
Yes.
Except on 9/11, when no one was getting anywhere, including that guy, because that was actually the day of the show. That was my 9/11 story. Even he was not getting anywhere directly. No flights at all out of Vegas. So to Mel's point of view, it's like, well, everything's all set up. It was a piece of cake. There, of course, was some cooperation on the part of the Australian government. But as far as he knew, well, the money's there. The flight's there. They want me out of the way. That's fine. Do your thing. I'm going to go do mine. Now, so far, so good, right? Well, not completely.
For reasons that aren't entirely clear based on all his interviews, he does decide to come back to the United States. He says, well, he misses his family. He wanted to get back. But there were other more complex things going on, I think, with his finances and the land and his ex-wife, who he had a reportedly amicable relationship with. But she, in fact, technically was the owner of the land that the hole was on, and he was apparently leasing it. But there may have been something going on with his finances. He wanted to come back to the United States. He missed his family and other folks, I suppose. And so he came back to the U.S., and he had informed Art that he was ready to come back on the show. He'd been gone a couple of years, and he thought it'd be fun to come back on the show. At this point, the original story had really blown up.
And if you believe the setup here, the U.S. government was willing to give Mel essentially $3 million a year for the use of the property. And he had to sign an NDA, the non-disclosure agreement, for certain aspects of it. And he does tell Art, like, well, I can only disclose as much as I can. But there's also a lot I don't know about what they're doing on the property. He just took off. And there's a lot of mysteries. If he's setting us up here for a big leg pole, then he's seeding it just right, because he doesn't say, I saw anything weird. He just says, well, yeah, the dogs wouldn't go near it. As you might recall, birds apparently wouldn't sit on it. But I don't know about any other weird stuff. He said, I didn't see any black beam. I didn't see any zombie dogs. He's just saying that's what people have told him. That's how he's setting it up. And all he can say is like, well, look, the only thing that I noticed that was weird is that it never filled up, and I don't think I could reach the bottom. Now, he also admits, maybe the weight of the line itself, which he calculated at about 17 to 18 pounds at 80,000 feet of line, about 15.1 miles of line, maybe that was enough to make the tension on the monofilament seem like it's not hitting bottom. He didn't know. He just knew how much line he put in.
Yeah.
Another misconception is that doesn't mean it's 80,000 feet deep. He just says that's how much line I put in.
Right.
And he's very careful to say what he doesn't know about it. It starts off like, this is what I love about this story. It starts off like, okay, that's kind of weird. Maybe he's just misinterpreting, like we said, maybe it's just spooled up, on a big root down below, and it's just the line's heavy enough that it just seems like it's bottomless. And maybe all that trash and junk that people threw in wasn't as much as people thought.
It did occur to me that if Mel's hole isn't exactly straight deep, if it's got some bends in it or something,
right.
In theory, you can see where something might be thrown into it and bounce and deflect, and by the time it hits the bottom, it's not directly below the entrance, and maybe the sound wouldn't carry back up. Maybe it falls into a larger cavern. We know that what little I know about oil and gas pockets and underwater lakes and whatever, there could be a huge cave that it falls into that's filled with liquid or of some kind.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe the sound wouldn't carry back up. It's plausible.
I leave a lot of room for acoustic anomalies with something. When things come to what I call extreme physics, a very long, deep hole, weird stuff happens, and maybe he just didn't hear it, or it didn't seem like he did.
Right.
And if it had a bend to it, maybe that fits in with the lava tube theory.
Right.
So who knows? But he's very careful to say what he doesn't know. He's essentially saying he's looking for answers. Now, it seems, if you go along with Mel's story, that there is something to the value, Mel's $1 million hole, in that now the government is really interested in this. And to Art Bell's point, you can take the money and run and continue with working with herbs. And Mel says he thinks that maybe the herbs he was working with locally there benefited possibly by being grown near the hole. Now keep this in mind. He's working the land. He's digging up dirt. He's growing some plants that are non-native. They're not invasive species. They're just non-native to central Washington. But he's having some success, and he is also breaking down the plants. So he's got a trailer there where he's working with these herbs, but he's going to have to leave all that. But he can continue all this in Australia and have some decent money to work with. And it sounds too good to be true.
Yeah, the $3 million a year, that's $250,000 a month, $250,000 a month that he was making, in theory, from leasing the land that his ex-wife owned. Leasing the land to this military organization or whoever it was during this time. He was gone around 2 years, as best we can tell, which is $6 million at that point that he's taking to Australia.
Yeah, if it was continuous.
And he spent most of that money rescuing wombats, which was a big concern at this time.
Yeah.
I actually remember it being in the news when I was younger. And I guess he built a large facility or, contributed a lot to saving wombats.
Yeah.
But at this point, for reasons that we'll try to elucidate as much as we can coming forward, he is coming back to the States. He's called Art. He said he's going to come back on the show.
Right.
Art does a little publicity, says, hey, Mel Waters, can you believe it? Mel's whole. He's been in Australia these past couple of years. He's coming back. He's going to be on the show on such and such a date. I can't remember when it was. 2000, I think. I know it was prior to 9/11.
Yeah, he said it was right before his return in later interviews as we go along the chain of events here towards the millennium. So
Right.
it may have been close to...
Yeah, I think it was December 1999, I believe, reading that now. So
may have rolled over into 2000, but the day Mel was supposed to appear on the show, he was going to help his nephew move from his apartment in Tacoma to the Olympia area. So he's very close to his nephew, as we'll see. And if you could dig into that and find him, you could make a connection to Mel through his nephew, but he's also protecting his identity. They rent this U-Haul truck, he gets him moved, and then Mel was going to return the moving van and then take the bus back down to Olympia.
that's exactly right. So he's moving his nephew from Tacoma to Olympia, but the truck has to go back to Tacoma. So he takes the truck back to Tacoma, and now he's in Tacoma with having dropped off the rental truck, and he needs to get back to Olympia where he is living at this time.
Right.
And for folks who didn't know, I had to look this up for us. You probably knew because you're from the region. This is about 30 miles. It's not a long way. These two towns are not very far apart.
No, but you need a bus ride.
Yeah, short bus ride. So there are buses that are running back and forth, just like buses that run in and out of New York all over the place. And so he gets on this bus in Tacoma, and as it's leaving, there is a fight on the bus of some kind, not involving him. And he just describes it as an altercation.
Right.
But it's enough of a thing that the bus actually pulled over, and I had to look this up. It pulled over at the Fife Park and Ride. I was like, and I couldn't quite understand. Fife, F-I-F-E, there is a park and ride, still there to this day. He said it pulled over there, and I guess they took everyone off the bus for this investigation into what exactly happened, including him.
Yes, and this, for me, is where it starts to seem like, was that staged?
Well, that's the whole thing.
Because they pulled into the, I think it's Highway 512 Park and Ride, and there's a reason to pull over to the Park and Ride, in that there's an altercation. Now, something interesting that Mel says is that, well, maybe it's a challenge to verify this. There's other passengers on the bus. And he says, like, hey, if anybody was on that bus or remembers that, you could call in.
And Mel said that himself, right,
Yes.
on the show.
Right, so there's now a reason to pull over, and of course, they get met with transit authority people, local police. They escort everybody off the bus, and Mel says, well, we need to talk to you about what happened. And Mel says, well, there was a kerfuffle. I'm not really involved. I need to get back to Tacoma.
Yeah.
And they said, don't worry about it. No problem. We have a transit bus here. You just tell us what we need to know, and then we'll take you back to Olympia. And that's the last thing he remembers.
Yep, that's it. And then he woke up, as we said, in an alley in San Francisco 12 days later, 12 days after he was supposed to appear on Coast to Coast with Art.
Right. Art just thought he flaked or something happened. Didn't
Right.
give much thought. Of course, that happens a lot with certain guests. And he was a little, I think, on the fence and having fun with the story anyway. It's like, okay, well, he's back and maybe something happened. But he didn't know because there was just no callback. He thought he got ghosted.
So Mel is coming out of a fog, almost a hangover of some sort, but he doesn't know from what, to hearing these probably drunk or possibly high folks standing around him in an alley trying to get him to sing On the Road Again.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what he woke up to. And he doesn't really know how he got there. And he's feeling around. He's checking his clothes. His ID is gone. His wallet is gone. His keys are gone. He's wearing the same clothes he moved his nephew in. And he's filthy from moving.
Right.
And tired. And then he realizes while he's trying to take all this in and ascertain the situation, that on top of that, he can taste blood in his mouth.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, what is that? You know that. Everybody knows that taste. And he realizes that all of his back teeth are gone. His molars, wisdom teeth, everything gone. And he has no idea what's going on. And he said then he rolled up or pulled up his sleeve. He looks down and he can see where there was an IV in his arm, and it's got that sticky residue from where the tape was holding the IV in.
Yep. You ever removed a Band-Aid, you know what I'm talking about, is that there's that little line of lint around that, and you can see a little puncture hole on the inside of his elbow. And he his brain's pretty foggy, and then he wonders, yeah, what just happened? No identification, no wallet, no keys, no money, nothing, and no back teeth. He's also missing his custom belt buckle that he made for himself.
The thing about this is, like, it's all right. So the teeth are gone. Art Bell actually makes a joke about this. He's like, your belt buckle. He's like, taking somebody's teeth, that's one thing, but taking a man's belt buckle, and it is true. And it was this custom one that he had made because he calls himself, and I quote, an itinerant jeweler. Yeah. And so he would make things, do some metal work. He used to tumble stones, and he had made this belt buckle himself. He had made like 10 of them, and he had sold them in the Ellensburg area, but this one was his, and it was gone, and he had no idea where it was or why it was gone. And once he figured out where he was, he managed to get in touch with his nephew, and he got his nephew to buy him a Greyhound ticket to pick up over at the bus station in San Francisco and bring him back to Olympia. So then I guess the question becomes, what happened? He doesn't really know what's happened. Art and him are talking. Art is like, I feel bad. I promoted the show, and you basically got kidnapped and tortured, and you don't even remember it. And here was something that I thought was interesting, because at this point, Mel kind of intimated that he didn't think that the whole or being on Coast to Coast was necessarily the reason. And in fact, I have to look back. I had some notes here about what he said. I don't believe it was because of that, because there's a lot of things that I was doing. And it's like, okay, so what's Mel saying here? What else is Mel into that could have caused this kind of scenario if it's not related to the bottomless pit that he was renting to the government for $3 million a year?
Okay, first of all, let's not cast aspersions on poor Mel.
He said it himself. A lot of things that I was doing.
So for you folks out there listening, Mel has always said, look, it's not hallucinogenic plants. These aren't psychedelics. These are totally legal plants.
I'm not even talking about that, by the way. You went there.
Oh, no,
I wasn't saying anything about that.
People say, like, oh, so you're pretty close to having a drug lab there. He said, well, no, listen, I got alcohol, I have some solvents, but, they're properly taken care of. It was nothing, it's not a meth lab, okay?
Let's cook.
But I do need to break down the components of these plants and experiment with them. So that's what he was doing. He said, yeah, there's a few chemicals, but it wasn't anything dangerous or illegal, or I didn't need a permit for all that stuff. And but you could say, like, oh, well, there you go, drug lab. And then everybody forgets about it. Like, well, there you go. There's all crazy, hippie Mel, Willie Nelson Mel, and he's experimenting with drugs and whatnot and making the LSDs. He said that's an aspect of it. But he always claimed, like, look, I wasn't doing anything illegal. I'm just working with herbs and growing plants. And then the other stuff that you're talking about is when he talks about other stuff, it's like there's something bigger going on than just fascinating herbs with great medicinal properties here. Now we're talking about, let's say, physics that the government would be interested in, especially the military. That's part of his story here. That's the baseline. Is that what you're getting at as far as these other things?
No, I wasn't getting at anything. The only thing I was getting at was that he said to Art, I don't think it's you, Art. I don't think it's about me coming on the show. It could be about something else. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm not making any implications there, but I do think it's important to. I'm glad you recapped that. Sure. We do want to talk about the medicine he was working with, because I think we figured out what that was, and we'll get to that as we get to our conclusions here. But at this point, he'd been in Australia doing that. He came back. We don't even know if that was what he was up to at this point. Mm-hmm. He had just gotten back and was going on to talk to Art pretty close to after he came back to the U.S. So, and he didn't have access to that land anymore. So even if he was interested in those medicinal herbs and that kind of stuff, it's unlikely that at that point he had an operation on that up and running anyway, because I don't think he'd been back in the U.S. that long.
Right. Now, as far as the teeth go, you start to rack your brain to make sense of any of this. It's like, okay, if you're going to put this in part of the story here, what's the importance of the teeth? You and I were talking about a fun X-Files. A lot of fans out there will remember this one, but it involved the first formation of the Lone Gunmen.
Yes.
The trio there, and they run into an agent she's claiming that she's on the run. They're tracking her down. They're not sure what to believe. In fact, two of the guys think she's a government plant out to track them. The guy who is the former FCC agent is the one who is willing to give her the benefit of the doubt. Of course, there's a little romantic tension there, but they don't believe her. She comes back out of the bathroom having pulled one of her molars, and there's an antenna in it.
Right.
That reminds me of, people with implants. It's like, and explain Terry Lovelace's X-rays that he can show you. Yeah, that there's something weird in there with no incision marks, and then it's gone. And he's got those x-rays. So it's one of those head scratchers, but who knows? I thought maybe there was something in the minerals in his molars that was wanted by some authority to study later.
I think it's just interrogation torture, and he doesn't remember the questions.
So now you're talking Zell from Marathon Man.
Yeah, it's what it seems like to me. They picked him up. I mean, they get the IV in him. They're numbing him. Maybe it's truth serum, and they're asking him questions about what he did in Australia or whatever else. Was he in Australia? We don't know. I mean, that's the other thing. It's pretty convenient to be halfway around the planet saving wombats. I mean, talk about something hard to confirm. And then, and in the future, what we're going to hear is that the Wombat Sanctuary was torn down and disbanded. So it's like even harder to find out. There's a lot of convenience to those facts. By the way, I'm not making my judgment now. I'm just looking at the big picture here. But to me, if you believe any of this at all, and the teeth are out, I don't think the teeth necessarily had any cash value. To me, you take somebody's teeth out because you're messing with them, and you want to know the answer to the question that you're asking them.
We may never know, but yeah, you did make me think of Dustin Hoffman.
Yes, yeah, Marathon Man. That's
easy to save. Easy to save. Something bad has happened to Mel. Now, Art was believing that he was actually in Australia. This is a real person, of course. It's not.
Yeah,
it's not
that's true. Art did say
Hollywood.
that when he was communicating with him from Australia, it was clear that he was in Australia during the communication that he was having.
Right, and then he's coming back, and he doesn't show up. So that's where we're at now. But here's something else that was more important. There's another thing that was stolen off of Mel that is possibly much more mind-blowing and important, and that was his belt buckle.
That's what you're thinking. It's like, what? Who cares about this belt buckle? And there's another thing going on here, too, and that Mel found out when he got back that some legal action had been taken against him relating to the property. He's not great at describing these scenarios, which in a way makes me believe him more, because it's not a super buttoned up. The thing that liars do is they bring lots and lots of extra intense details because they're trying to convince themselves of the lie they're sharing. And a lot of times with Mel, you go back, you listen to it over and over, and you still can't quite follow it. And it's not because it sounds like he's necessarily making it up. It's because it's a complicated reason, a complicated story. And he's just trying to relay it, and he, in some ways, is not great at imparting information. But one of the things that he says is that someone came along and looked at the property, his wife or whatever, and it had now it had a septic system and paved roads and all these things that were not permitted or allowed. It was not supposed to have any improvements on it. And as a result, they were able to nullify his arrangement with his ex-wife regarding the property, and then essentially it was no longer his, which would also mean that the $250,000 a month rent would no longer be his either. Some of that, he was paying apparently $25,000 a month to his ex, who he said he described that as an amicable relationship. He said we were still friends. He said something to the effect that we couldn't pull off a marriage, but we were friends.
That's part of the divorce settlement. It's kind of scrub land in a way. I don't think she had any use for it.
Yeah, it didn't have a lot of value.
Yeah, didn't really want to work the land. He said, well, that's, you like doing that stuff, and you got your trailers up there. And he wasn't violating any lease agreements before that. As he said, it was pretty worthless land. And his wife said, well, I'll give you that as part of the settlement here. And if you believe the character of Mel as a character, he's very generous. He's selfless. He loves animals. He's in the field of trying to help people with herbal medicines. And that's his nature. You and I were discussing this beforehand. Like, what's the purpose of that? To take it away from him? Because I don't think it was the wife. I don't think she cared what was happening with the property. She's getting $25,000 a month. Now, maybe she changed her mind when that stopped, but I think here is that when he came back and there is a settlement against him that he has to give up the land, it's a convenient way to not have to pay him anymore.
For whoever's paying him, whether it's the government or whatever.
Oh, well, you violated the lease. There's septic systems, paved roads here. There's other outbuildings you're not supposed to have on there. And he's like, well, I didn't do any of that. It's like, no, we did it, and then we're also going to blame you for it and take the land away from you and have to stop, and then we can stop paying you a lot of money. So if you go with the story, that's a maybe convenient workaround to end up giving Mel nothing. As Mel jokes with Art, it's a hole, but I got the shaft in the end.
See, even Mel's making jokes about his own hole. But he also said that she kind of disappeared, too, at this point. So
well, that's another thing, too.
A little bit, Art says, is it possible that she's the one making the deal now? Because here's my question. Yeah. No matter how amicable they were, if it was really set up this way, and he was getting $250,000 a month, he's only giving her 10% of that at $25,000, right? It's her land, technically. If it was my land and I was getting 10% of the lease on it, I might take some steps too. I'm just saying. So, or maybe she didn't know all that stuff was happening. Did he call her and say, hey, the government came and they said they're going to give me, oh, you know what? Never mind. I'm just going to keep leasing it. Talk to you later. So, he goes to Australia. He's getting the $250,000. He's sending $25,000 to her. He's gone. Word gets it. She's like, what's going on? She drives by. She's like, wait a minute. Mm-hmm. And then word gets out to her about the lease he's collecting somehow. Or maybe the nefarious people that have taken it over, are driving them apart from each other, divide and conquer. Maybe they go to her and say, yeah, well, we sent Mel to Australia. We're paying him $250,000 a month. Would you take less? Because he shouldn't have put these roads in here.
Well, look,
there's a lot of ways that could have played out. That's all.
That's true.
And as someone who was in a permit war for 5 years with the city of Los Angeles,
I remember that.
I can tell you
with you. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, as you know from people and human behavior, she doesn't want to start growing anything on the land herself. She has no interest in the land. That's part of the settlement. So I'm not sure if that was violated. It reverts to her again.
Right.
After Mel gives it up.
Right.
So if you want to get real conspiratorial about it, it might be a good way to make her go away as well in some other fashion. If they're willing to disappear Mel for 12 days and take his teeth and his belt buckle and everything else.
If you're going to do all that, why are you paying him in the first place? I mean, you sent him to Australia.
Right.
Forking over $3 million a year of taxpayers' money or whoever's above Black project budget.
Right.
Is only a teensy bit more difficult than disappearing somebody for real, especially when you have a bottomless pit at your disposal. I'm just saying.
There's two things about that. One, they don't care how much they spend. It's not their money. It's your money. It's my money.
Right.
Secondly, this was already made public. As Art will say, once you make it public, it's just like, well, if he disappears, because people are already going to go search this out, as soon as that broadcast happened, that's what they did. And suddenly, something nefarious happens. People start asking questions. And yeah, you can just choose to not answer that as a government agency or corporation or what have you. But here, it's just like pay him a certain amount, but after a while, we're done. It's not going to be in perpetuity.
Right.
So you paid him a little bit of money. Who knows what happened to the wife? All Mel will say is that she became impossible to find.
Yeah.
Now, here's somebody, he will say about himself, it's like, yeah, I'm not an easy guy to find, yet people who were looking for me found me. Because Art asked him, it's like, well, do you feel like people are following you, or do you feel in danger? He's like, no, but, I've tried my best to remain hidden, and yet these folks still found me. So it's not exactly directly tracking, but they know where he is. And Mel's wife, of course, everyone's got family, usually. Apparently his wife worked at Central Washington University in the geology department, but she just kind of disappeared herself, or at least he can't find her. And as you said earlier, it was mostly an amicable split. Like, they were still in good talking terms or whatever, but she just kind of goes away. So one thing I want to mention before we move on is that Mel says a curious thing here, in that 1 month after this happened, the Heaven's Gate incident with Marshall Applewhite happened, if people want to remember that. So some weird connection that he doesn't go into this, but he said maybe there's a connection there, something weirdly off planet, weird people being attracted to anomalies like this.
Yeah, I thought that was a stretch. I feel like everybody was stretching on that one.
Well, there's no, he's just mentioning it. It's like, look, anything you were talking about, what were some of your way back, this happened in 1997 kind of thing.
Well, I was talking about
Dolly the sheep.
Yes, Dolly being cloned. Yes.
Right.
They announced it on the same day that Mel called in.
Right. For you folks that think that was too much of a tangent and who cares about what happened in 1997, we found out later, and you will be surprised, that sheep figure prominently in the story later on.
Yes, they do.
Crime is up here in Los Angeles as it is everywhere else, and I've never been happier to know that I have a Simply Safe home security system in place. But late night intruders and porch pirates are not the only thing you have to worry about in your home.
Yeah, as a house inspector once told me, a home is a system, and every aspect of that system has to be maintained because one weak link in it can cause a ton of expensive damage.
Oh, yeah. That's a great analogy. Listen to this story from a Simply Safe customer named Terry. Terry was away for the weekend for her daughter's wedding. In the morning of the ceremony, she got a call from Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring center, and they let her know that her system had detected water in her basement. And this is scary because in moments like this, time is critical. Even an inch of flooding can cause more than $25,000 in damages. Think about it. Of course, I'm glad my Simply Safe system is making sure my laptop doesn't get stolen, but $25,000 in damages from an inch of water is a far more expensive problem. Thankfully, in Terry's case, Simply Safe had detected the water just moments after the leaking had started. So, from the wedding, Terry just called her neighbor and explained that Simply Safe had detected a leak, and her neighbor went over to her house and quickly turned the water off before the flooding got too bad.
See, that's amazing. And that's the whole relativity thing. Sure, I don't want to get burglarized, but a little water can do 10 times the financial damage a minor break-in might do anyway in the same amount of time. This is why Simply Safe is such a great system. It can protect you from all of it.
It's a breeze to set up, too. I set mine up in just minutes, and you can customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafe.com/AL. So go today and claim a free indoor security camera, plus 20% off with interactive monitoring.
Go to simplysafe.com/AL.
That's simplysafe.com/AL for a free indoor security camera, plus 20% off with interactive monitoring.
I had my 6-month dental checkup last week, and I mean, no issues at all. For a second, they thought there might be a problem with one of my teeth, but a second x-ray pointed to that just being a glitch in the first image.
Dang, man. What do you mean, like a bed sphere glitch? Well, anyway, that's awesome. So not only no cavities, but gums were all good and that stuff, too?
Yeah, and you know what? Honestly, Forrest, I got to think it has to be because you and I both have been using a Quip electric toothbrush for a few years now.
Yep.
Just like 7 million other folks out there, it's time sonic vibrations use 30-second pulses to let me know when to move to a different area of my mouth. So I'm getting the dentist recommended 2-minute cleaning every single time I brush my teeth. I'm also one of those folks that actually likes flossing, and Quip's refillable floss string is great because not only does it make it easy to floss, affordable refills for it help to reduce plastic waste, which the world is finally starting to pay attention to.
Yes, well, as you get older, the older folks will know that I have to floss all the time. So, but I actually prefer the floss picks, and they have a refillable version of the floss pick too. You can restring it over and over like a tiny little guitar. Just one floss pod, which it comes preloaded with durable mint-flavored string. I like that. And it replaces 180 single-use disposable plastic picks. And on top of that, the Quip toothbrush comes with a multi-use travel cover that I love.
Yeah, that's right. And reusable handles in lots of cool different colors. Plus, you can now upgrade your Quip with a new smart motor to track and improve your brushing with the free Quip app. You can earn amazing rewards like free refills, products, Target gift cards, and more.
So as you can see, Quip is more than just an electric toothbrush. They've got everything you need to build a complete routine. Anti-cavity toothpaste, 2 ways to floss, like we just mentioned, and even refillable mouthwash that's at 4 times concentrate. So that's good for you and the planet.
Quip delivers brush heads, floss, toothpaste, mouthwash, and now even sugar-free, long-lasting mint gum every 3 months from $5. Shipping is free, so you can save money and skip having to get to a store and deal with all that mess.
With stylish and affordable electric brushes starting at just $25, you won't be paying for the teeth for better oral health.
If you go to getquip.com/legends right now, you'll get your first refill free. That's your first refill free at getquip.com/legends.
Spelled GETQUIP.com/legends.
Quip, the good habits company.
Hey, I'm Sammy from Tulsa, Oklahoma. When I'm not fighting off the Oklahoma octopus, I'm listening to Astonishing Legends. Now back to the show.
Now, another thing that we're going to talk about, and we should do it right now, is you'll see a lot of comments that people make. Well, it's super convenient, and this is all baloney because he never gave out the exact address or the coordinates of the hole, and so he should have done that. Well, think about it, folks. If you had done that, in fact, you know what? Call into Coast to Coast right now and tell people you got something pretty anomalous in your backyard, and then give the address.
Yeah.
And just see what happens. Just give it a test. See what happens. Does anybody show up that you don't want back in your backyard poking around? Yes, I know that is all part of this mythology, if you want. Yeah, he can't give out the exact address, but also he's protected because it makes sense. You don't want to give coordinates out to the largest overnight radio audience in the U.S. at least, and have a bunch of people who are really keen on this kind of legend tripping kind of stuff show up on your property uninvited.
That's right.
You don't want to do that, but he will. We're going to talk about some possible satellite pictures of his property. But at this point, yes, he did not give out the coordinates or the address. Just very saying it's about 9 miles west. Now, this is what we want. Folks, do not go there. We do not condone trying to find this place or traveling in the region or at any time trespassing private property. And you got to be careful on government property about what you do. Always check your local regulations. We did not send you there. So that's what people do. They want to go see this place for themselves, or they want to go try and find it. And just think, if you're traipsing around out there in an actual hole, let's just say an abandoned mine shaft.
Yeah, it can be life-ending. You're traipsing around in unfamiliar territory, and if you don't believe it, just take a look at the folks that died looking for Forrest Finn's treasure, which was more than a few at that point. So it's dangerous. So there's always a point in some of these appearances, too, where Mel mentions the plant that he's dealing with, but he'll never mention it by name. I'm not really sure if that's a fear of the patent thing or whatever. We do think we know what that is. We are going to talk about it later, but he mentions how it helped with the influenza, the Spanish flu, and that it could have been a bigger help had it been more respected. So that is the primary herb that we think he is dealing with that is indigenous, I believe, to northern Nevada, but also he was able to transplant it to Washington. Another thing about his latest appearance is we get a sense of his age. He mentions in this appearance that he was 68 years old, or will be turning 68 in June. That would mean that Mel was born in 1934, if he's telling the truth here. Another thing, and I think we made an allusion to this in part one, is the reference to that gun that he found on the property. It was a P-38, a German gun that he found, Walther P-38, that he found near or in the area of the hole. And one of the things he says is, especially if he's planting, he's turning a lot of dirt over, he would collect all kinds of things on the land there, and that was one of the things that he collected. And he couldn't really understand why this World War II era gun would be there, or at least that's what he thought it was. And I don't know a lot about guns, so if the P-38 was not present in World War II, don't talk to me about it, because I don't.
No, it was. You are correct.
Okay,
it was produced by the Walther Arms Company to replace the more expensive Luger. A lot of people will know. You watched any World War II movies, you will have seen a Luger. Your son will know that from Call of Duty if he plays the World War II version.
Yes.
It's a very iconic gun. So this was produced to replace that, a little cheaper to mass produce, and also in the same 9mm Parabellum caliber. So that's what he found. I think also the holster. Now, this is what's unusual is that, Mel was saying you did find a lot of weird stuff on his property, like little knickknacks here and there. And he didn't really think much of it. He just collected it. And apparently this gun was in working order because he gave it. I want you to tell the story of who he gave it to and what it did that was kind of weird.
Well, he gave it as a deposit, a security deposit on an apartment that he needed to move into. And apparently the person that had it, I'm not fully clear on this. It was either the person or the guy's son was talking about the gun, and he wanted to get it back later because he later found out that he, or at least he heard the story, that when this gun was fired, it fired and it worked and ejected a bullet, a projectile, but it didn't make any noise when you fired it.
Yeah. Well,
so how is that for strange? And then let's take it one step further. If you took this gun and you put it on a table or you got it near a radio, you would find that the radio would pick up strange, I guess, programming, for lack of a better word, music from another time, or reports from geographically and possibly far away areas.
Right. It could be a ball game from years ago, radio programs from the past, music from different eras, or something that was too far away, essentially, to be picked up by any kind of radio, unless it was shortwave. it had properties to it. Now, this all starts to fit a theme that Mel's talking about with the hole and things being near it or around it or coming out of it, that it has to do with audio or sound waves. There's something about the audio aspects of any object around this hole, and this is one of them. Now, people have said other objects. Again, this is unverified because Mel never said this, and this might be part of the lore said by other people after or connected with this, is that you can take a radio near the hole. It would do the same thing with broadcast programs from another era, or I don't think anything from the future. That's what's interesting, but it would be stuff that you should be picking up on that radio. But imagine if you could just dunk a gun in there and suddenly it was silent. Well, that would be very popular with the military and the criminal faction organizations here.
Yeah, and what's going on with that? Is it a paranormal anomaly? In addition to, in theory, being able to put it near radios and get different stations, he actually had heard that the gentleman who had the gun could wave his hands around and use that to control what signals were coming in.
That's right. It's almost like a Walther P-38 theremin. Is that you would it would change the channel. You could change channels by waving your arms. Is it some kind of interference? Are you acting as an antenna? It's all part of the lore.
So, in addition to this, he's telling another story about, if you don't know if you remember from part one, when we talked about there was a gentleman who would come and dump tires into the pit on his land. And he had said that he wanted to get back in touch with him, too, because he had been helping his son or grandson, he thought maybe, who had a truck that he was having issues with. And one of the problems he had was just in general traction. And for those of you who live out in the country or out in the West or whatever, you know that a lot of folks that have pickup trucks will put sandbags or some kind of weight in the bed to improve traction off-road or in bad weather. And Mel said that he gave this young man buckets full of detritus that he had picked up around his property to help with his truck having traction. But he also took some of this kind of stuff apparently with him to Australia, which I can't really figure out why he would have done that, but he said that he did. And while he was in Australia, in addition to working on wombat rescue, he was involved with ministries in the area, including the Ministry of Health. And one of the things that he was dealing with there were folks that were in hospice. And some of them had advanced HIV. And he apparently took some of these things that he found on his land to them, and some of those folks were, as he said, no longer in hospice anymore, not on death's door anymore. So now Mel Waters is implying that things from around the hole on his land in Washington are curing people of HIV.
Not everybody, just a few seem to be getting better.
I mean, even one is an amazing thing. I'm just, this is where I'm like, okay, where are we going here? So then, but this is only the beginning. It keeps getting crazier and crazier.
We apologize if we've bored you so far, but hang on. It's going to get even freakier.
So Art is like, why? I don't understand why you left. Why did you come back here? You had it so good. And he said, well, you know, I ran out of money and I needed to come back, and I came to find out all these things had happened, and now his belt buckle's been stolen. And he said he was surprised to come back and find out songs have been written about it, drinks are named after it. It's become this cultural phenomenon.
No, you know what else happened? Pretty much essentially the same pattern there, where songs were composed, drinks concocted and imbibed, is D.D. Cooper.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
South Central Washington, they love their legends. And this is really one of the more enduring ones. Keep your ears peeled, folks, because there are elements of the story. Again, if it is fiction, it's got some great sci-fi here to it. In that, let's take a review here. It's a harmonic device of sorts, or a sound dampening or amplification. It shoots black beams. It possibly has something to do with reviving animals that get thrown into it. It's possibly a time machine or a vortex to another dimension, or a parallel, let's say, world. So there's a lot going on here.
D, all of the above.
Are you surprised that it has the healing benefits, that some people got healed, not from the hole directly, but plants grow near it? Is this any crazier than what we've heard already? Well, stay tuned, because you're going to have to make that decision yourself very shortly here.
Well, one clarification there, Forrest. I don't think it was the implication, and it's hard to tell again because he's not a super clear communicator. The implication from my notes and what he said to Art was that he was taking objects to these folks that had HIV, not the plants. I don't think it was the medicine. He didn't really say one way or the other.
That's an assumption on my part because he's working with healing herbs.
Yeah, that would make more sense, frankly.
What he's saying here, to be clear, is that he would collect a lot of debris, as you said, detritus, flotsam, and jetsam, probably less flotsam or jetsam.
Yeah.
The idea, though, is that there's a lot of just like bits of metal, polished rocks. And again, these things interest him because he liked tinkering with jewelry and liked making things. He was very handy. He would polish stones, rock tumble, and make jewelry. And so he was collecting stuff, but some of it he just gave to, like I said, the son of the guy, the tire guy.
Yeah.
But Mel's conclusion here is that everything that's near that hole has taken on some kind of odd property. And there's a bunch of stuff that ended up near the hole that shouldn't be there. And so everything that you get around that hole, little metal ingots, screws, nuts, bolts, all this debris that was found on his property as he's cultivating and digging and whatnot, may have had special properties itself. So yes, you're absolutely right. It could be just the objects themselves that possess this healing quality, shall we say.
Yeah, there's a point here at which Art stops and asks him, has he been back to the hole? And he says no. He's apparently not interested in going back. So it's at this point, this isn't getting near one of his appearances. He mentions an email address. And I thought this was interesting. Again, this is another time capsule thing. He says that his email address is melwaters@home.com, HOME.com. I do remember when that was a proper email address that you could get.
Yeah.
It is now a completely different thing. Home.com probably went under a long time ago. So no point in using that one, but he spells it out. That means he's open to being contacted, and he's using that name, which I'm still think is either completely made up or a pseudonym for a real person. There's a lot of details about him that seem very real. There's another point in this interview, too, when he's wrapping up shortly after he gives out that email address, where he mentions that he's very, very anxious to get hold of a Hungarian man, a Hungarian Catholic priest. And it's never really clear to me anyway, and some folks out there who are male aficionados, maybe you have a clearer idea of why this particular character is important to him. I mean, it almost sounds like tradecraft, like he's going out on the radio and saying, I need to reach the Hungarian Catholic priest, which is a code for, okay, this means we need to do a dead drop in downtown Tucson tomorrow afternoon.
Right.
Like, I don't know what's happening there. Why is he trying to reach this particular person, and why does he need to go on to coast to get to him?
Maybe there's more to Mel than we know about. Or it's exactly what he described. Or it's a great yarn.
Yeah.
It's craftily, expertly spun. And I'm telling you, because we're still hooked to the end, and I was never more fascinated than I am now getting back into this when I understand more of the context and I'm older. Because I did hear about this legend years ago.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, that's pretty weird. But then you don't know what to believe until you really dive down into it and you start to dispel some of the myths, which is what's happening here in the whole story itself. And that people are claiming stuff. It's like, yeah, but you really weren't there. And the people who claim they were there, were they really? Are any of these people real? Well, the few people associated with the whole are real. Now, we know, of course, like I said, Mel is a real person, but why can't we find him? And if part of this is true, or he believes it is, then any one of these aspects, if it's true, makes this an outrageous and mind-blowing story.
By the way, right now, if he's still with us, he's closing in on 88 years old or so.
It's possible, but we'll see. Anyway, please continue.
Yeah, so in these continued appearances, he goes on about how much money he had spent in Australia rescuing wombats, which would have been millions of dollars that he spent on that. And then at some point, for some reason, that's not entirely clear, his facility was shut down and all of his people that I guess worked for him were sent home.
Yeah.
They were sent emails and everything was dismantled.
Yep, severance checks, and they were sent on their way. Now, keep this in mind, Mel still had a way to contact these folks.
Yeah.
And they were experts. And Mel will say, first of all, like, I'm not an expert in any of this. I'm not a veterinarian. I'm not a biologist. He's a bit of, I guess, an autodidact when it comes to learning about herbs and plant use. And he has money now to further research. So that's his passion. He's putting it into animal research. So he, if you believe him, is that he has a kind heart and he's not really about money. So, yeah, everything is kind of closed up shop in Australia. He's done with that. Comes back with nothing to his name, really. And then what happens?
Well, he's now decided this is yet another appearance with Art on Coast to Coast. He has come back on to explain to Art that he wanted to get to the bottom of the belt buckle situation. So he goes back to Ellensburg, where he had sold the other belt buckles he had made to jewelry stores in the area. And while he was there, he found a guy who had one of his buckles. And he said, oh, I want to take a look at this. And he's trying to figure out why they would have taken my belt buckle. So he goes over to the guy. He's like, oh, I made this. Can I take a look at it? And he said, sure. So they take it off and he takes a look at it. And he realizes it has these 3 coins affixed to it in the metal work. There was a coin with Winston Churchill on it, another one with Stalin, and one with Franklin Roosevelt that was a dime. Well, so what's really interesting about this is that the dime was minted in the year 1943. And there was no 1943 Roosevelt dime because the dime was made after Roosevelt died, and he died in 1946.
Mm-hmm.
On top of that, it was minted with the letter B on it. And as far as we all know, there is no mint in the United States with a B. There's a D for Denver.
Right,
and
S for San Francisco.
Yeah, and maybe P Philadelphia, is that a thing?
Yes,
yeah.
I believe you're right, P for Philadelphia. And the motif that Mel says was going into the design was kind of to celebrate the Yalta Conference, right?
Right.
With Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin. And that's what he was going for artistically. And that's why he used those coins. And he just soldered them into facets on this belt, and also there was a silver fork that was bent and fashioned into part of this buckle. And he just could never figure out, like, okay, there's coins in there, but like if you're some Men in Black types or the cigarette smoking man, why the heck are you taking my belt to hold my pants up? What's the point of that?
Well, he thinks back to where he got these dimes from, and what he remembers is that he found them in a little red Chinese Lucky Money envelope on the land near the hole, and there were 10 of them in there.
Keep this in mind, we mentioned that in part 1, so I believe that was talked about, or he mentioned that to Art a few years ago now.
Right.
When he was originally telling the story about all the weird stuff he found on his property. Like, yeah, I got a red Chinese lucky envelope that Chinese folks will give to each other for good luck on New Year's. And it's a pretty common thing. You'll see them here in LA, and they're actually fun to buy the envelopes. You can put anything you want in them.
That's right.
But he found one on his property, and it had 10 dimes in it.
Right.
And he gave some of them away as a gift.
And he took the rest and made them into these belt buckles, one of which was probably his own that was taken from him. So now that he and this guy are looking at this one, and the guy's like, well, I should get this checked out because this is weird. So he decides that he's going to go see a coin collector, an expert, and ascertain what the deal is with the coin. The coin collector is completely slack-jawed. He's just flummoxed beyond belief. He cannot figure out what this dime is with the year 1943 and Roosevelt and then a B on it. He has no idea what it's for.
What I will tell you without knowing any backstory, this coin collector, because yes, for a brief period of time, I collected stamps. It was fun.
Yeah.
Yet I still have that book somewhere. But what I learned about stamps, it's like, there's that 3-cent stamp with the upside down airplane.
Yeah, it's like $500,000, that one.
It might be one of the most expensive or valuable stamps out there ever. And the reason is because the plane is not supposed to be upside down. I think that was, is it the Wright brothers?
It looks like a Wright Flyer, I believe, yeah.
Anything with a mistake on it that's mass produced, especially with coins or stamps or anything that's official like that, is now that value has gone way up. If you watch Antiques Roadshow, it's like, yes, there's 10 million of this item you have, you got out of your closet or from a thrift shop. It's not worth anything. This thing here that you got, there's only 4 left in the world. That's why it's super valuable. So in this case, a dime like that, like, oh, is that a misminting of this coin? Like, wow, that is going to be very rare right off the bat without anything paranormal happening. That dime is now worth something.
Yeah.
So these were special dimes that he just collected, and he never noticed before the anomaly.
Never really thought about it until this moment. So the guy who has the buckle that he had already bought, obviously it's his dime now, takes it to the coin guy. The coin guy's like, this is really weird. And he's like, I'll tell you what, I will give you a lot of money for this right now.
Yep.
And he makes him a very generous offer. And the gentleman who owns the buckle's like, no, I don't want that. I'm going to hang on to it for now.
I was going to think
Here's
about
my number. Maybe we can talk in the future. And then a couple of days later, the guy with the other one of Mel's buckles is visited by U.S. Treasury officials who took the coin, took the belt buckle, took it away. And, of course, he was thinking, I should have sold it to the coin dealer.
They don't let anything get by them, especially the Treasury. Imagine the IRS after you. It's, we're going to need that money back.
It's at this point in the story that Mel makes this amazing analogy. I believe it is, not a metaphor, but analogy, where he talks about how in the middle of every intersection on the road, there's always little piles of nuts and bolts.
Mm-hmm.
And he's starting to think that maybe that's what the land is like around the hole.
Right.
Because all of these things he picks up around there seem to have, as you said, some sort of magical, strange quality to them, or some sort of factor that makes them not belong in our world, or seemingly not belong here.
Imagine a crossroads of sorts. That's what he's talking about at an intersection, and especially if there's been a few collisions there in the intersection. You get little bits of debris, springs, nuts and bolts, little pieces of possibly a nameplate, a name badge from a car, all kind of connecting as they get shoved to the center and never really cleaned up. And maybe that's what's happening here. Maybe this hole in the property is a crossroads from several different realities, shall we say, because here's the deal. They don't really mint coins after presidents until they've died. So here's the facts in our reality. Franklin Delano Roosevelt was born January 30th, 1882 in Hyde Park, New York, and died April 12th, 1945 at age 63. Not 1943. So that means that dime would have been minted 2 years before he actually died, which is not the case, at least in our reality. Or it's just 10 dimes all with the same anomaly in manufacturing, which again, that just makes them very valuable. Nothing supernatural there suggesting that's the case, but it's very odd, and it would just make them super valuable.
Yeah.
And before we move on, one other interesting thing to consider about the dime, which fits into all of this. Of course, as hours of interviews have gone by over several years with Art and Mel, and it's probably one of the people he's interviewed the most, I think, about a single story. That's not somebody who's an author or an expert or anything. They kind of get to know each other in a sense. And all along, earlier in this interview segment that we're talking about currently, earlier Art asks Mel, like, do you have a Bible handy? Can you just swear to me on that Bible that you're telling the truth?
Yeah.
They're kind of going back and forth. He's like, okay, I got one right here. Yes, I swear this is actually the truth as much as I know. And they make a joke, and Art says, can you swear that's the whole truth? He says, well, I don't know about the whole truth.
Yeah.
It's the absolute truth. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they have a laugh about that. It's all very fun, but he's Art's invested in this. It's an ongoing saga. And all along he's saying, can you just give me a photo? Can you give us a photo? Can you give us anything?
Right.
Maybe a better location, a photo of something. Anything. And he said, what about the dime? You still have a dime there. And I believe he did have one in his possession.
Yeah, at that point, he's like, can you take a picture of the dime?
Right. Now, here's the interesting, and yes, it's convenient aspect about the dime. Mel claimed, and it's not just Mel, according to the other people that had the other dimes, and I think also the Walther P38, they claimed that if you set the dime on a table, and I believe it was get further than 10 feet away from this dime, you couldn't see it anymore.
Right.
Now, a couple interesting things about that. Again, that's a fun little narrative sci-fi thing, right? It just kind of evaporates from view, much like the sound can't escape. Anything solid, perhaps whatever's near the hole absorbs everything, sound, light, energy. It's transmitting baseball games from 1963. It's doing all these kind of weird things, and the visual part of it is just one more. And also, it can't be photographed because Mel claimed his nephew tried to scan it, tried to take photographs of it, and doesn't really go into it, but he said it's blurry. I don't know if it totally disappeared, but he said, yes, it's not possible. I would love to send you a photo of the dime because That's easy to do. I'm not violating anybody's property or giving anything away that's going to compromise anybody's safety, security, or privacy, or any Native American spiritual property that now people are going to trounce on. He's like, that's fine. There is an image floating out there of a dime that fits the description. It is stamped 1943. It is an FDR dime, and it has the B on it.
Yeah, that one's a hoax. I've seen that one.
Yeah.
It's bad Photoshop, that one. Yeah.
Right. So, again, you can claim that even if Mel produced one. He's like, well, come on, that's baloney. It's just a photo. Like, there's nothing you can do, folks. Even if he showed you a picture of this or the whole, it's like, well, what does that prove? Especially nowadays, anything can be fake. But we've made that claim in years past, and people didn't believe it then. It's like, well, it's all fake. So you believe what you want to. And here, though, yes, it is convenient. You can't produce a photograph or a reproduction of this dime. But let's talk about this in a paranormal stance, in that it reminded me, a news reporter series, I can't remember what it was, but I always remembered this segment of it, where a semi-pro photographer and astronomy buff, but he lives on the Florida coast, and he was on his deck, and of course he loves to take astronomy photos, and he's got a pretty good setup, right? He's got a telescope, which attaches to a DSLR, and he's all ready to go to take astronomy photos, right? And he's on his deck, and it's about dusk, I believe, but still plenty of light, and he sees that weird anomaly, right? It's a shape-changing, silvery kind of object just floating off the ocean. So he wants to get a better look at it, and he sets up the telescope and the camera, and he notices that with the naked eye, it looks kind of blurry and amorphous, and it seems to be, I think, changing shape on him, but just hovering there. And it just kind of showed up, and he gets the telescope out, and he's able to take photographs of it. Now, here's the interesting part of that, which I found as an interesting fact. He shows photographs that he did take of it, and it's no clearer than looking at it with the naked eye.
Right.
Yes, you can see it as blurry, and everybody makes a joke like, blurry photos or whatever. Like, it's blurry to the naked eye. He has a professional telescope with a DSLR high-res camera on it, and in the photo, it's still blurry.
Yes. Yeah.
So what's going on there? So this dime is you walk away and it disappears. Is there something optical going on? Is this a little bit of the Philadelphia experiment with the disappearing battleship at the right harmonics? Who knows? It's fun. It's fun to think about. Anyway, so there's your dime story. It's unreproducible, unprovable, like most everything in the story.
So then, though, right after that, we come along with a little section of something that does seem real, that anyone can prove or that can say is interesting. And that relates to satellite imagery of what is purportedly Mel's land. And so this is a fascinating thing about it. A lot of folks who are not as old as Forrest and I might not remember this, but way before Google Earth came along, Microsoft had a project called the Terra Server.
That's right.
And it was the coolest thing in the world. This was the original idea where you could go on and find satellite imagery of anywhere in the world. It didn't work as smoothly, obviously, as Google Earth does now.
Yeah.
But I remember playing around on it when I first discovered it. I can't remember what year that was, but it was way before Google Earth.
Quick question here. Your dad is a map nut, right? He loves maps.
Yes.
I do too. I don't know why. But he's got terabytes of map data, right, from the old days.
That's correct, he does. He has some very sophisticated GPS programs way beyond prosumer level.
Right.
And so he has terabytes of maps because it's all different depths. You know, that's what you forget. When you look on Google Earth and you zoom down or you change your elevation in air quotes, because it's not really elevation, but you change your elevation that the pictures were taken from, and you move in, that, you know, that may be 5-10 layers of different shots that are taken at all different heights or different focal lengths. But then on top of that, you can have a series of maps that are topographical and are more illustrations than actual photos. So he has all that stuff. So like, and as a result, I used to have it I had an iPad that I used to go on off-road expedition trips with. And I loaded up a bunch of his maps into that. So I could pull up anything. And as long as it had a GPS signal, I could switch to topo maps, to BLM maps, to actual satellite photos from different years, all that stuff. It's pretty amazing. You can really get caught up in it. It takes up a lot of data. But back at this point, Terra Server was the only game in town for non-paper, for digital maps.
Right.
And what Mel's nephew had found out was that when you went to the Monastash Ridge and you looked at where Mel's property was, it was blacked out, or should I say whited out. There was a big white box.
2 squares.
Should have been 2 squares, yeah.
2 square grids of the map were just white.
Yeah, that's a little bit like, and Mel is on the air with Art, and he's like, anybody can go there. Go now. Go to the terror server, find Ellensburg, zoom out a little bit, and when you see the white blocks on the Monastash Ridge to the west of town, that's where my property is. And he says, why do you think those are expunged? And for me, when I heard this point, I was just like, okay, invisible dime, no pictures, we don't get to see anything. They say, yes, I went to Australia and I saved wombats, but it's like, this is real. This is a redacted satellite image.
Right.
Back in the early days of satellite images being online.
Right. Nowadays, we've all seen that. In fact, there's top 10 videos on YouTube about like the 10 most weird places that are blotted out on Google Earth.
Yes.
And it'll be pixelated or just black. That's my favorite. It's just black.
That's right.
Data missing. Now, if you're thinking that's why Mel chose this area here, maybe he's from Central Washington or Eastern Washington, and he just picked this because like that adds to the mystery a couple years later.
Right.
Well, Mel's first appearance was 1997. Terra Server did not come out until 8 months after his appearance. So Mel, using that as part of a story that he knew he could seed later, in like 2 years later, is that he had to have picked the spot in Ellensburg near the Monastash Ridge before he knew that the grid spots would be whited out. So it seems to be the case that this is true, so it's a tremendous coincidence. It's a real coincidence. That's what I'm saying, is that he just happened to pick a spot where he claimed his hole was, and that also just happened to be a spot where the data was missing on one pass of this terror server.
Or are we all the mark? I'm just saying, I'll elaborate on it a little more towards the end of tonight's show, but I'm just saying, what if this is a psyop? This is disinformation. We're the mark, and the reason he was able to determine that it would be redacted 8 months before the terror server came out is because this is all a plot to conceal something by making it super fantastic and unbelievable, just like Terry Lovelace's tiny little monkeys that wanted him to leave the house with them.
Dude, you just blew my conclusions.
Wait, I didn't go into depth there.
Oh, man.
I'm just saying.
Forget it. Let's go to the end. I have nothing else to say.
You think this was a psyop?
No.
This just proves we don't pre-plan anything, folks.
Boy, and should we? I don't know. Some people like that. Some people hate it.
Yeah.
It's too pre-planned. It's not planned enough. We don't know what to do.
We're scripted. We're not
Tell us what
scripted.
you want to please you.
Yeah.
Here's my point about that. No, you know what? I pay a lot of attention, and you're just now coming on board with this, is to listen for the signs, watch for the signs, messages from the universe, whatever you want to call it. There are signs and wonders that are being whispered to you. Pay attention to the whispers, not the loud voices. Not the naysayers, not the tinfoil hat crowd, nor the hardcore, I've made my mind up already, folks. Listen to not the loud voices, but the whispers. And one that came across was, I'm not going to mention this gentleman's name. Let's just say he is part of a military government think tank organization of sorts, and he had a post on LinkedIn. Pretty innocuous, right?
Right.
Well, it was leading to a very cool, very well-produced, let's say, recruitment video called Ghost in the Machine for the U.S. Army's Psy Warfare, PsyOps. It's basically a recruitment video, and it's pretty cool. And I showed that to you a while ago, and then I had the idea, it's like, yes, is that what's happening here? Is that
I see
part
your
of
logo
a,
says that you
as the
currently
magician
have the
does,
Guinness World Record.
look over here, because the coin, the Chinese FDR non-existent dimes, are not in this hand, they're in the other one. While I am doing a little flourish here, I'm going to pull these dimes out of your ear, and you'd be surprised, but it's not magic, it's just diversion.
Well, it's better than having a magician pull a dime out of your hole, I'll tell you that.
Oh! Nice one. Yeah, and that wasn't in the outline. He's that brilliant, folks. He just came up with that one. But there's something being constructed here. I just don't know by whom. And I'm talking, you're talking about like with the weird elemental kind of things going on. Is it Hellier? Goblins? Is it the government? Is it Mel? The only person I trust here that's in the same boat with us is Art Bell.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. There's no question that at the time that Mel called in, those images were blocked out. It should exceed his ability to participate in what the Terra server is showing and what it's not showing. Terra server's still around. There's another website for it now. I don't know if it got sold by Microsoft to this other company, but it's more of a business-to-business solution, I think, now than Google Earth, say, is for goofing around, or at least available to everybody. And we did find a message on a message board about seemingly from someone who worked on the Terra server saying, oh, that happened all the time. Images were obscured. But that doesn't change the fact that you also obscure images you don't want people to see. No matter how common it happens accidentally or due to a coding error, you also do that when you don't want people to see something.
It's a common feature that fuels the conspiracy theory, is that you find enough little weird things to fit your narrative, and that keeps your belief going.
Right.
Because there's another Reddit thread, and we don't have time to get into it here, but it's another snapshot, let's say, from Google Earth, and there happens to be one tiny cloud obscuring the exact spot where people think Mel's hole.
I have that picture, actually. We'll post that with our, I have that very picture. But you know what? Clouds happen. So who knows?
But it's got one cloud out of the entire Pacific Northwest, making its way past the Cascades to obscure a tiny dot in Ellensburg. Come on, man.
It would also be remarkably easy to Photoshop. I can't think of anything easier than Photoshopping a low-resolution satellite image to do whatever you want at this point. So that's the thing about now, and a little bit the thing about back when the issue happened with the Terra server. I guess I'll just go ahead and get to this part now. You can just Photoshop whatever you want it to look like into it. You don't have to redact it. You can clone stamp a piece of the Earth from another section right over the thing you're trying to cover up, and we get that. So moving forward, there were a few other details that we plucked out that from our notes that we did want to mention. One of them also being that Mel had heard reports from his trucker friends, and he seems to know a lot of truck drivers for whatever reason. Which
we've gotten to know a few over the years, just because
they're listening.
Those are
right
folks,
now. And thank you,
long
guys.
drive.
Yeah.
Thankfully, we don't put those folks to sleep.
So anyway, I guess some of Mel's trucker friends told him that one of them delivered a huge quantity of fiber optic cable to a warehouse in Ellensburg, and it was an unusual amount or quantity of fiber optic cable. And then later said that all of the folks who were handling it when it was dropped off were apparently Israeli. And
at the warehouse.
That raised some red flags. However, for me, it doesn't raise any red flags. A bunch of fiber optics, maybe Israeli intelligence, all within a 15, 20-minute drive from the Yakima firing range doesn't seem suspicious at all to me. Not even a little.
They are an ally, but again, there's some elbow rustling here between the intelligence.
Yeah, but you exchange information and work together all the time, especially Israel and the U.S. It's just not fishy to me, that particular thing.
But here's the thing: we're not experts, and that is that don't do the.
But I have read a lot of Tom Clancy and a lot of Robert Ludlum.
Oh, well, you are an expert.
And I do read a lot of actually that kind of international news because I enjoy the diplomacy and the intrigue and the spy stuff. I do enjoy that stuff. And I do feel like you've got this firing range there. They're testing weapon systems. There's an exchange of information. All kinds of deals are made constantly. Not surprising to me to have those personnel and that gear on site very close to the firing range. However, guess what? We have a lot of people out there who know a whole lot more than us, even in our own research group, and they can all clap back on me whatever needs to be said about how wrong I am.
We haven't checked yet. We're going to, before we finish this out, check with Bert. Maybe he knows.
Yes.
Yeah, you don't know why or, the purpose of weird things that get delivered. However, what I will say is that material has to come from somewhere. The Army doesn't make everything that it uses, right? So they have to buy some commercial goods and services, and it makes me think of the Nazi bell. The myth around the Nazi bell was that perhaps one of them, at least, was taken to the United States after the war because people noticed and can swear to this, and I think there's even a bill, a way bill of sale or lading, a large amount of this very specialized ceramic block was delivered to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base around the time that people say that this thing was delivered at the same place.
Right.
That's non-conductive, blah, 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 and that you had to build this around the bell when you crank that thing up to keep it from killing everybody in a 10-meter distance.
And then you stand at a distance and throw P-38s at it and see where they go.
Well, then you get a chronovisor thing. happening where you can see it in the past and the famous battles and whatnot. My point being is that, yeah, people do know weird stuff because it's like they have to be the contractor for it.
Right.
So that's one thing. Now, another thing, talking about truckers, is that Mel said that people have been telling him after his appearance there, guess what? On that highway that goes to Yakima, he said he thought it was 84 or 85, there's a rest stop there. And people would say, not just truckers, but other people stopping there. If you look towards his property, they could also see that black beam shooting into the sky.
Yeah.
As if a flashlight could shoot a perfectly black beam, blotting out all light. They claimed to Mel that they were able to see it on occasion. Now, Mel will say he's never seen it himself. Still claim that. So he just said, well, other people told me that I've never seen it, but there you go. That may happen again.
Well, so all of this stuff, a lot of it's recap. There's this new information. There's still strange things going on. And just when you think that this story is ready to crawl into the ground and be buried, it turns out that Mel may have stumbled across another hole. Another bottomless hole, bottomless, endless pit in a mysterious location in Nevada, home of Las Vegas and Reno.
Well, here's a little thing which I thought was hilarious because you could try sending Mel or Art an email because Mel said, is it Nevada or Nevada? And he asks Art, who has been living there for a long time. Art says, I say Nevada. He kind of mumbles off like, you can ask different people. Whatever he says, it's kind of mumbled, but I thought, like, that's the one you're getting an email about where it's, it's
I've heard it both ways, and I feel sure that whoever says it whichever way thinks the other way's wrong. So I'm going to go with that.
One thing I do know is that nobody says Oregon except for Steely Dan. And you can tell how I crossed my old man back in Oregon. He's just not from the area. Yeah. That's fine. Being from the Pacific Northwest, I've only ever heard it said as Nevada with a flat A. Yes. But in this case, you're talking about something that's such a old chestnut trope, the bottomless pit. We've all heard of that, right? It's the idea of the bottomless pit. You or the bottomless cup of coffee. Both are very highly sought after.
All you can eat sushi.
Endless breadsticks. Yeah, it's the thought that something never ends. Well, this is just one of those other weird mysteries, perhaps, or just a good story. So in this case, though, people would say, like, what are the odds that one gentleman here, and it comes on a hugely popular national syndicated radio show, has a claim of the bottomless pit, and then he finds another one.
My only counterpoint to that, and I do have one, is that if you go on a nationally syndicated radio show and you tell hundreds of thousands of people, if not millions, I don't know what their ratings are like at Coast to Coast or were at this time, that you have a magical bottomless pit, then odds are pretty good that other people who may have heard your story, who might have had one that they've never talked about, might reach out to you and be like, hey, you think you got a hole? Come look at my hole.
Well, that was the original call. Mel was like, hey, I don't know what this thing is. I just told you I laid a bunch of fishing line down it. If there's anyone out there that has more knowledge about this kind of stuff, let me know, because I'm intensely curious. I want answers. And that was the original stated intention of coming on the show with this crazy story, which just gets more and more crazy. And here, what Mel is claiming is that, well, eventually, Native Americans had heard of the program and had heard of the story and reached out to him because of the herbs he was working with. That they heard that part of the story. And they said, well, hey, if you want to come learn about what we got here in northern Nevada, we're working also with natural remedies and could be ancient Native American medicinal cures.
He had already explained that that stuff initiated with them. Right, he was co-opting it from the Native American science.
Yeah, and part of the legend of Mel, as he tells Art, it's like, look, I'm not selling any books. There's no Mel's magic hole elixir. I'm not selling or trying to make money. And basically, he just says, if you believe he's as he is stated, he doesn't have two dimes to rub together. Well, that's not true. He may have one or two left.
Yeah,
magic dimes from another reality or parallel universe. The other thing about the parallel universe, I'll say quickly, it just popped into my head, the story of the dog, the hunter's dog, and that was told to him. Mel claims no responsibility for that story, but the hunter who laid his dog to rest in the bottomless pit saw him again, and he described him as he seemed like he was hunting with somebody else. And the dog looked exactly the same, but wouldn't come to him, couldn't hear him. Is that dog now hunting with a parallel hunter? That's another version of that guy. And that can be seen by this guy, and that's why the dog's not coming. It's not exactly his dog, but it looks pretty close. Anyway, just fun concepts. Mel has been contacted by Native Americans in the region to come work and learn and exchange ideas.
That's right. So he goes to meet up with these guys and to talk to them about the medicine that he's been working with. And as we said, that he indicated even from the very beginning that this particular herb that he was growing or whatever he was dealing with at his original property, he heard about it from Native Americans. And so he's been trying to work with it and find out more about it. So if he gets opportunity to go work with them, and in fact, the area they were from in northern Nevada was the area that he had said that this particular plant had come from. But the point is, he's going to go and make a connection with them, and then he gets up there to talk to them about the work he's doing. He's talking to them about the work they're doing, and then the discussion or the topic of his hole comes up.
Hold for joke? No, I'm sorry.
For joke.
Continue, please.
So anyway, they said, well, yeah, it's funny that you should have an endless hole. We might know where there's an endless hole too. But he makes a good point of saying that it's actually not on Native American land. It's not on reservation land. It's on essentially public land or probably BLM land.
Art points out that most land in Nevada is Bureau of Land Management Control, BLM. Anybody can go visit it. It's public lands, but there are restrictions, right?
It depends on what area you're in. As somebody who's camped and off-road in these areas, they have like the free range camping. They have other kind of camping where you have to be within a certain number of feet of a road.
From the road,
just be a dirt road. There's other areas where you have more freedom. You just have to find out what the rules are in whatever particular area you're in.
Yeah.
But it's government property. That's the long and short of it.
The Basque people are herding sheep on this property, which is open to them to use, but they do not own it.
Yes.
But they know it like the back of their hand since the 1800s.
And the Basque region, for folks that don't know, is in the Pyrenees on the border between Spain and France. And it's a really unique area. We've talked about it on the show before because the Basque people have a completely independent language.
Yeah, there's no known root or proto-language, I believe. And then there's some speculation that they're connected to the Atlanteans.
Yeah, but that's not coming from us. We're just sharing that information.
No,
but they're interesting people, and there's a good concentration of them in northern Nevada.
Not only that, southern Idaho, too.
That's right. What's going on here is that he is in northern Nevada. He is talking to these Basques, and they're like, we know where something is. We can take you to it. It's not on our land, but it's on land we graze on. We're quite familiar with it and have been for close to 100 years. You should come take a look at this thing, because the herbs that we're talking about here that are thought to be a possible miraculous cure for the Spanish flu and other significant fever-related ailments.
Yes, respiratory diseases
grows around your hole. Well, it's also growing around our hole here.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the connection that he's making.
However, the attitude that Mel expresses is that the Native Americans know about this hole, and their attitude is like, yeah, just stay away.
Stay away.
It's not good. Which is good common sense about everything, especially like Skinwalker Ranch. It's like, yeah, don't.
Every time they're like, stay away. Yeah, because the other news flash is, guess what they're not doing? Throwing a bunch of crap into it. Get it? Like, everyone down in Washington, like, let's put the tires, let's put the refrigerator, let's put the. They're like, no, we don't know. We've never really thrown anything in there.
Anything like this, it's best to stay away. Don't attract attention, because you're busy just living your life, right?
Yeah.
You don't need any extra weirdness going on. So, yeah, they see it. I think the Native Americans, as well as the Basque, view the area, the hole, and the land around it as it's a bit spiritual.
Yes.
There's something unusual about that. So there's a little bit of
and there's a respect for the unknown that might have been lacking around Mel's hole initially.
What are you saying when you're throwing in trash? TV tubes, tires, cabinet furniture, refrigerators, all that. I just love the idea that it's popping out somewhere where people are like, just stop that! What are you doing?
Yeah.
Like there's a bunch of garbage and dead cows here.
This hole that he describes finding in Nevada is different in several ways from the one on his property. One is specifically with relationship to the opening and the construction around it. Apparently this one has a metal collar around it, a solid metal collar,
2 feet high and about 2 feet wide, and I think going down as far as they could see. So unlike Mel's Hole, where it had a stone-built retaining wall, which went down about 15 feet. I think it was maybe about a foot or two high off the ground. Not a huge lip or retaining collar to the hole in Washington State. This one, though, has it's not natural, right? So there's some kind of metal that's fashioned around the ring of this hole, around the lip of it, and also there's notches in it that Mel describes. Like you could possibly work something with it, like a lid.
Yeah.
Like maybe it was an interlocking lid or something at some point was able to close up this hole, but it's not there anymore. The other strange thing about it, again, coming back with sound, is that he dropped a wrench on it.
Yes, on the lip.
Yes, it made no noise.
Yeah.
Then you could pound on it with a sledgehammer or crowbar, still didn't make any noise.
Yeah, there's no clanging, there's no ringing, there's no nothing. He doesn't describe it, but in my mind, I'm thinking, oh, it's just like a dull thud or something, which would imply really significant density or a very peculiar material or a combination of those things.
Yeah.
And so this hole is definitely not natural. There's some perception that Mel's hole may be natural. The Nevada hole, it's got some machining associated with it. Yet it's on BLM land. And the other thing that Mel says about this particular location, which he will not divulge, is that it is devoid of anything. There are no signs of habitation anywhere around it. No buildings, no telephone lines, no roads, no structures of any kind. This thing is out in the middle of nowhere. And the local Basque sheep herders are like, at least one of them, who's 80 years old, said he had known of it since he was 10.
Yeah, at least, right.
Yeah, at least, and probably longer.
So, yeah, that's one thing in common, though, even though they don't look totally the same. Actually, they're about 9 feet in diameter. That is one thing.
The diameter?
Similar.
That's right.
Right. As far as the other hole, is that the dimensional hole standard? The ISO standard for interdimensional portal holes. That's one odd thing. But, yes, old beyond the people that first came to the region. So this Basque elder, great-grandfather, as Mel calls him, calm and wise, and he says, yes, it's been here as long as I can remember. And then from his childhood, stories abound that it was here when they got here. So I can't remember off the top of my head when the Basque arrived in the area. I would guess late 1800s.
Right.
It was already here, and I don't think anybody claimed to have done additions or improvements on it. That would be freaky if they showed up and there was already metal around it.
Yeah, significantly well-machined, industrial age, metallic flange that appeared to, at one point, made up to some kind of lid. Like in my mind, it's kind of like a missile silo, but
yeah, you imagine a big interlocking lid on it that maybe twisted and clamped down.
Just so folks know, from 9 foot in diameter, I don't think, from what little cursory research I did, even the Minuteman II missiles those are 12 feet across those openings, and there's all kinds of stuff down in there that you can see very easily, even if the silo's empty. So
right. Well, a couple interesting things though. It's almost like the government or the military didn't know about this one yet. It's an undiscovered gem. Hey, look, they can't have their finger in the pie of everything they haven't found yet. So this was undiscovered and pristine, as he said, unmarked, no roads leading up to it. It's just there.
You know why?
So that's interesting.
Because the Basques and the Native Americans aren't going on coast to coast and blabbing all about it.
No.
All over telling the whole world, hey, we found this hole. Come check it out. They keeping it quiet because they respect it.
Well, the Basque are using it to graze. They don't want this whole swath to be suddenly closed off to them. If you keep quiet, you can keep using it. The other thing, though, that Art said, that, calling back a little earlier here, I found to be interesting is that this is according to Art Belknap. It's not Mel. He says after this all big hullabaloo that went down in Ellensburg, and of course TV crews are showing up, they're searching for any kind of Mel. They find no trace of Eddie Waters or Mel or this and that. A TV crew did go to the location where they thought it would be near the area, and they did find a lot of military boot prints, as Mel would say, large yellow gear machinery treads. So somebody with an official, perhaps military interest was there in the area.
At some point, yes.
Now that is, again, that's according to Art and all the follow-up stories that he heard. So it doesn't prove that there's a hole there, but it did prove that there's some activity there in an area where it's not that close to the Yakima firing range, right? That activity should be over there.
Right.
The other thing is that we were talking about things that were delivered. According to Mel, he was told that large amounts of crated technical equipment arrived in the area on his property that somebody said, one of the truckers actually said, came from Lawrence Livermore Labs. And you can look them up, but they're also connected to, remember I mentioned this a lot, the supposed carrot report.
Yes.
About reverse engineering alien technology, and that has a connection to Lawrence Livermore, which also, remember, this was going around on the internet, these strange drone-like things that were showing up with all these kind of weird tentacles and stuff.
Yes.
That was supposedly located near Lawrence Livermore Labs.
Right.
So there's another connection.
You know, big wireless providers forget that families come in all shapes and sizes, which is why Mint Mobile has decided to shake up the wireless industry with their brand new Modern Family Plan. Each line starts at $15 a month, and you only need 2 lines to get started.
Yeah, and no matter how big or small your family is, you deserve to save on your wireless service. Forrest and I have both had Mint Mobile for years now, and I've personally used it all over the country. And I can personally tell you that it's an extremely reliable network, and it's everywhere you need it to be. The thing is, I love cross-country road trips, and good wireless service is a necessity for them, especially these days with GPS.
Absolutely. Well, look, do you hate your phone bill? $15 a month for wireless service is a way to change that. Mint Mobile gives you the best rate, whether you're buying for one or a family. And like we said, at Mint, families start at just 2 lines.
All plans come with unlimited talk and text, plus high-speed data delivered on the nation's largest 5G network. Plus, Mint Mobile's Modern Family Plan lets you mix and match data plans, so everyone gets the amount of data that's right for them.
And as we've said, you can use your own phone with any Mint Mobile plan and keep your same phone number along with all of your existing contacts. Switch to Mint Mobile to get premium wireless service starting at just $15 a month.
To get your new wireless plan for just $15 a month, including the Modern Family Plan, go to mintmobile.com/AL. That's mintmobile.com/AL.
Cut your wireless bill to $15 a month at mintmobile.com/AL.
We never get tired of learning about new things. As you can see from tonight's episode on Mel's Hole, it can be as simple as the geography of the area we're discussing to the scientific theories behind possible explanations, and even if those theories are sociological or may relate to a hoax.
Yeah, we were super excited to recently find a course about the West on Wondrium called The American West, History, Myth, and Legacy, taught by Patrick and Alec, PhD. Remember him? Well,
Yes.
we've talked about him before.
Yes,
Yeah,
we have.
terrific. Well, Dr. Alec's passion for the material is clear. He also does an exceptional job of keeping his lectures easy to follow.
Yeah, I was particularly intrigued with lecture 23 in this series, Mythology of the American West, where Dr. Alec discusses that the U.S. Census Bureau declared that the Western frontier had disappeared in 1890. Imagine what that news felt like for us, to like a country that was used to just, you just keep going and going and going, and it's like, no, not anymore, we're done, we've reached the edge.
Yeah, you've gone to the end of the internet.
Yes.
Well, Dr. Alec mentions historian Frederick Jackson Turner's essay on the frontier, which he presented at the 1893 World's Fair in Chicago. Turner posited in his essay that the Western frontier formed America's character and its democratic ethos, commonly thought to be developed in the East. And he laid out an ever-repeating chain of events where generations of settlers migrated, lived primitively, temporarily, cooperated to subdue the wilderness, and built new institutions and cities and towns, and passed the torch down to the next generation who would venture further west and do the same thing.
Yeah, people loved this idea back then because it showed that the U.S. developed its character and democracy internally, based on internal experiences, specifically out west, not leaning on Europe for that framework. However, and here is the crucial context, Turner's thesis is no longer considered valid due to its disrespect for Native Americans and the lack of references to women, who were obviously integral to the story. That said, it was hugely influential for a long time.
Yeah, that context teaches you the big picture in every historical scenario. You have to look outside the moment, and that's what professors like Dr. Alec excel at over at Wondrium. And that's frankly one of the reasons we love it.
Wondrium is very clearly focused on helping us all become better versions of ourselves. There are hundreds of topics taught by university professors there.
On top of documentaries, video tutorials that teach you new hobbies like photography, cooking, crafting, or health and wellness.
And all of Wondrium's content is world-class and credible. We say always check your sources, but with Wondrium, we know we don't have to worry about the sources. And on top of that, Wondrium is always ad-free.
That's true. Well, we want you to sign up for Wondrium today. Wondrium is offering our listeners a free trial plus 20% off the annual plan. Now, to get this offer, you need to visit our special URL, wondrium.com/legends.
Again, that's WONDRIUM.com/legends. Sign up today.
This is Boyer, and thank you for listening to Astonishing Legends. Let's get back to the show.
One of the other features of this particular hole in Nevada is that the metallic flange actually apparently generated heat, a low level of heat, and it was warm enough that you could camp next to it, which is what the Basques and the Native Americans would do when they were in the area, and also apparently what Mel did, because he stayed there with them for several nights. I think it was about 5 people. They stayed there, and they would camp and put their sleeping bags or their tents up against it because heat would radiate out of it. And so that's interesting. Why is that happening? And maybe that's just a natural effect of whatever it is.
Well, as you know, if you dig a mine, it gets hot the closer you get towards all that molten good stuff on the core of the earth. It wasn't too hot. It wasn't like hot to the touch. It wasn't like a thermal vent, but they said they could lay their sleeping bags near it and it would keep them warm. But it also didn't get too cold or too hot around it. It kept a neutrality, which was interesting. The other thing is that locals, they didn't experiment with finding its depth, but they also described that dogs would not go near it. And some people also claimed that they saw a black beam shooting out of it, which lasted for a short burst. And again, Mel said, well, I never saw that while I was there, but others have told him, if you believe the story.
So then they decide that they're going to do an experiment. Mel being kind of a researcher, as we already know, based on what he had done with his own hole, several experiments. And so he decided that it was important to determine what is going on with this hole in Nevada. So he went and bought some bags of ice. This was his theory. I thought this was actually pretty brilliant. So he's going to do a control experiment where he takes some of the ice, he puts it in a bucket, leaves it on the surface, and the rest they put into another bucket and they lower it down into the Nevada hole.
Right.
They only had 1,500 feet of line, which tracks, that they had available, and they lowered the ice in the bucket down 1,500 feet. And then the idea was to watch the ice on the surface, and when it was about halfway melted, bring up the ice in the bucket that's down in the hole and see if it too is halfway melted or in any other state. So they did that and they brought it back up, and it turned out that the ice in the bucket had not melted at all.
Yeah, they waited till half of the few bags of 7-Eleven ice were partially melted. They figured, okay, so there's some reaction time, right? That time has passed. Let's see what has changed with the ice that has been lowered.
Right, and you would think if the collar and the shaft itself is radiating heat, that maybe the ice that had gone down in the hole would be at least partially melted. So they bring it back up, and it's not. And not only that, Mel explains that when he put his hand in the ice that came back up from the shaft, it wasn't cold. He said you could put your hand in it, it wasn't cold. He said it almost felt like a block of glass.
Well, that's what Art said is balls would be kind of like holding blocks of glass.
Yes.
Right? There's a neutrality to it, not hot glass, not cold glass.
Right.
And then Mel says, well, you know what it kind of felt like is that you ever take one of those desiccant packets, those the gel packs that keep products dry. He said, you ever rip those open? And Art says, no, I've never done that. You don't eat it.
Yeah.
They feel little beads, and they feel kind of odd. He said it was kind of a texture like that, as best as he could describe. But Mel self-admittedly here says he is at a loss for words. There's no way for him to describe this accurately. He doesn't know what words to use. It was all very strange.
Right. And so then they're collecting, and they're like, well, I wonder what's going on with it. It doesn't feel cold. So then they take it over to a fire, and they put it in the fire, and it catches on fire.
Yes.
So they take it off the fire right away, and they put it down in the dirt, I guess, or in the bucket or whatever, and it's still burning. The ice that is not cold, that has gone down the shafts, come back out, is now burning and giving off heat. And he said there wasn't there wasn't a pronounced flame. It was more like how a gas stove looks like right after you turn it off and it's been hot, sort of glowing.
You know what it reminded me of is way back when we covered the Mary Celeste, our great pal Doc Coggs did an experiment with alcohol burning under a glass,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Because that was one of the theories of what made them leave the Mary Celeste, because they were carrying denatured alcohol, I believe, and that there was some rattling. They thought, like, hey, this thing could blow up any second. Let's get into a lifeboat and put some line out, get some distance between us. And that's one of the theories, and that they did. It's like, well, if this thing blows, at least we'll survive that. But somehow they got disconnected from the ship. It didn't blow, and now they're going to starve to death in a rowboat.
Right.
Doc Coggs, in a video, demonstrates how that happens. And it's a bit of a flicker and a glow, but not like a bright orange flame like you would see off a campfire. So don't imagine that. These aren't flaming cubes. They are giving off a bit of an aura. And this is the part where Mel says, I'm sorry, that's as best as I can describe. I'm not doing this very well.
He said he didn't have the vocabulary for it, I believe, or something similar.
Right. So there's something strange going on. They're just trying what they can. He said it's like the molecular structure of the water, of the ice, whatever it is, in its solid to gas state has been altered by being down in the hole. The other weird thing that he mentioned here is that metal retaining collar around the hole, he says you couldn't hacksaw it. You can't make a dent in it. It wouldn't be hacksawed, and no markings.
Right.
It just is.
Seemingly indestructible.
Right. Well, that didn't stop there.
Yeah, so to one of the locals is like, well, this is pretty awesome. This is a heat source. I think I'm going to take some of this home. And he's going to take it home. He puts it in a bucket or something, takes it home, and he puts it in a wood stove in his little cabin. And it's a very simple little cabin. It gets pretty cold out there. Northern Nevada is cold that time of year, because I think this was around January or something. So he took apparently like a coffee can worth of it, took it home and put it in the wood stove in his cabin with no wood in there. And that's something that he was going to use to keep him warm. So we'll come back to that. But Art asked him at this point, he's like, why, how many times does this happen? Can you just lower ice down there and keep pulling out these strange heat sources? And Mel says, no, it doesn't happen every time. It happens maybe 1 out of 3 times.
Right.
And Art asked him, do you have any of this yourself? And he's like, no, I didn't take anything with me, of course. And so Art also asked, were there any markings on the metal, on the flange, any kind of writing? And he said, no, there was no kind of writing of any kind. Well, just when you think this story can't get any weirder, it takes another turn. Now, before we take this turn, Forrest and I both felt that perhaps we should give a heads up warning.
Let's just say there are more experiments to be done, and what's nearby that the Basque have? Well, they got plenty of sheep. So Scott and I want to give you a trigger warning and time to shut this off or skip ahead. If this stuff kind of bothers you, and that there's about to be an experiment with one of the sheep and the hole, now's the time to skip over this part. But what we want to express is that Mel on the show, he is very upset in relaying this part of the story and wanted the audience to know. As we heard earlier, he spent all of his money on wombat research.
Wombat rescue, specifically.
Right, and paid for a research facility to be set up with his millions. And that is part of the character that's being described as Mel. And he said, look, it really wasn't my idea, but I feel very ashamed that I went along with this. So we just want to let you know that there will be some experimentation done on the whole with a helpless sheep. And if that kind of thing bothers you, this is your warning to watch out for that.
Well, this particular story bothers me. It's a little bit crazy. So they did decide it was time to maybe do an experiment and lower something into the hole and see what would happen. And of course, the Basque being sheep herders had plenty of sheep around. So they rounded up a sheep and they had created a box, or built a box, I guess, to put the sheep in, which it did not want to go in because animals didn't want to get near this hole either.
Yeah.
And so they took steps to convince it to comply that were physical in nature and had it put into the box. And then they began lowering it down into this hole, into the Nevada hole. As they're lowering it down, it is physically fighting the idea of going into the shaft. For those of you looking for a fictional alternative to this theoretically real scenario, which again, if you believe any of this at all, just think of the goat in Jurassic Park. In the first movie that they left out in the cage. It's basically what they're doing is trying to figure out, well, what's going to happen if a living creature goes down in there, after all my speech about how they didn't throw things into the hole. They were the first ones to put an animal into the hole.
Folks have to realize if you're not from the area or have anything to do with animal husbandry or agriculture, people who do work with that have a different attitude in that they respect the animals that they work with because that is part of their livelihood. There is a relationship between the herder and the animal that is different than people who might want a sheep for a pet, right? Or any kind of other animal, is that you who do not have any experience with that are going to see it differently than they do. And that's all I'll say is that the Basque sheep herders have a different attitude than people who might see a sheep at a petting zoo. This is not to them an animal that you keep in a petting zoo, and that's not the purpose for herding the sheep. So in their sense, they are intensely curious, and as Mel describes the Basque people, he has a lot of respect for them. They're a lot of fun. He was eating great food. They're very welcoming, very hospitable, but they're fearless too. When he said North Africa invaded the region, they stayed out of the Basque communities. I guess they were known for being fierce fighters. So that's his attitude here, but Mel personally is upset with this, but I guess his curiosity got the better of him, and he's letting it proceed.
Right. So they lowered this animal down there to the 1,500-foot level because, again, that was as much as they had. And then they knew that the line they had could handle it. They think that a sheep must have weighed. Mel says he doesn't really know because he doesn't know much about sheep, but he thought maybe 150 pounds or so. Mm-hmm. And they left it down there for about half an hour.
Also, the sheep was bleeding, making the bleat, B-L-E-A-T noise.
Yes.
But as they lowered it, they could feel it kind of moving around, but it wasn't making any sound at all. Again, that's that aspect of the story where it's a sound dampening aspect of the whole. They weren't hearing anything coming out of it.
Mel indicated that the sounds were pretty horrific of it going down, but eventually they became silent.
Right.
Nothing coming out of the box, but the movement. There was still movement with the box. So when they reached the end of the line, the 1,500 feet line, Mel actually described it as almost static electricity kind of feeling on the line that they could feel up at the top. And that's where they left it, as we said, for about half an hour, and then they decided to bring it back up. So they're cranking it up. It's a ton of work. It's heavy. It's a long way to go. I mean, this is over a fifth of a mile.
They had a winch.
So they're bringing it back up, and like you said, they had a winch, but he indicates cranking away, so I think it's an actual hand winch with gears, mm-hmm. which, you have a mechanical advantage on it, but it's still a lot of work, especially for that much line. So they're bringing it up, and they get it up to the surface, and they bring the box over away from the hole. There's nothing going on. There's no life in it or emanating from it. Again, he's describing sort of the silica, the desiccant, which you use to extract humidity from closed containers. That's what it felt like on the outside of the box. And so they open it up, and the sheep is clearly deceased.
Right. The outside of the sheep looks untouched, right?
That's right.
There's no marks. There's nothing they can see. It just doesn't look alive. And clearly it's passed away.
So now it's time, essentially, to take a look, try to figure out what has killed it. And the Basques, as he said, they're pretty good at butchering sheep. This is what they do. They know their way around it. So they start to open this poor animal up. And as they start opening it up, it's not what they're expecting to find inside. Apparently, there was some kind of gel, like a huge sort of tumor inside, taking up the entire length of the body cavity. And on top of that, it looked cooked in a way, the interior of it.
Yes, this is, disgusting, but also Mel at this point is disgusted. He's not a sheep herder. Yeah. He doesn't butcher animals for food. These folks are very skilled at it, so they have no qualms about it. And they dissect the sheep as if they were butchering it for meat. And that's what they notice is that it looks like it's been cooked from the inside. And what made me think of it is like, well, what would do that perhaps? Microwave energy? What cooks something from the inside out? And the other thing is that Mel was expecting some kind of smell. And he said it didn't smell like anything except ozone, which was an interesting observation or an interesting aspect of this fictional story. It smelled like ozone, and the internal organs of the sheep looked like they'd been jellied. And in place of the organs where they should be was this, what looked like, he said, he couldn't describe it very well, but like a huge tumor taking up the entire length of the body, maybe 2 feet in length. And here's the thing, though. It's not just an anomaly from being cooked or anything. They could see the tumor had some movement to it, like a pulsing tumor.
And Mel says it's not like the beating of a heart, just more of this pulsing. And so at this point, they open it up, and there's something inside that appears to be its own independent organism. Mel describes it like a, quote, fetal seal, end quote, about 18 inches long with flippers.
Yeah.
And he says, yeah, and he's like, I'm saying it's a seal. I have no idea what it was. I can't figure it out. And he can see that its eyes are opening, its flippers are moving, and they noticed, I guess, that it seemed like it was checking them out as much as they were checking it out.
With
And
its
he said,
eyes.
yeah, he said he felt like it was studying them.
Yes, checking them each out individually as they stood around examining it. It was examining them with a consciousness, with intelligence, but, as Mel described, with eyes that they all agreed looked human. Not like round seal eyes. And he says to Art, like, you know what dog's eyes look like, you know what cat's eyes look like. These look like human eyes. And they were, well, at this point, Art is disgusted.
Yeah,
hearing this story.
everybody's disgusted. We're disgusted.
Yeah, and
it's like,
well,
insane.
if you hear Mel, his voice is shaky at this point.
Yeah.
Like, he's having trouble relaying the story, and he says, like, look, just to even tell you about this is making me a little queasy. And so something to consider with all that is that if you think this is fictional, then Mel is also a good actor.
Yeah.
He's a good storyteller,
Yeah.
you know, like who can do all the character voices and all that. He sounds a little bit upset, not too much, but just, yeah, that this memory of this happening is upsetting, but also profound in a way that he can't explain. And that, imagine this, no one's ever seen this kind of thing before. This has never been described, that something extraordinary is happening with this pinniped, this fetal seal-like creature with the human eyes. And it separated itself from the tumor of whatever this placenta it was in. It removed itself, and it had something of like an umbilical cord. But it didn't need any help. And so they had backed away to a little bit of a distance, but they were also curious in that they're standing around this thing. And it's like they can't take their eyes off it. And I think they stood around staring at it for about 2 hours, weirdly. But as he said, Mel felt like he was in the presence of something extraordinary. It was almost like a religious feeling. And at that point, they just left it on the table. So whatever this creature is, which is about 18 inches long with flippers on it, and it's looking at them with human eyes, this exchange goes back and forth where they're studying it, it's studying them. Mel says it looked directly at him as it kind of starts to struggle towards the edge of the table. And as he says, with this spiritual feeling almost, he got a feeling like it had contact with him. It was connecting with him, you could say. And then this feeling came over him. He felt a compulsion to go pick it up and place it on the ground. Interesting storytelling here. So as he goes to pick up this thing, as expected, his hands were slimy from the goo that it was encased in. And he says he has, again, no vocabulary to describe this. And that's what he said. This thing smelled like ozone. So he places it on the ground. And again, they all look at this thing. I think he said for about 2 hours. It was a long exchange. So as this thing was on the ground, Mel describes that whatever this thing is, it had given him, Mel, and the other Basque shepherds the most compassionate look they had ever seen from any face. Just the way the eyes were looking at them. And as it waddles towards the hole, Mel and the others feel comfortable with it. Like it seems it wants to go back into the hole. And then it makes its way to the ledge. I guess it flippers its way up to the lip of the opening there, the collar. And it sits on that ledge for about an hour. And so after this thing has been sitting on the ledge of the metal retaining wall collar of this hole, It finally slowly nods at them and turns around, and it goes back in. And this is the cinematic moment for me. It kind of turns, it looks at Mel, and gives him adios, partner. And then I guess slithers back down into the hole. We don't know.
Yeah, it jumped?
Did it just like
pirouette?
Belly flop? Did it head dive? Did it go in like a sea?
I feel like it, I want to think that it went in kind of like those ladies used to go on the edge of the pool in a Busby Berkeley movie.
Right. The hands go to the side. It was like, so long, and thanks for all the fish. Or actually nothing, because it just came into existence or was birthed. Or
you killed my mother, I'm out of here. My alien mother, yeah.
Speaking of alien, was it something that just used the sheep as an incubator?
Okay, let's just say that we're almost to the conclusion.
Let's not jump ahead.
We're almost to them. I got to stop interrupting on that. All right.
Oh, boy. Well, Scott and I, as well as Mel, are drained telling this tale. Mel says that he's like, I'm just drained. Art's like, yeah, I'm drained hearing about this. It's like, because it's this point, like, what are you talking about? What?
Yeah.
What? This is insane.
It just gets crazier and crazier.
Yes, which is also why we love this story. But
how far can it go? How far can it go? It does go a little bit further.
Yeah, it does go a little bit further because, of course, once again, throughout all these interviews, Art says, I suppose you got no photos of this. It's like, did you get anything? He's like, well, no, I did not, because he thought at first, maybe take some photos of this. And then he thought, well, if this is not my place to do this, like, this is not my property, it's not my hole, it's not Mel's hole anymore, this is another hole. It doesn't belong to Mel. And this is on land that is public land, but it's also special to the Native Americans, and it's also special to the Basque. And he felt, oh, look, I don't really have any right to publicize this other than we believe it should be studied. And I think eventually where he kind of leaves it is that, well, this should be studied by scientists. I think I finally got the Basque folks on board with having at least scientists. You don't want, because the military comes in and then it's like E.T., right? They chase you around until you turn gray. So at this point, though, he's saying, of course not. And again, yes, it's convenient. He has no photos of this, and he won't give out the location other than to say, I think it's near Reno. So it's northern Nevada. Reno is one point, and probably another town not too far off where it's located. But he doesn't want people coming to this land, even though it's BLM land, to trounce the place.
I still think it's going to be, and I don't feel like I'm giving anything away. Yeah. I think it's probably going to have proximity to Winnemucca. That's what I think. Because there's a strong Basque presence there. That's northern Nevada. Right. Not immediate. It could be anywhere within hundreds of miles of there. But that seems like that might be a focal point for the region in terms of the Basque presence and everything else he's talking about.
Well, we're not done yet, folks. We're very close. So hang in there, because Mel thinks that this encounter with this seal-like creature, this seal fetus, this pinniped fetus.
Wait, I'm sorry. What's that word you were saying?
Pinniped. You never heard that? That's the term that Mel uses a lot. Yeah, look it up. Google it right now. Wikipedia.
Any of various carnivorous aquatic mammals of the suborder or superfamily Pinnipedia, having flippers as organs of locomotion and including the seals and the walrus.
Yeah, there you go.
You learn something new every day.
Yes, especially ones that crawl out of a hole where there's probably no water and it's a gelatinous alien fetus. Right. Continuing on, though, Mel claims that, he was diagnosed with 6 months to live with esophageal cancer.
Okay.
And he said, well, when they tell you 6 months, that's hopeful. And he was not very hopeful. And he thinks the seal has healed him somehow with that kind of connection. And that maybe that's what the nod was. Get well soon, brother. I'll see you on the flip side.
Or on the flip side,
the upside down. Right. Well, would you like to describe this, the rest of this? Because, again, it was like a tumor. He handled it. It
didn't stink. Ozone doesn't really smell bad. It smells weird, but it doesn't smell bad.
It smells weird. If you ever had if
you've ever been struck by lightning, you know what ozone smells like, or about to be. And if you have one of those ozone air cleaners too, they kind of make that smell.
That's what I was going to say. You should know this. If you go to a marine shop, where they sell marine supplies, they often have an ozone generator for. I did get rid of mildew and mold aboard a boat, right?
Yeah. But I guess what I'm going to rewind folks to here and just say we have suggested that artifacts or the herbs related to Mel's original hole were able to bring people back from the brink who were in hospice care for HIV. Now this hole in Nevada is curing Mel of his 6 months to live esophageal cancer.
Well, the gummy bear seal is. Let's be clear.
We don't know that. I mean,
No, you don't know it, but he may have be emanating special properties that he, absorbed from the hole.
Yeah, but we don't know. We don't know. It could have been anything. Could have been camping next to the metal flange. I mean, there's a lot of things, a lot of events that happened that were anomalous that could have contributed to, if you believe any of this at all, to curing him from his esophageal cancer.
It could be the delicious healing properties of paranormal mutton. I don't know, but all this is too wild to be believed, except there's more. So as Mel's interview is wrapping up, he announces that he's going away from civilization about mid-March, the year this interview takes place. And it reminded me of Colin Andrews talking about his crop circle research, and that he kind of said everything and found out everything he needed to know and wanted to know. There's a lot of mysteries, but he had some ideas, but it was time for him to take a break, to be reflective, to be quiet, his quiet time, which we totally understand. And many
I call that
I feel
Sunday.
like starting that right now.
Boy, I tell you, after that story, I need some quiet time.
Mel's going away. He's in contact with the Basque, so he's in good relation with the Native Americans in the area who want to study and exchange knowledge about the local herbs there. And to put a finer point on that, as he's about to leave for a little bit of a break, he's not going totally away. They can still get a hold of him. But as he's going away, that Basque elder that we told you about, the great-grandfather, as he said, he clasps his hand, Mel's, and he puts something into it. And again, this is also a very cinematic moment here. So, like, and he doesn't know what it is, and I think it's like, one of their last get-togethers. And of course, the Basque like to have fun. They're very good at it. There's good food, barbecue, good wine, good music. And this great-grandfather had given him a gift as a little parting thing, because they told him all about this, right, about everything that they'd done. And he said he just took it in stride, like, the hole's weird, and he didn't speak a whole lot of English, mostly spoke the Basque language, but they were able to communicate, he and Mel, enough that he just said, like, yeah, there's something special about that, almost spiritual. And he didn't faze him that there was a slime seal that had popped out of that sheep.
That moment reminds me of Thunderheart when Ted Thinelt hands something over to Val Kilmer in that movie. It's a great movie.
Right. But it is that cinematic moment, and this happens to him. And of course, as they're having their evening festivities, the other Basque folks say, like, well, aren't you going to look at what great-grandfather gave you? And he's like, okay, yeah, I guess I should. It's that thing where you want to open the present when you get home.
Yeah.
So he looks at it, and what it is another red Chinese lucky money envelope. And he opens it up, and guess what's inside? A few Roosevelt dimes from 1943.
There we go.
And if you go as this being true, great-grandfather the attitude was, you need to have these. Now, here's the thing. They didn't know about Mel's other red envelope of Chinese lucky New Year's money. They didn't know about the other dimes.
Right.
So that's the cinematic connection, right? Is that here's another dime. It's like, what's going on there? These dimes just falling out of another dimension, another parallel universe where Roosevelt had passed away pre-1943. Who knows? Did the war turn out differently than we thought? Is this something about the Man in the High Castle, the Philip K. Dick story, where it occurs in 1962, 15 years after the end of the war, in 1947, where Imperial Japan and Nazi Germany divide up the United States because they are the winners? Is that some other alternate universe where that happens? And what's going on here? So you don't make the dimes until the president is passed away. But also, I don't think that the Japanese or the Germans would be interested in minting American coins because Mel wondered, does the B stand for Berlin?
Yeah.
No. You'd probably see some despot's face on the dime. So there's another set of dimes out there. There's a connection made, and they're unknowing of Mel's other dimes.
So one last little anecdote to relay here before we finally wrap this thing up and with our conclusions and thoughts about it overall.
And send it down the hole.
Send it down the hole. And this is the story about the fire and ice. Or you might remember that one of the gentlemen that Mel was with took some of that ice home to put in his wood stove to keep his little cabin warm.
Yeah, why not? It's practical. It's free.
So he takes it home and he's got it in the wood stove. Time goes by, it keeps burning. It doesn't go out. It's keeping the cabin warm. Eventually he's got a kettle up on top of the stove and he's got water in it. And he mostly wants to humidify the air because he's having skin problems, apparently. It's very dry. The air out there is really dry and he's trying to create some humidity in the cabin. And he realizes that when the steam is coming out of the kettle, instead of going up, it's being sucked down into the stove. And he can't quite figure that out. And this keeps happening, and he just can't get the humidity up in the cabin. So as time goes by, he keeps this stuff inside the wood stove burning. He goes out, lives his life, does his duties, whether he's sheep herding or whatever it is that he's up to. He comes back home one day, and his wood stove has collapsed down through the floor of the cabin to the ground, a couple of feet down. And he's like, what in the world? He can't figure out why it happened. But it's still burning. It's still hot. So according to Mel, he decides, he's got to fix the ventilation on it. So he just adds a few more feet to the chimney pipe for it that's going out of the roof of the cabin.
Yeah, these guys are kind of foolhardy. Yeah. They're not afraid of anything. Yeah. And maybe not really thinking this through, but hey, come on. It's, like I said, free heat.
It's free heat. But here's the thing. It's not done doing what it's doing. It keeps sinking. And it sinks and sinks over the course of the next couple of weeks. One day the guy comes home. The cabin has completely collapsed around it. It's now seemingly 4 or 5 feet into the ground. This is the China syndrome, folks. This is a nuclear meltdown in some ways. Yeah. This thing just keeps going down into the ground. And he winds up having to leave the property.
Right.
And after he has left the property, it turns out that some folks show up to try and deal with it. And they're not folks that he knows.
No. So now, of course, it makes me wonder, were those not ice cubes, or the ice cubes suddenly turned into Thor's hammer?
Yeah.
Forged from the heart of a neutron star that's dead. I can't remember the mythos. certainly somebody will.
You don't know the canon. You're just
it
was millions of people angry.
Well, look, folks, in this case, these cubes, whatever they turned into, are they just so heavy that they're pushing their way through the floorboards? As he said, it became about
is it weight though, or is it permanent heat output? Maybe it's just the fact that it never cools down.
I think it has something to do. We're just going along with this, folks, like it's real.
Yeah, it doesn't believe in this at all.
Because I know it sounds outrageous. Well, now it does sound like something from the MCU, right?
Yeah.
Did these cubes turn into some sort of infinity stones here? Space, mind, reality, power, ice, and mutton. Pick your color. I think it has something to do with weight, though. Did it turn into something else? Now, here's something that's been debunked. I think nobody ever really said that metals taken close to the hole turned into other metals. We said that at the very beginning because that is part of the lore. And as we conclude here and do our wrap up, we'll go over what are some of the bigger misconceptions about this story. Because like anything you might like, people are very fierce and prideful about the rules of any MCU or DC character. There's things that they do, there's things that are canon, and then there's things that are just conjecture and not really part of this myth. So in this case, though, what they know is that this thing is first crashed through the hearth and the floorboards, and when he came back later, as it was described, again, I think this is great sci-fi, is that this thing was now 5 feet into the dirt, because this is a very modest cabin, you could say.
That's right.
Not very, well constructed.
He's basically squatting, by the way.
Yeah, they're cheaper. They just need some shelter for the moment. And after, I think, a week or so of just letting this thing sit there, they came back, and there was really nothing left except it looked like swirls of wood dust that were colored, that this thing had disintegrated the wood, but in a fashion that perhaps if all the moisture had been sucked out of the wood, that somehow that's the going theory, that those cubes turned into some kind of material that eventually absorbed all water or perhaps solidified it. And so, as it was described, this young bass guy said that, he had furniture in there which is painted in different colors. He could see the different colors of wood dust, or what looked like dust. That was the only thing left, mixed up and swirled. Like everything had been atomized, particleized. And that's all that was left. And so they decided, I'm just going to go build another cabin now. So just leave that mess there and walk away.
However, word has gotten out that there's a problem here. His name was not associated with the cat. He was squatting on whatever land this was on, apparently. It was just shelter for him. And so he comes back out, and from a safe distance, he notices a team of people swarming around it. Didn't know if they were military. Looked like they might be. They had brought a crane. And so they are now trying to get what's left of the stove out of the ground. It appears to be 5 or 6 feet down into the ground, still burning theoretically, or doing whatever it's doing. And the first crane can't lift it. Right. And so then they've got more cranes. It's not clear how many, but the one thing that the eyewitness said was that the last one that they had to use to remove this thing was one of the biggest ones he'd ever seen. Yeah. And it's pulling what's left of this man's wood stove out of the ground and putting it onto one of the biggest trucks he's ever seen, right, to be hauled away.
This thing's that heavy, and we're talking about the density of the singularity at the center of a black hole. That kind of mass, which is, like I said, going back, extreme physics. What's clever about part of the story is that apparently what they did, because there are Basque observing what's going on here with these authorities, whoever they might be, government, scientists, whatever, Paul Reiser from Stranger Things, whoever these folks are, they're figuring out how to get this thing out of the ground because, of course, they want it. It holds secrets. What the deal is that they put chains down, like big, heavy chains around this thing as far as they can, and then they flood it. Mel described it as, this is a rectangular stove. The hole was perfectly rectangular, and the sides of the hole, the dirt itself, was perfectly smooth. Like it had, melted or changed the physics and composition of the dirt around it so that it was maybe almost glass-like, and it just sunk down. So they put the massive chains down there, and then they fill it with water, and the whole thing fuses together. And that's how, with several cranes now, are able to lift it out of the ground and then placed on the biggest truck that these people had ever seen in their life.
Yeah. And where did it go? And did it get there before the truck broke in half?
Right. I'm thinking like, earth mover, like you see at the those mines where you have to climb up a 20-foot ladder to get to the cab. Yeah, who knows? Maybe it's on its way to, maybe it's on its way to Lawrence Livermore Labs, or one of the many mysterious Air Force bases that hold all kinds of stuff like Hangar 18. Who knows? How do you start to peel that thing apart to find out what makes it tick? We've been on Squarespace for over 5 years now, and wow, it's really changed a lot in that time.
Yeah, it's one of the best things about Squarespace. They are constantly upgrading and improving things behind the scenes and adding features that continue to refine it and make it unparalleled in terms of its power and ability to help you do pretty much anything you want to do with your website.
Yeah, one thing that really amazes me is the appointment scheduling they've integrated now. And it's powered by Acuity, which means if you have an Acuity account already, you can keep it. And it's like having your own personal digital assistant who manages your calendar for you. So let's say you're trying to make yourself available for online classes or sessions with clients. You can use Squarespace scheduling to let people know when you're available or when you're booked. If you have regular online office hours or whatever. So it takes care of all of it.
Yeah, that's pretty great. And another Squarespace feature that I was blown away by is the video studio. It makes it super easy to create and produce your own videos with the Squarespace Video Studio app. And you don't have to know anything going in. There's a ton of tutorials and guides that walk you through the process. So if you want to build a website with online videos, it's a piece of cake.
Yeah, so you've got scheduling, you've got integrated video production, and they also have built-in email campaigns now. So you can manage a list of subscribers right through Squarespace and convert them into customers for your business. So why pay a third-party company to handle that when you can do it seamlessly right within Squarespace?
These are just some of the features available to Squarespace users, and that's why we never hesitate to recommend Squarespace as the ultimate destination for the web presence for your business. Not only is it great, it just keeps getting better and better.
Look, folks, if you've been waiting to get your business off the ground and onto the web, or even if you just need to upgrade it from what you're using now to something more robust, now is the time. So head on over to squarespace.com/legends for a free trial. And when you're ready to launch, use offer code LEGENDS to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain.
That's squarespace.com/legends for your free trial. And when you're ready to launch, use the offer code LEGENDS to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain.
I'm Aubrey Claytech in Pittsburgh. When we're not looking for local cryptids, we're listening to Astonishing Legends. Now let's get back to the show.
Okay, so just for a quick mini recap here, what has happened, because there's a lot of elements and story elements flying around, and real elements if you believe the story.
That's right.
Once again, a bucket of ice has been lowered into the hole. A test bag of ice, your sample bag is outside. When they feel like some of it has melted, they notice that this ice is not melted. We're going to talk about that later because, believe it or not, 7-Eleven and convenience store ice is the key to the planet's survival, perhaps. Tuck that under your basket cap. Another interesting thing is that how do you communicate with this blob thing, this jelly seal with the human eyes? Well, the Basque have said that this thing's come back to visit them. There are other creatures. It went down into the hole after its long, mournful, and sentient glance back and forth, and it just lowered itself back in somehow, but they've seen it revisit them, as they say, and they can communicate with it by taking a stereo radio portable and putting it near the hole. And it's almost like an EVP of sorts that's live and continuous. It probably sounds like one of those ghost boxes. Next, the rectangular stove has melted its way through the dirt, creating a smooth-sided rectangular hole that, if unattended, could possibly go to the center of the earth. And then out the other side, who knows? This guy said China syndrome. The whole area where the cabin was, the wood, has turned to a powdery dust because perhaps somehow the moisture and other molecules have been sucked out of it. Now, here's something I'm not sure we've mentioned. Again, this is a lot of rapid-fire info, but Mel was still in contact with some of the folks from his Australia Wombat Project, his Wombat Rescue Project. And I'm not a vet, but I did, of course, hire veterinarians and scientists to help out with his research, and that's who he wants to contact here. People that know him, that he somehow can get involved on this project to help make sense of the Nevada hole. And I believe he said he did contact them. And according to Mel, that apparently Australians were dispatched to the site of the Basque hole. So there is some Australian connection. And again, I point that out because if Mel's a real guy, well, obviously he's a real guy. I keep saying that like like we're reading this and you don't know if it's a real guy. Obviously there's a dude, but if the story is true, then people know him and have worked with him in the capacity that he claims. That's what I'm saying, is that if he's done this, then they know who this guy is, whether his name is Mel or not. Now, the Basque contacts there said, yes, authorities, military, he doesn't know. Scientists, perhaps, military scientists. All riser, who knows? They show up, a bunch of big equipment. They're now studying this thing, trying to get that burning ice. And like I said, who knows how that molecular structure has been changed. But apparently it's very heavy. So somebody calls in at this point on the show, and they ask Mel, good question, does he think that there was any radiation? And Mel says, well, none of us got sick, really. And, of course, the Basque or Mel are equipped to test that with a Geiger counter. But apparently there's not people in suits. That's something that Mel would have mentioned, I'm sure. But it doesn't seem toxic in any way. And so perhaps not any radiation coming out of that hole or from the ice itself. So That's also interesting, but there's something that Mel feels has gotten out of control, much like Stranger Things.
Yeah.
Something is now possibly beyond any government's control or any scientist's knowledge of, and this could be dangerous. So we told you how they got the stove and the ice chunk out of the hole here. So now back to these seal creatures. And again, the Basque have been telling Mel that they've been seeing this thing again, and it's communicating with them. Now, here enters a character into the narrative that Mel briefly describes, but as he describes it, he doesn't know exactly what his name is or even remembers it. And this gentleman is called Red Elk. We're going to talk about him in a little bit because he's a super interesting, fascinating character. And apparently Mel does not know him because he asks Art, is it Red Elk? Is it Red something? There's Red in his name. And he was not on the show with Mel. He was on Coast to Coast a handful of times on his own, but claiming to have a connection to the hole, knowing where it is, all that. He called these seal creatures rock flyers, I believe. That's, is that what it sounded like to you?
Yeah, rock flyers. Yeah, absolutely.
According to Red Elk, he says these are creatures that live down in the earth and inhabit different realms, different earths. And from a certain distance, another aspect that goes back to the dimes. This is interesting. Mel says the hole itself, from a distance, can't be seen. I'm talking about the metal collar.
Right.
And like that dime being 15 feet away from that, you can't see it. He says you can see the Basque and their shepherds' huts and trailers, but you can't see the metal hole, the collar around it. And maybe that has something to do with what we're going to talk about in a little bit, the satellite photos. Is that part of it? Is that a way to excuse yourself why there is no image? But then why would the military blot out the terror server satellite images if it couldn't be seen? But anyway,
to block out the military presence.
Oh, there you go. See?
Yeah. Yeah, even if the hole wasn't visible, you definitely want to do, there's nothing to see here. We're not over here. That kind of thing.
Exactly. Well, Mel thinks the hole has been re-landscaped anyway. Okay,
Yeah.
now,
Is it some nice shrubs? Some flowering plants?
just the camouflage netting, which is, really makes, I learned that at the Burning Man in high wind conditions. It makes for great, not only shade, dappling, where you still get some light in, so it's not like sitting under a tarp, but it lets the wind pass through. So, fun stuff. You can get it at any Army surplus store for sure, but it's been camouflaged, obviously, as Mel says. It's like, look, they're putting this much effort into it. They're going to be hiding it.
And if they use something like that camouflage netting you're talking about, then that would be good because then the wind could still pass through Mel's hole.
That's right. In and out. How many more of these we're going to endure? Well, listen, folks, here's another thing that Scott's going to talk about here. This is a pretty interesting concept, I thought, that if part of a narrative, it involves another narrative. And I'm talking about a real fictional narrative by an author we've probably all heard of, Kurt Vonnegut, and his celebrated book, Cat's Cradle. Because in the book, there is something that's described, and again, this is a fictional concept, as Mr. Vonnegut would.
Art brought this up.
Yes, he did. Right. Art has been fooled initially here and there by people calling in, and then those who are probably much younger and in the know, that's the narrative of a video game.
Right.
Like they, look, come on, we don't, there's so many of them. Maybe your son couldn't even keep up. But in the book, Cat's Cradle, there's a substance called Ice-9, which was developed by the military. And the concept in the book is that one of the biggest problems for the military, anywhere on deployment and in actions, is mud. And so how you do that...
Yeah, we just saw this with the Russians in Ukraine.
Yeah.
Like the initial outset, the convoys were stuck in the mud.
That's right.
They were stuck in the mud.
You're talking about late spring conditions, wet mud, it affects everybody. Well, the military figures out, like, hey, is there a way to somehow solidify that so then mud just turns into hard, compact dirt and we can travel over that? That's the concept of Ice-9. However, if this thing got out of hand, guess what? It's taken water and moisture out of things that should be wet and moist. You could just wreck the earth.
Yeah, exactly. Because if you can't stop it.
That's what I'm saying. And here I just made a note to myself while listening, is that the way it's being described is this, whatever the ice turned into, whatever microbes, organisms that maybe are down in the hole or mingle in the ice, or that are already in the ice that you're just drinking. It's probably filtered. I'm sure you're fine, folks. The idea is that whatever this turned into, does this ice, is it a living thing? Like a coral, maybe, is a living thing, but more inanimate, or is it sentient? What is this ice doing? And if it did get out of hand, could it be a problem? I'll just talk about it now before I forget. It's kind of like the concept, which is a real concept, of the gray goo. Have you heard of that, Scott?
Well, only because of you. Actually, no, that's not true. I think I was familiar with it from a while back. I had forgotten about it when I was, when people first started talking about nanoparticles. I remember reading about it. Yeah.
Well, the idea, folks, and I'm just going to do a terrible job of explaining this, but basically it's based on nanotechnology, where you have a microscopic, little tiny machine that is programmed to take the matter around it and repair itself and create more of itself.
Self-replicate and self-repair.
Right. If it didn't get the proper instructions, say it didn't get a good firmware update, it would just get out of hand. And if it just kept replicating itself and using the natural resources around us, eventually we'd all be smothered in giant piles of what would appear to be gray goo.
Yeah,
on the microscopic level. And it always remember, it was the new updated movie of The Day the Earth Stood Still with Keanu Reeves. And they basically, the monster or the giant robots made up of a trillion tiny little machines that just devour everything in its path.
Yeah, the particle animation that moves like a flock of birds.
Yes,
was a big deal. They were putting some version of that in every movie.
I know.
Including in the Matrix when they were breaking into Zion and all that stuff.
Yes, or you zap the bad guy and he turns into 1,000 bats or 1,000 crows or whatever. So
yes, exactly.
Fun idea. But the idea here, though, is that essentially something getting out of control is a process that you're now incapable of stopping or programming. And now it's just doing its thing, which is to solidify, or in the case of gray goo, just keep replicating. And the idea is that little nanobots may or may not be grays, is that optically they just may appear to be like gray goo.
And it's unstoppable in the same way that like a lava flow is. It may be slow. You might be able to even see it coming, but there is absolutely nothing that you can do, that mankind can do to stop that if it's not properly programmed.
Yeah, great sci-fi idea and frightening as a real concept. But the gray goo is not a comic book idea. It is a real theory that is put forth by scientists. It's like, well, we gotta watch out for this stuff. Same thing with AI getting out of control. Right. Again, we have these seal creatures, these gooey pinnipeds that inhabit the earth with human eyes and human consciousness, and we're on something on that level. And the Basque said through their communications that the seal creature told them to beware of this ice, that it can and would destroy the world in a little amount of time, and that I'm not sure that it's humankind or the seal kind can't understand how it works. But it is unimaginable and inexhaustible as a source of power. The seal said the world would be destroyed by the improper and, quote, greedy and undisciplined use of the ice.
And greedy and undisciplined use. I love that phrase. Yeah. I actually looked that up because I was like, this is an original phrase? Because here we got Mel again, too. Not bad at writing prose.
Right.
If you're coming up with, that's like, greedy and undisciplined use. I wondered if that was borrowed from somewhere. I couldn't find it anywhere.
Oh, you did search that phrase.
Google searches.
Okay. Yeah, of course, it's a great science fiction again and statement talking about the day the Earth stood still. Well, a lot of encounters with aliens. What is the message? You better shape up or you're going to wreck this place and we might not be able to help you, or we're going to wreck you before you wreck this place.
Yeah.
Because you are dispensable. The Earth, with its beautiful resources, is not. So take your pick. You shape up or ship out, or we'll ship it out for you. Here we have a warning that, yes, we could destroy ourselves, or some other force will use this to destroy us, or they will take our place and destroy themselves. So again, great science fiction concepts here. Something else, though, that I didn't look too much into, but you're going to talk about this here in a second, is that Mel said that the Basque were renowned whalers. And they told Mel that they were the ones who left the whalebone in that tree in Ellensburg at that house.
Yeah, and I don't think we've actually really touched on that yet. So that might be new information. I can't remember if we talked about it, but there is a house in Ellensburg, in Washington, near where Mel says his hole is, or one of them anyway.
Right.
And the house has a tree in front of it. It was built in 1887 as a parsonage connected to a church. And there's a whalebone that now appears to be growing out of the tree.
Well,
so the idea is maybe it was leaned up against it
Right.
a long time ago, and the tree grew around it.
Yes.
I mean, talk about leaving something lying around for a while. I mean, and it's something to see. And there's been folks that have come by who know about whales, but even they can't even agree what type of whale it's from, or whether it's a jawbone or a rib.
Oh,
That's been approached by professionals who are like, not quite sure. Still there, still sticking out of that tree to this day.
Wow.
And it's big. Like an adult could walk past between it and the tree trunk. It's very strange. So it is 100 miles from the ocean. 100 miles from the ocean.
Yeah.
In Ellensburg. Is it connected? I don't know. But like you're saying, okay, so now we get back to the Basques.
Right.
Are the Basques connected to all this somehow in some strange way? Or no, that's just, it's like you said, it's the diaspora of where they've settled, and it's coincidental, and it's not connected in any way to Mel's Hole. But we'll have a link to the house. You see a picture of it. It's very cool. There's a couple of whalebone houses, which I found in our research, that are not this house. They're called the Whalebone House for some other reason. They don't have whalebones in front of them. So there's a Facebook page that belongs to one that's not this house. It's in another part of the country. We'll have the links. You can check it out and see a picture of it. But it's pretty fascinating. It's a private home now. These people just live in it, and there's a whalebone sticking out of the tree.
But it's a real thing. You're confirming that
it's a real thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So, somebody had stuck this whale bone, jawbone, or whatever it is, and the Basque told Mel it was stuck there by their people as a marker for some reason. So, getting back to the seal creatures, it is told to the Basque, I believe, by the creatures themselves that they can travel between worlds. And get this, other people in other worlds have designs on our world because theirs is so horrible. This is what Mel is relaying here as the message from the seals. And it's not the seals. There are other, quote-unquote, people, or you could say beings, I guess. And they want our world destroyed so they can move in. And the idea, though, is that, I believe as Mel said...
Well, good. So then all they have to do is wait around for us to make a mistake.
Exactly, because here's the sad part, as Mel described, is that their world is so awful. Imagine even if we had a nuclear holocaust and there's a nuclear winter, and it's everything, it's Terminator 3 time, where it's just a pile of skulls and fire. That world is even better than what they're coming from. So that's fine. Go ahead. Do that. That's a few steps up from where we're living in. It's so horrible that they're waiting for us to make a mistake, or that this ice gets out of hand and then they can step in because they believe they can use the ice properly. However, the seal beings believe now they're fooling themselves too. They're going to screw this up. They're going to mess it up, and then everything's going to be ruined and one giant solidified blob. So that's pretty much the end of the story.
Yeah, that's where it stops. Mel disappears after this. We don't hear from him anymore, and haven't for quite some time now. As we suggested earlier, I think he would be, 89 now if he's still alive, if he was accurate about his age, the one call that he made. And there's been a lot of people, no shortage of people looking for the location of the hole on satellite imagery for quite some time now.
Yeah.
We talked about that. We talked about the Terra server expunged image, which is interesting, but I did find, and of course I lost it, but I did find a posting from someone who worked at Terra server, according to them, on a forum that was discussing Mel's Hole and that image being bugged. And they just said this happened all the time back then. The imagery wasn't complete. It wasn't unusual for something to appear to be redacted when really it was just missing data.
Right.
But, of course, that's a convenient thing to say about it being covered up because it is right over the Monastash Ridge. Yeah. It is pretty much exactly the area that Mel said he was in. So it is, there's a lot of things that are convenient from his side of the story, maybe being a hoax. This is a convenient support of his story.
Right. That's the point of this. Yes. Yeah. It's convenient however you look at it. Well, folks, if you're interested in that aspect, there's a good short little video that explains the difficulties of looking at something through satellite imagery and then being on the ground and actually trying to find something that's real. If any of you have looked at properties, and Scott and I have done this a bunch, you look at even real estate listings and you look at the Google Earth image and then you go there and of course it looks totally different. They're two separate things. Looking at a satellite image from way up above and then you get on the ground and of course nothing translates the same.
That's right.
That perspective is totally different. Well, that's what's happening here. And so over the years, interest in this has subsided. It's been a long time, but it has not gone away. People have been searching for some kind of satellite imagery of this hole ever since Mel was on the air. And some people believe they found it. There's a good Reddit thread that people believe that they've located it, but there's some problems with their reasoning. And if you take Mel's description as accurate and that he wasn't throwing everybody off, people have searched around the area. Now, what I would say is that logically, again, if you're going to believe Mel, then you want to search within the blotted out squares that he's talking about, not somewhere else, because then why would the military blot out something? It's got to be within those squares, right? Well, people have found holes in satellite imagery that were north of Ellensburg or all around the region.
Northeast. One in particular was marked northeast of there.
Right.
One of our own researchers, Bert, found something that looked like a hole, although it's near an area called Moss Spring, and it's further. It's right on the ridge, but it's further away than from where Mel said it was. But it is a compelling looking thing. But also just to the right of it is something that says Lost Spring, so it could just be some kind of spring.
Right.
And it's hard to run all that down without going in person.
There's a great video summation and also a really good website. It's one of the better ones I've found. And one of my favorites here, and is essentially a blog for this author named Christopher Hayden. And he's also dabbled in paranormal research. If he's out there listening, if somebody else knows of this guy, feel free to put us in touch just to discuss some stuff. But he's got a collection of books that he's written, and one of them is about Mel's Hole. He's done a fair amount of research and really good piecing together of the known bits of information. He's got all the calls listed on his website. We're going to actually come back and talk about a list of common misconceptions about the story that he's listed and try to clarify. But there is also a YouTube video where he analyzes a lot of satellite imagery. And he says, I've been doing this for decades, spent untold amounts of hours staring at these images. And it's pretty unbiased and straightforward and objective, I think. Yeah.
It's a great video. It's only 8 minutes, a little over 8 minutes long. And it explains all the candidates. When I watched it, I realized that I was seeing every single candidate for the hole that I had seen online in other places. He was analyzing them.
Yeah, he's very thorough. So his name is Christopher Hayden, Hayden, and his website is Raiding Oaks, RAIDING, Oaks, OAKS.com. And like I said, he's got other books you can check out and writing and poems and stuff. But this is one of his books on Mel's Hole.
Mel's Hole, an endless mystery.
That's right, yes. That's how he introduces it on the webpage for that. But yes, Christopher Hayden, Mel's Hole, an endless mystery. He's got all the phone calls, he's got the faxes, and he's also got theories, which we're going to touch on, which are the general theories collected about this.
Yes.
So anyway, that's, I think, one of the better short videos about just the satellite imagery analysis. And what did you come up with as a conclusion or analysis about all these photos?
I don't think they found it. And so, which begs the question, does it exist? But also, can you identify something like this from satellite imagery? That's the other thing. The hole that our researcher Bert found in the Astonishing Research Corps, that was a great thing about Google Earth, is there's a little tape measure thing. You can measure stuff no matter what your elevation is at. It keeps that in track for you. And the one he found was about 12 feet across in the rougher picture, but it's conceivable that it would have been a 9-foot hole. But then another one of the ones that Christopher Hayden talks about, it looks like a hole in a satellite image, and then it's obvious when you do the historical satellite images, it was a pond. And it's been drained. But when the water's there, that looks like a black hole from space and certain quality of images. So, and then if any of what Mel is saying is true, if you believe any of this at all, and the military came, it'd be a piece of cake. You just put a shed over it, and no one would think twice from a space shot.
Exactly.
It's
or
like
just some shrubbery. That's the thing, is that it's easy to cover up. The other problem is that the best images that you can get or that were accessible, at least to him, start in 1998, I believe.
Right.
And that's a year after this has happened. So if you believe Mel's story, they came in the next couple of days and started working around there. And they, to his knowledge, have covered it up, or at least he would figure that they've camouflaged it. So by 1998, when the images were taken by satellite, and those are the best ones, because before that, it's just basically pixels.
Right.
It's really low res. It's hard to make out anything. The other thing is that, as he's, again, I thought it was very objective, where it could be a stock tub, just water for cows.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And that would reflect the sunlight at certain angles, and it appears either as a bright, weird, anomalous spot in the satellite imagery, or a dark spot, or it could just be an old abandoned spring well that they let the cattle feed from, and that people have thrown junk into, just like regular Mel's Hole. And if you look at it from one elevation, as you said, and you get down now with a couple of years later, and you look at it, it's nothing.
Right.
There's nothing there. So it was just again, a reflection aberration, something that was temporary, put up by a rancher or a farmer, and then now it's just gone.
And again, easy to conceal. Also, just quickly, I did want to say that Christopher Hayden's book is available as a paperback at barnesandnoble.com. I just ordered it.
Mm-hmm.
We'll put a link up for that if anybody wants to buy it. But you can also get to it from his webpage. I'm betting, based on the way his site is built and the way he's written about this, that it's very well sourced and a well-written, fair look at this story.
Exactly. And one thing that he points out again with the imagery is that there is a likely candidate, because there's at least 2 outbuildings, something that Mel described on the property.
Yeah.
And there is a location that could be a hole. But he wants to say, look, no one's ever found it. If it's real,
That's right.
It's never been positively identified by anyone. So
no one has proven they found it. There are people that say they have or have seen it.
That's right.
Yes.
Right. Well, people can say anything. So, for or against ideas like this, and as he says, like, well, objectively, no one knows, and he just thinks that some of the reasoning that he's seen from other sites, it's like, well, look, this is nowhere near what Mel described. The one pin in the map of logic here is that it should be within those squares. So he said the most likely place I was just talking about is, he said, it's just outside one of those 2 blotted out regions.
Right.
But it is within the general area. And the other thing that Mel always said is that it's on, or at least adjacent to Menashtash Ridge.
Yeah.
And these other places that people say, like, oh, I swear to God, it's 100% here. It's like nowhere near.
Yeah.
So again, you could be throwing them off, but also you have to realize that it's, the other candidate is good because it's near a road. The Mexican fellow is not going to carry loads of tires by hand, 300 yards.
No, he's going to back his truck up to it.
That's
as
right.
close as he can get. Yeah.
Same thing with the refrigerators and all the other garbage. So it's got to be close to a road, or at least accessible, but not on one of the main roads. So there's a lot of factors that people have been looking for, and that's as close as anyone has gotten.
Yeah, and then the one in Nevada is invisible from more than 15 feet away, or 10 or 15 feet away.
That's right. That's right. It's got magical properties.
Yeah.
You're not going to find it anyway.
Yeah.
So even the satellite imagery, it's going to be an FDR dime from 1943, which doesn't exist except in a parallel universe. It's going to be with J.K. Simmons in an episode of Counterpart.
Yes,
right?
it was a good show. I was sad it didn't get picked up. It was really good.
I know. That happens a lot nowadays. Well, let's see what science has to say about this, or at least one scientist, because, again, a lot of scientists are going to bother with it. It's kind of a silly story, but at least one did. Now, as we were saying, this has been featured in the local regional news out of Seattle, Ellensburg. It's been picked up by the Spokesman Review and the Spokane Chronicle, because there's an enduring aspect to the story. Why are we talking about it now? Why are people digging this thing? Literally and figuratively. Because there's something that captures the imagination. As I said, there's a primal aspect about us and our connection to the earth and the dirt from whence we came or whatever. But the fact that there's a hole that's bottomless is just such a fascinating concept. And is that possible? Well, it's made a lot of people obsessed to a degree. So there's been a lot of news stories that were reported. And one I'm going to talk about here comes from an article titled Getting to the Bottom of Mel's Hole by Mike Johnston. He's a senior writer at the Ellensburg, Washington Daily Record. And this was originally published in March 31st, 2012, and updated again February 4th, 2014. And keep in mind when they talk about dates and time spans that, the last updating this was 2014, and they're probably referring to 2012. So that's what we're going to cite from here. And again, there was a news special done by Como TV News in Seattle, KOMO. That aired on February 7th, and I think that was in 2012. So like I said, over the decades, there's been a few news stories here and there regionally. So, but let's talk to the one scientist who bothered to take a look at this. There was at least one geologist who was captivated by the story of Mel's Hole, enough to go try and check it out for himself. And this fellow is a well-respected Washington State geologist named Jack Powell. Jack Powell, though, thinks he found a real, more normal hole near Ellensburg that may have been the inspiration for the story. So already I'm on board. Like, can you find something close?
Right.
Did that spark an idea by somebody just really creative?
Yeah.
Wanted to tell a tale in a very popular overnight radio talk show? Well, this is what Mr. Powell had to say, as described by Mel on Coast to Coast AM, is that, quote, it's geologically impossible.
Right.
Well, okay, we all, I think, knew that. But here's the thing. It starts from there, and everything about this hole is impossible.
Yeah.
To a degree.
Yeah, that's true. He also said it couldn't be deeper than 100 feet, or a lava tube wouldn't be deeper than 100 feet, I think.
Exactly. We have some figures that he's going to mention in this article here, but the article states that Powell has worked as a exploratory geologist for petroleum companies. He's taught geology at CWU for 11 years, and he's worked with the Department of Natural Resources, the DNR, for more than 20 years. And again, he says he found a hole that he personally knew about. And again, those figures there about the years, that's coming from 2012. So add another 10 on there. So Jack Powell is apparently from Ellensburg, and he was listening to that first interview with Mel Waters when he was driving back from an out-of-county task. And at this time, Powell was 62 years old, and he said, quote, it got my interest in a funny kind of way. Now, I knew Art Bell stuff is basically Sasquatch and UFOs and the like, but it was sort of entertaining. So Powell had grown up in the Kittitas Valley and played near an old gold mine shaft when he was a kid. And he said this shaft, he said, went down at an angle into a field northwest of Ellensburg. So again, we got that northwest connection. And I wonder if those satellite photos of something that's northwest is of this hole.
Right.
Now, there's been a lot of mining around there, and these things get filled up, but there's usually some kind of depression. I think this hole, you can still drop stuff into it and it goes down a long ways. It was estimated by Powell that the shaft that he's talking about was at least 90 feet deep or more, and maybe as deep as 300 feet when it was active as a mine. So still no 15.1 miles. And at this point, of course, it goes down at an angle because it's mining. You got to bring stuff out of it. It's harder to bring stuff straight out of the ground. So when Jack Powell heard Mel tell Art that he thought this hole was at least 80,000 feet at Menashtash Ridge, he had to stop it. And I know what that's like because a lot of people say that about us. Like, man, when you guys, 30 minutes in, I wasn't buying this, I just turned it off. Well, and that's fine. But here are some deep hole facts that Jack Powell knew about that he relayed to the reporter. Now, he knew that the deepest mine shaft in the world was 12,672 feet deep, and the deepest known cavern was 7,188 feet. Now, the Russians drilled the deepest borehole that went down 40,230 feet in 1989. We may have said some of those figures in part one. I can't remember exactly, but
can I drill down on this? Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes, the one in Russia, the Kola, I'm not sure I'm saying it right, but it's Kola, super deep borehole. I'll read this excerpt on this from it here. The Kola super deep borehole, deepest man-made hole on Earth, deepest artificial point on Earth, 40,230 feet, 12.2 kilometers. Construction is so deep, locals swear you can hear the screams of souls tortured in hell. It took the Soviets almost 20 years to drill this far, but the drill bit was still only about 1/3 of the way through the crust to the Earth's mantle. When the project came grinding, very clever, to a halt in the chaos of post-Soviet Russia. And there's a picture of it from this article, we'll link to it, that I'm quoting right here, where it's just capped off now. There's like an abandoned building around it. It's just a tiny little pipe in the ground, and then it's so crazy.
Borehole 10X.
Like borehole 10X. It also says the drilling was stopped in 1992. Now get this. This is, I thought was important, that's why I wanted to share it. When the temperature reached 180 degrees Celsius or 356 degrees Fahrenheit. That's at 12 kilometers down, so 40,000 feet. That's getting up to north of 350 degrees at just 7 miles, roughly, which is not even anywhere near as far. That's only half the distance to the depth of Mel's Hole. So it says here, following the collapse of the Soviet Union, there was no money to fund such projects. And 3 years later, the whole facility was closed down. And now the desolate site is a destination for adventurous tourists. Now it continues, though. It mentions this one in Germany, a German borehole. I'm actually not sure what the depth of that one is. I don't know if I have it here. But there was a Dutch artist named Lotgeven. I'm not sure I'm saying that right, but it's Lottegeevan, who lowered a microphone into that one in a protected thermal shield, and it picked up a deep rumbling sound scientists could not explain. A rumbling that made her, quote, feel very small. It was the first time in my life this big ball we live on came to life, and it sounds haunting. She says some people thought it did sound like hell. Others thought they could hear the planet breathe, end quote. We did find that. She has that posted. We can't include it here. That's her intellectual property, but we do have a link to it. It's on Vimeo. Anyone can listen to it. It's very freaky to hear. So, and I can't remember the depth of that one, but it's...
What about the screams of the damned from...
Oh, yeah, that's the whole urban legend thing. We talked about that before. That one I think has been debunked. But anyway, so those are the man-made ones. There's also the Devil's Hole. Right? From Wikipedia. Devil's Hole is a geothermal pool within a limestone cavern in the Armagosa Desert in the Armagosa Valley of Nevada, east over the Armagosa Range and Funeral Mountains from Death Valley. It is at an elevation of 730 meters or 2,400 feet above sea level. Water is a constant temperature of 91 degrees Fahrenheit or 33 Celsius. The surface area of Devil's Hole is about 22 meters long by 3.5 meters wide or 72 feet by 11.5.
Yeah.
This is interesting because it says that the Devil's Hole branches down. It goes down into these caverns. The water is that consistent warm temperature, but the bottom has never been mapped. However, geologists say these caves were formed about 500,000 years ago, and that the pool down there has experienced activity from earthquakes in Japan, Indonesia, Mexico, and Chile, which have been linked to extremely small-scale tsunamis. But they do think they have a depth for it. Devil's Hole descends approximately 160 feet through what is termed the main chamber before reaching a narrow opening referred to as the funnel. Through this opening lies a much larger chamber of the cavern system known as Acre's Chasm. Acre's Chasm is approximately 300 feet in length, 40 feet in width, and has a bottom approximately 260 feet below the surface.
Wow. Yeah.
So that's the Devil's Hole, not to be confused with Mel's Hole.
Right.
And that covers the other deep hole, the Russia one anyway. So I just wanted to expand on that a little bit because I thought it was...
Did you find any evidence from an email sent to us by a listener years ago when we did Huska Castle talking about the Mormon Hole or the Angel's Hole? Or it has a name for it, and I'm just getting back on my memory. If that person writes us again, we'll talk about it briefly in the next cold open, I think. But yeah, there was something about it which could be its own episode, and it has a lot to do with Mormon settlers coming out and somebody being directed to find and then protect this. And that was more of a chasm too. I think it was not so much a drilled or round hole, but just this opening within which I believe there were treasures of some kind, and there was some spiritual importance to this chasm. Anyway, just reminded me, we'll look into that later, but what you're talking about here is important too, geologically speaking, if we're just going to talk about real stuff that we know of, and geology, in that it's important where Mel said this hole was, because the geology is different under the ground depending where you are, just in Washington State. Now, getting back to the article, Powell is quoted as saying, if they had said over the radio, it was on the north side of the valley, well, I might have stayed with the program for a while longer. I was thinking the hole I knew about was somehow being made into Mel's Hole, said Powell, who has 30 years experience exploring the geology of eastern Washington and especially lower Kittitas County and Menashtash Ridge in detail. And so Powell says, geologically and physically, it's not possible for a hole to be that deep. It would collapse into itself under the tremendous pressure and heat from the surrounding strata. He concluded, whoever Mel Waters was, he probably knew about the hole northwest of Ellsberg, that's on private property, fenced with barbed wire, and is not too far from state DNR lands. He goes on to quote, I suppose this Mel Waters used the real hole as a kind of inspiration for making up this mysterious one on Menashtash Ridge. So, geologist Jack Powell, he didn't think much about that hole after that Coast to Coast episode until he was contacted by a member of a Seattle area discussion group, an online chat club that was studying Mel's Hole back in 2001. Powell said they were hoping he could give them the geologic information about the area as they were coming to Menashtash Ridge to search for Mel's Hole. So Powell agreed to talk to them so he could accurately give them sound geological knowledge and data about the area they're going to explore, about the local geology, because that's what he does. He's a professor, right? And he wants to teach.
Right.
So they all meet up on a Saturday, and it seems at the Copper Kettle Restaurant. I think I've been there, where Powell gave his standard layman scientific overview lecture on the geology of Kittitas County and details of Menashtash Ridge. And Powell also told them about the gold mine shaft that he thought was the inspiration for Mel's Hole, which he told them he didn't think existed on Menashtash Ridge. That's him telling them. I don't know if Mel's Hole's real, so just that from my professional opinion. And he said, well, they thanked me and they served me up some pie they had, but they wouldn't let go of the possibility of Mel's Hole. Well, of course not. You're on a mission to find the hole.
Yeah.
That group later formed the Seattle Paranormal Society. So that's interesting.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, and so the article ends with saying Powell, acknowledged that Mel's Hole has become a surprisingly long-lived legend based on no evidence at all. Quote, it looks like it's indelible now. You can't disprove a negative. It's probably with us forever.
Well put.
Yeah, I like that. So,
like many astonishing legends.
well, here's another scientist's viewpoint on this. And again, this is by senior writer Mike Johnston from the Ellensburg Daily Record. And of course, I want to bring this up and mention this because guess what science it is? It's social science and it's sociology. Because guess what, folks? This is an urban legend, right? Well, Mike Johnston talks to Pamela McMullen Messier, assistant professor in Central Washington University's sociology department. And she said that legends like Mel's Hole give people the opportunity to test the mysterious against scientific fact. She said here, which I liked, is that it makes me think of the In Search of TV show where we have the wonderment of watching someone else go off to search for legends and / myths from the safety of our living rooms. And what we typically find that they're not real. But we enjoy the chase and hold on to the fantastic idea that there might be something unknown out there. Well, I would disagree that not everything is not real, but yes, a lot of it cannot be proven. So she says, well, it's humans like to solve problems as a social group, and they have conversations to vet out various explanations. Quote, I think the added dimension of Mel's Hole is that we can't verify its location, so it gives folks a sense of adventure in attempting to seek it out. An assistant professor in CWU's Department of Psychology, Rolf Greenwald, says, so many urban legends, upward of a quarter, have a disgust factor. Research that manipulated the level of disgust found that people tend to repeat or recall myths that have a higher disgust factor, he said. Right. Yeah, it's got the sheep thing and the bulging tumor. Yeah. It elicits a strong emotional response, which makes people want to retell it, but also want to hear about it. And it keeps the story going. It makes them remember it. It fuels itself. Yeah, it's like the pet rat. You go down to a vacation in Mexico, the family comes back with a chihuahua, it turns out it's a giant rat. There's a disgust factor. Or the missing kidney, right? The stolen kidney story. So, okay, then here's one of the last things I want to talk about this as far as a psychology and sociology angle here. Connie Robinson, a lecturer in the Department of Sociology at CWU, said, legends help people make sense of things that cannot be explained in other ways. On the website, Mel Waters asserted that mysterious government agents blocked access to Mel's Hole and then claimed he was promised a stipend by the government agents if he were to transfer ownership and leave the country, she said. Quote, he could invoke what are called incorrigible propositions. Remember that. That's another great useful tool in our tool bag here, which is, in parentheses here, unquestioned cultural beliefs that cannot be proved wrong no matter what happens to dispute it, end parentheses. She goes on to say, about secret government projects, but are reinforced by a socially acceptable distrust of government, she said. Quote, so when other people expressed doubt about the veracity of his claims, he could point to a government cover-up. Since other individuals have expressed distrust of government and concern about quote-unquote secret projects, the absence of scientific proof of the whole then becomes proof of a government conspiracy, she said. There you go, with a circular mojo.
She's not wrong.
No, that's why I want to mention that. So that quickly, that's just an interesting take on why the story is so popular. And again, folks, sociology is important when looking at this stuff. Now, here comes something that I think is going to be unbelievable by a lot of folks, but to us, divinely fascinating and fun. And my goodness, we wish we could talk to this guy. It's a gentleman who goes by the name of Red Elk.
Yes.
Now,
you can't talk about Mel's Hole without talking about Red Elk.
no, because he's kind of, people would say he's latched onto or inserted himself into the story, but a gentleman going by the name Red Elk called into the Coast to Coast AM show with Art Bell in September of 2008 with a story of his own about Mel's Hole. And he's got a lot of other stories. He's been on Coast to Coast a handful of times, as we said earlier, and it's pretty wild. Now, his connection to Mel's Hole is that he's been in the hole many times since 1961, and he was shown the hole by his father, who had remembered it, all the way back from his earliest memories and probably that of the elders, and said that it is a top secret U.S. military base where, quote, alien activities occur. But that's not the end of it. But anyway, that's his connection, and he said he knew where the location was. Now, his real name is Gerald R. Osborne, who used the ceremonial name Red Elk. But instead of letting other people who like to make fun of this kind of stuff describe him, I will read from the bio that is on the Coast to Coast AM webpage, which I would guess that he put there. But here's a description of himself. Red Elk is an intertribal medicine man. He is a self-described half-breed, Native American/white, of both the Blackfeet and Shoshone nations, as well as part Irish and French. He is a member of the Hyoka Society, a contrarian group of Native Americans who do not follow the normal path of mankind. Red Elk is one of the 12 inner Hyoka members. He is one of the 9 members of the Red Web Society who are working to bring understanding of many hidden sacred teachings to the people of Earth. He is also an honorary member of the Cherokee Nation's Twisted Hair Society. In 1973, Red Elk went on a 69-day fast, taking water, juices, and vitamins. On or about the 49th day, Red Elk began to experience a vision about the future. For a little more than an hour each day for 3 days, Red Elk saw and experienced a future that he didn't want to see. The east and west coasts of America subside. A huge meteor strikes the Atlantic. Unimaginably great earthquakes rip apart the earth as massive volcanic eruptions darken the skies and blacken the land. But these tribulations pale in comparison to what soon follows as the Earth's axis flips and ensuing floods and 300-mile-per-hour winds savagely destroy buildings, people, ecosystems, and entire nations. Red Elk believes that there is hope and that we have time to change and prepare. But the first thing we must change is ourselves. So,
That's uplifting.
Well, there's no shortage of people with that message, let's say. There is a short documentary that's about 12 minutes done by University of Washington communication students with him in it, so you can see him talking, and he's got some funny
And we'll have a
comments.
link to it.
Yes. The most recent one, that was Como TV did a news broadcast segment on him and featured his comments. He claims his dad told him about this thing around 1961 and that it was bottomless then.
Once bottomless, always bottomless. I mean, your bottomless hole is not suddenly going to have a bottom.
Well, let me put it this way. There is a bottom, but it may not be what you expect. I don't know how that's going to translate. I'm just saying that, dead cows and junk are showing somewhere, maybe.
Yeah.
Or maybe just out in the middle of space, and it's a good place. If it goes into a black hole, okay, at least problem solved. Well, just a couple of things that he would like you to know from his website called Red Elk, one word, .50webs, 50 webs, webs.com. Note to all, this is from his own writing here, all medicine people that I personally know, all North and South American, have received the same orders as we 12 inner Hyoka have. Quote, you have 1 year to prepare. As of June 13th, 2007, all are now going into semi-retirement to prepare ourselves and our families to what will lie ahead at the end of that year. Use this knowledge as you see fit. Signed, Red Elk.
That was 2007.
That was 2007. And another note, just a side note here, note to all, I do not represent any Indian nation. I represent only the inner Hayoka society. Our orders do not come from man, but from the Creator only. In so doing, many traditional ways are stepped on. If anyone has a complaint, go to the Creator and tell him. I will continue to do what I and others are ordered. So he has a story, though, that, yes, again, change your ways or bad things are happening. And again, that's not the first. And of course, he is an easy target for ridicule and for connecting his story here. Because he's also talked about Bigfoot, Thunderbirds, Earth changes. I'm reading on his past shows here from Coast to Coast. That was September 18th, 2008, 2007, 2005, 2003, 2002. He's been on like, 6 times, and he's always got fascinating and startling things to say. But down the bottom of the hole, that there are lizard people, the reptilian race down there. Some working in connection with the U.S. government, and some that have a deal to do their thing, but also to abuse and use us in limited or unlimited quantities and qualities. And it is something that is connected to what Terry Lovelace has mentioned in his comments. Not that he believes that, but that I guess you could say he was told that or has heard that. So who knows what to believe. But yes, there was a lot of, you could say, some way out stuff there talked about by Red Elk. Now, his last comments, Red Elk, about the whole Mel's Hole matter is that this will be the last time he takes the media out on Monash Tash Road for an interview about it. And he did not show the TV crew the hole. Now, it's also a knock against him that there was a group that he took out there, but I don't think he could find the hole, even though he claimed to know where it was. But maybe it just can't be seen. So people say, well, there you go. He's full of it. He doesn't know where it is either.
Yeah.
And so he ends his talk, I think, on Mel's Hole at least, or telling people about it. It's far more important to seek your spiritual life. The hole isn't important. Just stay away from trying to find it, said Red Elk 69. The government has it. It's totally off limits. In past interviews, Red Elk has said he has visited the hole several times. It's dangerous, he says. He told his own story about Mel's Hole in September 2008 on the late night Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell radio show, and he indicated it led to an underground shadow government facility. He said the hole is carefully camouflaged with a cover to look like the surrounding land so it can't be found. Again, quote, don't look for it, stay away. I have to say I've been burned by you guys, the media and all, many times with this Mel's Hole. They make me out to be a liar. They say one thing and do something else, Red Elk said recently. But he said he did say the Como News crew did a good job with the Mel's Hole segment and that they were respectful towards it. So there you go. That's kind of just a little bit about Red Elk and other characters surrounding, and actually one of the larger, maybe the only one, that has come out and said, I have a connection to this hole and I know where it is. Other people claim that they have found it or are looking for it, but really you don't hear from those folks.
Well, folks, that's bringing us to the end of your hole, the endless, never-ending hole. Oh. We found the end of it, well, at least for us. Mm-hmm. In wondering what we think about it and where we're at with it, and where you're at with it, it is a somewhat comical story, but it is also an astonishing legend. It's a perfect story for our kind of show, and we are, again, in deference to Coast for being the original platform for it. There's a couple things I would say about it. I mean, one thing that was interesting is early on in one of his early appearances, they both talked about, both being Mel and Art, the possibility of another pit like this or hole on the Colville Reservation, which is in northeast Washington.
Colville, yes.
But that never came up again.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen anything else about that anywhere else. So, you know, it does make you wonder. It's like, even if this one isn't real, are there things similar that are geological mysteries that aren't really talked about, especially if they're on reservation land, might be kept quiet. So it's interesting to think that that might be happening up there, but they never brought that up again. There were details that came and went in all these different appearances.
Yeah, it's like the priest. What did he know? Why did Mel want to get a hold of that Romanian priest?
No, Hungarian Catholic priest.
There you go. Yeah, you know, and here's the thing you have to realize. This is all framed in a entertainment show like ours,
Yes.
we can't talk about everything. We're glad when people mention stuff we may have forgotten or they know about. That's fine, but we can't mention everything. So you have to kind of pick what you talk about, and that's what Art is doing. And that's, I think, what Art is known for, and what people loved about him, is that he was good at just finding those bits and steering a good interview.
I couldn't agree more. He was an absolute genius at it. And in the end here, there's a couple things I did want to point out. This is one thing, we kept talking about that herb. What is this stuff that he's growing or planting? And he never said it, but he said, people could figure it out. And, well, guess what? It turns out there is a plant that matches the description of what he was talking about, and it's called Lamadium, or Lamadium dissectum. Yeah. And it's like a desert parsley, they call it in a way. And it grows exclusively in the area that he was at and in northern Nevada, which is supposedly where the other hole is. So that's going on. But then if you go and read about this stuff, I have a paper here that was published in the summer of 2012 by a second-year student at the University of Nevada School of Medicine. His name is David Prosser, and he wrote this paper, and I just wanted to read. He sums it up very well. I was able to corroborate this exact information from multiple sources, but I'm going to read what this section here, where he talks about Lamadium dissectum. Dr. Ernst Krebs, a physician working near Carson City, Nevada, discovered two striking facts concerning the local Washoe Indians. And forgive me if I'm not saying that tribal name correct. The first was the fact that though members of the tribe had become ill with the virus, and he's speaking specifically of the Spanish flu in this case, not one member of the tribe died from influenza or its complications. The second was the fact that the tribe had been using the root of the Lamadium dissectum plant to treat those who contracted the illness. Lamadium dissectum, colloquially known as biscuit root, is a rare species of plant in the parsley family that grows in semi-arid climates in the northwest region of the United States and parts of Canada. Up to the time of the flu outbreak, again, we're talking about the Spanish flu, it had been used by the Washoe tribe to treat all fever-causing ailments. The method used by the Washoe tribe to extract the active product used for treatment was peeling the root of the plant, then boiling this root and skimming the oil off the top. A large dose of broth containing this extract was then given to the patient. 1 pound of the root was used to produce the medicinal product, and it was given over a 3-day period to tribal members that had contracted the Spanish flu. Within 1 week's time of initiation of the treatment, all patients reportedly had a full recovery.
Wow.
Krebs conceded to the fact that the use of the plant and the survival of all Washoe tribesmen that were given it as treatment for influenza may have been coincidental. Further supporting the utility of this plant extract in treating influenza, however, was Krebs' report that another physician used it in his practice to treat those infected with influenza that were described as hopeless cases. It was found that the treatment of these patients using the extract alone led to a full recovery. Other physicians began catching on and started using preparations of Lamadium dissectum to treat many Caucasians who had contracted the Spanish flu, which they found great success. Krebs even went so far as to describe it as the most effective treatment of that time in treating influenza and any accompanying pneumonia. He praised the plant extract for its versatility, recording that it was more efficacious at treating a cough and longer lasting than the opiate expectorants of the day. He also noted that it was a bronchial, intestinal, and urinary antiseptic, and it also was able to slow the heart rate and lower the blood pressure. Supporting Krebs' assertion that this treatment had great versatility in addition to treating the flu, native tribes used biscuit root for ailments such as the common cold, arthritis, tuberculosis, and rheumatism. So there's more to it than that. We'll have a link to that paper and some other articles about it. I was able then to easily find Lamadium dissectum for sale as a tincture, an alcohol tincture, from a brand called Secrets of the Tribe right on the Walmart website. So this stuff's still around, folks, and it's just quietly curing the Spanish flu, apparently. And so what was fascinating to me about, and the reason I wanted to share all this was because Mel didn't even mention this, but he didn't mention this specific plant, but I'm pretty sure it's what he was talking about. And this is a real thing, and it has miraculous qualities, and it's real. It's a real thing. So it does make you wonder about some of the other, and why would he say, okay, well, the plants are only growing near these holes. That's the other thing he implied. They're growing near the hole in Nevada, and they're growing near my hole. So the plants are growing near Mel's hole. Do with that what you know. But I just think interesting that
Right.
that's a component of it all.
Well, I do wonder in that aspect, though, just as a plant itself, because it was especially effective with respiratory conditions, if it couldn't be applied to things we're going through now, and as far as the common cold. So I'll do a little bit more reading on that.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Well, so a couple of other quick observations before we wrap up here. There was a point at which where the pitch was different between these interviews with Mel, and I thought maybe it was a different person. But as we looked at them and studied them and took our notes on them, I realized that there were expressions and phrases that he used over and over that reappeared in each of the appearances. So I am fairly convinced that all of them are the same person, whoever he is. One of those phrases that he would always say is, "I don't have it handy," which would a lot of times apply to evidence. He would say, "I don't have it handy. I don't have it handy." There was never proof sent in. There were no photos sent in, no pictures of the dime. You can't photograph it. You can't photograph that. I mean, that's all pretty fishy stuff. And coming back to Outer Range, for those of you who have seen that, there's a lot of common ground here. I did look up the creator of Outer Range because I remember Mel talking about his nephew was greatly involved in the story and all of these trials and tribulations he went through over the years. And I was like, what if the creator of Outer Range is Mel Waters' nephew? And so then I looked him up. His name's Brian Watkins.
What? W-A-T, Watkins, Waters.
Yeah, could be Brian Watkins. I don't know, but
he's very talented. I will say.
He's an incredibly talented playwright and has just very well respected. Has written a lot of work and also created Outer Range. My hat's off to you, sir, if you wound up hearing this. I'm not convinced that he was inspired by this story.
No, we don't.
He is very steeped in Western lore, and that's why his quote opened the show. The bottomless pit, it didn't start with Mel's hole, obviously.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's old as time, as old as people were digging.
Yes.
Or saw animals digging. Or you know what? That's the one thing is following an animal's den or hole. And it sparks wonder, like if you've ever seen chipmunks or ground squirrels,
right,
or gophers, and you just wonder, like, how far does that go down?
Yeah,
and it's a very elemental thing to the human imagination. So no wonder it's captured all of ours.
I want to leave it with one last observation, and that's with about a man that we've mentioned on the show before, Jan Harold Brunband, who is considered in a lot of ways the father of the urban legend. He was an educator on this. He is a folklorist, researcher, writer, public speaker, professor emeritus of English at the University of Utah. So he's in the neighborhood here. He actually lives in Salt Lake City. He was born in 1933. He'd be about Mel's age, by the way. Here, I'd like to hear his voice on tape and see if he was Mel. That was the other thing we looked at. I did look to see if Kurt Vonnegut was maybe doing it. I looked at some, and honestly, the voices were similar, but it just didn't seem right. But
no, my favorite Vonnegut I only compared to was his appearance in Rodney Dangerfield's Back to School, where he's rich enough to have Kurt Vonnegut do a paper on his own subject.
Yes, right. Right,
and then he gets a D.
He gets a D for
commenting on his own stuff, which that makes sense.
Well, Mr. Brunband wrote an article back in 1989. It's March 10th of 1989. This appeared in the Deseret News. I'm not sure how they pronounce that in Utah. Forgive me, but I want to just read this very short little article because this is what Mel's Hole reminded me of. Are people in Australia and Texas pulling my leg? I began to wonder when two versions of the same story arrived in my mail within a week of each other. Here's the Aussie version, sent by folklorist David S. Holtz of the Curtin University of Technology in Perth. Quote, a young girl was in line behind an elderly woman at a supermarket checkout counter. The woman stared at the girl and eventually said, please pardon my staring, but I can't believe it. You're the spitting image of my dead daughter. The woman then asked, I know this sounds strange, but when I leave the store, could you say goodbye to me and call me Mom as a reminder of my daughter? The girl, slightly embarrassed, agreed. And as the woman departed, the girl waved and said, goodbye, Mom. Then the checkout clerk told her that the total bill for her groceries was $67.45. The girl was stunned since she was only buying a loaf of bread and some milk. But your mother, who just left, said you would pay for her groceries too, the clerk explained. Now, readers might recognize this as the legend that I call the grocery scam, but the Down Under version concludes differently than the versions I collected from the U.S. and Canada. Quote, the girl ran outside the supermarket to nab the phony mother and force her to explain and to pay for her own groceries. The girl caught up with the woman in the parking lot just as she was getting into her car to drive off. The girl grabbed her leg and tried to pull her from the car. She pulled and she pulled and she pulled and And at this point, the listener to the story usually says something like, "Good grief, what happened?" And the reply is, "Well, she was pulling her leg just like I'm pulling yours."
Hey, didn't you have a relative that would employ that same kind of joke?
Yes, he told that joke. It was in a grocery store, and I think the guy goes up through the ceiling, and there's leg pulling. So, and I guess Brunbahn calls this the catch tail. There's more that he lists in this article. We'll put a link to the article, but
it's also the paper moon scam.
Yeah,
right?
It's the paper moon
scam. You write
scam.
down "Happy Birthday" on the 20, and the girl starts crying. It's like, no, I got a 20 on my birthday, and he has to make change.
Right. Yeah.
It's not impossible. Like I said, like that might be pulling your leg joke, but like I believe that. Hey, there's a guy on camera using, I believe, East Indian mesmer techniques to fool a cashier out of the cash in the register.
Yeah. I guess for me, when I step back and gaze into Mel's hole, I think my final thoughts are that I think it's a well-perpetrated hoax. I think it's just absolutely too absurd.
Really?
I think it's either that or it's a legitimate, and I said this earlier, disinformation campaign expertly crafted by PSYOPs to conceal something that is similar and of significance to the U.S. government.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not talking about like a pie-eyed conspiracy here. I'm talking about the practicality of keeping something real quiet by masking it in absurdity. That has happened.
Right.
Those are the only two things for me. I don't think any of this is what it seems. It's either complete baloney or it's covering up something not so spectacular, nevertheless important.
Well, I don't know about you, man, but I look at every possible combination stemming from the three logical points. Either it's all true, it's all false, or it's a combination of both. A little from column A, a little from column B. Because there are some elements that are fantastical, but when it starts off, the story itself isn't that fantastical. It just could be a misunderstanding by Mel, who self-admittedly says, I'm not a geologist. I don't know anything about this. I might be making a mistake as far as how far down it goes. We thought that theory might be possible too. Yeah, he might just be mistaken that it's bottomless, but it's deep. It's a deep mine shaft of some kind. And maybe that's deep enough. Like I said, I don't know if it's 300 feet deep, as the working gold mine theory by Jack Powell states.
Yeah.
Who knows how long it would take over the years to fill that up, where it would stink, I would imagine.
Yeah.
But like I told you before, out in Mojave here, they're using an abandoned mine shaft to shove a lot of LA garbage in there, right?
Right.
And they liked it because it's solid rock, it's not going to seep, and it's just as good as paving over it, making a water park over it. That's not impossible. Other theories, just quickly over here, and these can be found again on ratingoaks.com, the blog website of Christopher Hayden. He just sums them up here. These are the most popular ones, of course, is volcanic cave or a lava tube. And he just has a description here, a little tool post that's from Encyclopedia Britannica, and that they don't go that deep. As Jack Powell himself says in that little short documentary from UW communication students, is that it's basically plumbing for a volcanic system. They don't go straight down. They're not that deep. And they're just the lava tube developed here says best in highly fluid lava, notably a basaltic type known as pahoho. I'm not making that up. So the idea, though, is that, that's a good idea. I mean, when I first heard the story, I thought myself, too, is that, well, if there is any kind of a hole, it's going to be maybe a geologic anomaly that is tied to a vent tube from Mount Rainier, perhaps, something close by. Other geological possibilities are small caves, pressure ridge caves, spatter cone chambers, blister caves. None of these really fit the description of Mel's hole. Here's one, the shaver mysteries that people are going to, I know, email us about, and the hollow earth theory.
Yes.
That's a whole other topic, or two or three on its own. Not going to get into it here, but just that it's another realm. Another theory, government project / weaponry, that it's some kind of earth weapon using the either something buried underground in a facility, as Red Elk claims, or something utilizing and enhancing or synergistically co-opting the powerful energies emanating from the center of the earth, which we know they're very powerful, right? That it's basically some kind of military operation, or at least it was found out about and then co-opted, and is now There's weapon testing, and it's going to be like The Mist and unleash a hell's fury of all kinds of unsavory beasts and creatures and insects that like to eat people alive. And then the last one is that it's just some type of a natural formation we just don't know about. It's just there. There's something keeping it from collapsing in on itself, as Jack Powell says. As for myself, look, man, I don't know. Here's the deal. It's a cool story. It's the stuff that we love to hear about on Coast to Coast. It sparks the imagination, like I said, the bottomless pit is supposed to. And going back to your idea, is it an impossible story covering or misdirecting an impossible event or feature or weapon or some kind of phenomena that is real, but you're using an impossible story to cover that? You know, as far as all the logical permutations, right, of the equation. Fantastical story covering something mundane, but you just don't want people to know about it. It has to do with the Yakima firing range or whatever. Or it starts off as a mundane story covering something mundane, or it's made up. Or, like I said, the fun part is the fantastical story covering up and misdirecting for something that's even more outrageous. And that is the U.S. government military working with a reptilian underground race or some kind of crazy weapon. So I don't know, but it's all these elements which make it fun. Like I said, and I say that because it starts off is not that unbelievable. It's fantastical, but over a course of 4 years or more, it builds, and not all at once. There's big time gaps of years. It starts off just exactly the right way for a good finish. You know what I'm saying? It was well done all along, and that you don't start off with a whiz bang and getting even crazier is that you seed it along, and guess what? We all went along for the ride, and we still are. So, in conclusion, fact, fiction, a combination of both, I don't know, but every element of the legend of Mel's Hole, all of it, makes for an astonishing legend.
That's it? You done?
Oh, well, usually you cut to music when I utter a line like that towards the end.
Oh, so you have more to say?
All right. One more thought. I think maybe, just maybe, this theory of mine will explain the entire thing.
Oh.
And this is what I think.
That's going to wrap up our series on Mel's Hole. We'll be back in 2 weeks with a new episode. Visit patreon.com/astonishinglegends to access our exclusive Junk Drawer show that runs every week the main show is dark, which means patrons can hear Astonishing Legends year-round. Please remember to support our sponsors. They help keep the show free and the lights on and plenty for Tiana.
E-O-O. I'm on replay text. S-A-N.
Galaxy-wide in perpetuity.
L-I-E-A.
Astonishing Legends is edited by Sarah Voorhees Wendell at VW Sound and co-produced by Tess Feifel, who is also head of research and the social media manager. Special thanks to our announcer, John Nolan.
Our theme, which is available as a ringtone, was composed by Judson Crane at foundermusic.com, and our sound design and additional composing is by Ryan McCullough.
Our
shop out matching tile. I say matching tile with air quotes here, because even if it's the exact same tile, the exact same color, exact same manufacturer, but it's 20 years later, that tile color is going to be different because it hasn't been exposed to 20 or 30 years of UV light and baking in the sun and all of that. So the key is making sure that your roofer has this design concept in mind, which is that we're going to prioritize which roof planes are most visible. For instance, the roof plane that's visible from the street and possibly the one visible from the backyard. Depending on the shape and the contours of your roof, there are probably areas of the roof, maybe side yard roof planes, or you've got a little thing here, a little thing there, that aren't actually visible or easy to see from the ground. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to steal, as we break, we're going to steal tiles from the areas of the roof that aren't really visible from the ground. And we're going to use those old tiles to replace the broken ones that happened on the main plane, so that what we get when we're done is all your old tiles, all visible, all clean, no color changes. And if there is a need, which there will be for a few tiles, replace them in the same color. Yet, we stick those in places that have visual straight in the backyard. So we can just prioritize those and put them in other places. But yeah, that's what you're looking for.
And how much would that be just having
Oh, you know what? That's not easy for me to give you a quote on that because it has a lot to do with the contours of your roof, the size of your roof, the pitch of your roof, the quality of the existing tile. There's just a lot of factors. But as all, I'm going to tell you that, yeah, it's going to be less. It's going to be a significant cost difference because you are not buying new tile for your home. You're just buying a few replacement tiles. You're still paying for the labor for the install, but the material cost is going to be considerably less. And like always, the way to find out who is giving you the right price and what this whole thing should cost is if you're going to vet 2, 3, even 4 really qualified roofers and have them each bid it the same way. And you can look at those bids and you're going to see, just like a Venn diagram, you're going to see like, oh yeah, look at that. They're all within a certain amount of money. This is what my risk is.
that was my last question. What's the register shopping for roofers? What is it strength and qualities?
Yeah. Okay, I'm up against the break, so I'm going to answer really quickly. All roofers have to be licensed. All over the nation have to be licensed by the state of California. They have to have a roofing contractor's license. Some roofers are certified, and what that means is the brand of tile. Like if they install GAF tiles, or they install, certain team tiles, the roofing manufacturers will sometimes say, hey, if you pass our certification course, then you call yourself certified for a particular brand of tile. So certification is not as important as licensing. Licensing is absolutely critical for everybody. Some are certified, and some are certified, but that's a private business. Does that make sense? All right. Thank you, Shelly, for the question. Y'all, when we come back, we're going to get back into that home of Dean Sharp, the house was provided.
Police in El Monte are looking for a person who shot and wounded people at a sports bar yesterday. One man was killed and a woman was shot and taken to the hospital. The shooting happened at Silver Dollar Saloon on Vista Avenue. Proponents of new redistricting commissions in LA have made a push at City Hall.
The department says vaccines change as variants change, and people need to get new.
Commissioners TD and LL will create new independent redistricting commissions for the City Council and School Board in LA. Supporters like Wong Gwyn of the AAPL Equity Alliance say taking the map-making out of the hands of politicians is important.
If we allow politicians to lock in their power permanently by drawing maps that only benefit them, then there's little we can do to actually hold that accountable.
If approved by voters in November, the redistricting process would no longer include active participation by the City Council or school board members. In downtown LA, Michael Lumps, KFI News.
Boeing says it's planning to lay off about 10% of its workers in the coming months. The announcement comes as the company continues to lose money while it deals with the strike by Boeing machinists. The CEO says job cuts will include executives, managers, and employees. Boeing will also delay the rollout of a new plane to 2026 instead of 2025. Union machinists have been on strike for nearly a month. The LA County Department of Public Health is urging people to get updated COVID-19 and flu vaccines.
The department says vaccines change as variants change, and people need to get new vaccines to stay protected. Public health Margaret Rivera says people 65 and older have had higher rates of hospitalization and death from COVID than those under 65.
That protection we get from either vaccines or having been infected, it does diminish over time.
The CDC recommends updated flu vaccines for those 6 months and older and updated COVID vaccines for people 5 years and older. Chris Adams, KFI News.
Globally, Southern California's only airport traffic reports. I like ours. All right, so you need a new water heater over sale. Just die last night, or is it starting to show its age? Don't panic. This is actually really simple. Like I said, when it comes to our sponsors, they are all companies that I truly believe in, and none more so. Water heaters only. We're talking quality products, quality workmanship. They specialize in all styles of water heater tanks, tankless, heat pumps, quick, same-day service. You can call anytime, 24/7, talk to a real human being. And you know what? If you need a little help with that unexpected expense, they got you there too. You can take advantage of their still summer finance, 0% deferred interest up to 6 months. If you need a new water heater, go with the company. Makes it their business to do. Guess what? Water heaters only. Find them at waterheatersonly.com. Waterheatersonly.com.
SoCal weather for KFI, low clouds and fog in the morning will burn off, and then it'll be sunny with highs in the 70s for Metro LA and Orange County. Low 70s at the beaches, 70s to 80s in the valleys. Right now it is 50 in Fullerton, 66 in Garden Grove. Wheeling local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Eileen Gonzalez. Every iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations for you to explore right now. Like Coffee Shop Radio. Coffee Shop Radio and listen now on your free iHeart app. Free. Never sounded so good.
This is my podcast. It's what would it be to sports betting and the rise of sports betting can be good for our teams, our states, and ourselves. And Las Vegas and New Jersey and beyond. Understand America's newest form of legalized gambling. Listen to Against the Rules on America's #1 podcast network, iTunes. Open your free iHeart app. Search Against the Rules. Start listening.
Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. Sometimes instead of recording or making an iconic film, it's more rewarding to revisit the original. That's the owners of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre thinking with the new 4K restored edition out in theaters marking its 50th anniversary. Trailers posted on the Dark Sky Films YouTube channel, running from the Halloween scare season into November. The groundbreaking 1974 movie is showing at all Alamo Draft House locations and select screens in the Beatles, Cinemark, Cineplex, Marcus, and Marcus chains. Ironically, the original film itself is part of a franchise with 9 sequels. Remakes following the initial project, but at least for a while, the movie that started it all is able to scare and shock on the big screen. By the way, if the narrator's voice sounds familiar, good ear. It's John Larroquette, one of his first roles, which he reprised for the 2022 remake. Alright, that's what's poppin' on Camps on iHeartRadio.
Live streaming in HD everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. You are home. Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer. Yes. Could it be a more perfect all day? I don't think so. It's pretty beautiful. I hope wherever you are across our great nation right now, you are experiencing as beautiful a fall day as we are here in Southern California right now. All right, we're back from our vacation in Vermont, and we're back at it, getting it done here on the show. We're talking about designing a better bedroom, and we're diving back in right now. So, when it comes to bedroom design, fundamentally, this is probably one of the sticking points for a lot of people, and that is, you think about, we're going to design this whole thing around the bedroom set, okay? This is a problem that I have, and that I want to warn you about. I want to warn you about the bedroom set, air quotes, set. Okay? I want you to break loose from fixed stories at the furniture store about the bedroom set. Of course, the furniture store has an entire set on sale for you there, showing you everything, and rightly so. It's not a crime, right? Nobody's doing anything wrong. It's just the idea that somehow when you go to the furniture store, need to come home with the whole set. The bedroom, the bed, headboard, the footboard, the nightstands, the dresser, the armoire, like the next thing you know. So the thing is, most bedrooms these days may not have the room for the whole bedroom set. Just don't get yourself wrapped up in it, right? You decide ahead of time what it is that you're looking for. There are so many ways to zhuzh up a bedroom that go beyond having to shop for the set. Okay? Now, do bed
What up, baby?
absolutely.
Hello, how are you?
Just has to correspond. It has to work together.
Big Dog, do you have an invitation to my Discord?
Yes.
Excellent. How you doing?
Sonic to the moon.
That's right, Sonic to the Moon, baby.
$10. Bye.
Bye, man.
So the bedroom set just don't feel obligated to do that whole thing, right? Do you have a big closet, right? There's a really good chance if you really concentrate on the proper closet design and organization, meaning modular system where you can control hanging, and you've got room shoes, maybe drawers, closet, then you don't need a dresser, right? If the bedroom is an important waking retreat, like we talked about before, a dresser could be standing in your way of being replaced with an elegant writing desk or a work desk or a chair for reading, if that is how you're going to spend time in the bedroom. Or if you're more of a minimalist and you want a more classic look, now you're really going to think I'm crazy, but I'm only talking to minimalists. Then remove your closet, open up a little bit more space in the bedroom, and replace it with a beautiful standing wardrobe. And if you have a giant closet, okay, and a giant room, then you can get super creative and do one of the first, I would say, uber creative designs I ever had early on.
What?
Design a 12,000
Working on my phone. How about you?
Let's do it.
And they walked into these bedrooms, the guest bedrooms, and they only saw this our claim to fame. This was as authentic an Italian villa as we could find. And they walked into the bedrooms, and they all said, I mean, the house is beautiful, but problem. Like, what's the problem? Each of the guest bedrooms, there's just a big wardrobe. Wardrobe. I mean, they're gorgeous. They're antique wardrobes. They're absolutely stunning. But in a house of this magnitude needs a walk-in closet. And I said, you know what? I get that. But why don't you keep the house as authentic as possible? I said, you really should go check out the wardrobe. Those are really good wardrobes. And they're like, damn, we know they're big wardrobes, but this house needs walk-in closets in each of the bedrooms. Just really, these are really groovy wardrobes. So anyway, I actually led 3 of the realtors back upstairs, and we opened up the wardrobes for them to discover that I had taken the back off of these antique wardrobes and mounted them against the wall to hide the walk-in closet door. Because I didn't want you to see the walk-in closet in the room. I just wanted you to see this freestanding, beautiful piece of furniture like it would have shown up in an 18th century Italian villa. And the inside was very dark. So you point is, there are lots of tricks, a lot of freedom that you've got in the bedroom. And on the opposite side of what I just described, if you can utilize any closet space at all to maximize your clothing organization, then you may not need a dresser or you may not need or whatever. So just don't make the mistake of going to the furniture store, buying the set, air quotes, and then come home and say, okay, now we got to figure out how to squeeze this all into this fit. No. Make your design decisions first, and you go looking for specific pieces of furniture to make it work. They don't have to match. They don't have to all go together. They just have to work together, right? So if you find the beautiful headboard and a couple of nightstands, and you're like, no, these aren't part of the same set. They are beautiful. There you go. Now you're on the right track. All right. More when we return to our home beach. House Whisperer and Gonzalez has the new.
A man has been arrested near former President Trump's rally in Coachella. Riverside County Sheriff's say the 49-year-old man from Las Vegas was found to have a loaded gun with a high-capacity magazine in his SUV. Boeing says it plans to lay off about 10% of its workers as deals with strike by Boeing machinists. The clown from The Joker has been moved by the Terrifier 3 clown at the box office. Terrifier 3 brought in more than $16 billion as the top movie in American theaters this weekend. We'll have the latest from an ongoing accident investigation on World 5 coming up.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations for you to explore right now, like Coffee Shop Radio. Just search Coffee Shop Radio and listen now on your free iHeart app. Free never sounded so good.
Hey there, it's Michael Lewis, author of Going In. Make sure you're right on and wired. For the latest season of my podcast, Against the Rules, I'm exploring what it means to be a sports fan in America. And with the rise of sports betting and doing for our teams, our states, and ourselves. And to Las Vegas and New Jersey and beyond, to understand America's newest form of legalized gambling. Listen to Against the Rules on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app, search Against the Rules, and start listening.
All the good stuff. Yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
Jewish priest frontman Rob Halford is openly gay, having come out back in 1998. And he sat down to reflect on his place as a role model and an elder statesman in the heavy metal community. The 73-year-old singer shared that he's given plenty of advice to others about coming out, including several musicians that he chose not to name. He notes that, quote, it's such a difficult thing for us to do, even now in 2024, because we still have this ongoing challenge of hate, bigotry, and intolerance and divisiveness. Indeed, the LGBTQ plus community has been the target for both physical and rhetorical attacks, using similar spears to those that were discredited after the 1970s. For this reason, Rob Halford admits that, even with more acceptance and empathy among most people, the angry voices of bigotry mean that coming out is still a struggle for many, young and old, famous or not. He also related the story of a 9-year-old who literally came out on his deathbed, exclaiming, quote, glory, hallelujah, it's never too late to set yourself free. That's what's popping. Camps on iHeartRadio.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Yo.
On September 18, 1978, America tuned in to a popular TV series called The Dating Game, where 3 men fought through a day with a single woman looking for love. The 3 men described their phone contestant couldn't see them. She could clearly hear their voices. And the other one, would you say hello to Cheryl, please? Look, what no one knew was that Matchmaker One was a diagnosed sociopath and serial killer.
What are you saying?
Years he goes across the country meeting strange bodies in his
Black
wake.
or white?
His name is Rodney Watercall. He eventually became known as the Dating Game Killer. How did Rodney become
Follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. iHeartRadio Earth is here. Little tips for helping farming meat accounts for 14% of global greenhouse gas emissions, the same as all modes of transportation combined. Help reduce the impact your meals have on the environment by going vegan one day a week. When we all should, our world becomes a better place. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth, the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, iHeartRadio.com/earth. Jelly Roll's latest album out today, newly broken to follow-up to Cabin. His new studio album features songs like I'm Not Okay and Get By. Jelly kicked off his nationwide beautifully broken tour in Salt Lake City back in August. And it's becoming an annual Halloween tradition. Grand Grand's Dance with Pop Deluxe is out today. It's a reissue of their Dance with Pop album with 3 additional tracks featuring a cover of ELO's East Woman reworking of their 1984 hit Open Monday. Grand Grand will also be at Madison Square Garden in New York City October 31st for the annual Dance with Pop Halloween party. Tickets now on sale for the concert from Carolina at American Stadium.
North Carolina natives Eric Church and Bill Cole are helping headline a concert in Charlotte on October 26th at the Golden Hurricane Church. James Taylor and Billy Street are also
Comedian John Mulaney returning to Netflix for another talk show. The streaming service revealing this week Netflix is making a live variety talk show with former Saturday Night Live star. The show expected to premiere early next year. This comes after Mulaney hosted the live series Everybody's in It Play, centered around the Netflix's A Joke Festival. That's entertainment. I'm Liz Walker.
By participating in National Prescription Drug Take Back Day, Saturday, October 26th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine and unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find an election site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to vote for your stats and our prescription drug misuse support service. That's DEATakeback.com.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations for you to explore. Now, play Coffee Shop Radio. Just search Coffee Shop Radio and listen now on your free iHeart app. Free never sounded so good. When single people say, I don't want drama, I don't want to play games, they don't understand the game. Finding and keeping mates is all about strategy, and that strategy can be
Dr. Wendy Walsh tonight at 7 on KFI and on anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
We're talking about bedrooms today, design as it applies to your bedroom. One of my favorite subjects because it's trickier than most people think. Bedrooms are, they're just really, I mean, they really are most of them just, right? So of all rooms, this is not the one that you want to design like a magazine spread that you see on the internet or on a Pinterest board somewhere. You get some inspiration from it. But the real part of that bedroom is you figuring out what works for you. But I want you to be design principles as always. So we've already talked about perspective in the room, paring down the stuff in the room to the design essentials, and then allocating what you can to the closets. That's even possible. Not buying too much furniture for the bedroom. And of course, I already touched on design. What can you see from the bed? I have looked into an amazing amount of bedrooms in which there have been some big mistakes made. Even high-end stuff, like, okay, there's a fireplace. The fireplace is down on the floor. That looks great. In the photograph of the room. Like, look at that fireplace. Just cozy, I sit down on the floor like a normal fireplace is. But you're going to be in bed. You wouldn't put the TV on the floor, would you? When you're in bed, you can't see it. Why would you put the fireplace on the floor where you can't see it from your bed? So these are critical perspectives. Also, underscoring what I talk to you about all the time, recessed dan lighting of all the rooms in your home that should not have too many or any recessed dan lights. The bedroom is at the top of this. Why? Because dan lights are sticking down out of the ceiling, and you, of all places in your home, are lighting horizontally, staring up at the ceiling. Glare from recessed dan lights. I've seen people make the mistake. They're like, oh, well, you know what? I've decided to do the night light or the reading light that we're going to use. We're just going to put 2 recessed cans in the ceiling, shining down on each side of the bed for our reading lights. Big mistake in most cases. Why? Glare. You're sitting there in bed, and as you kind of slouch down in your pillow, all of a sudden your eyes start catching that light. Not a good thing. Let's drop some pendant lights down out of the ceiling if we want ceiling mounted reading lights, or sconce lights that are reading lights from each side of the bed, or just, table lamps on top of the nightstand. We got lots and lots of options. Let's talk about the recessed dan light, because you're going to be staring straight up at that. Okay? Now, if you have them already, and you're like, oh no, you're right, what do I do? Do I just then let's change out the trims. The trims are inexpensive. Change out the trim on that light to get a gimbal. That is basically an adjustable directional light. Point them toward the walls. I will say it again. I will say it, day after day, week after week, year after year, until it finally soaks in for everybody. Lighting design in a home is all about this. We should light. We like things in a room. We do not like rooms. We like things in a room. That is the general and all-important principle. So if you got art on the wall, sure, shine a little light against that art, light it up for you. But avoid glare. One of the best ways to evaluate it, even as a novice, is to lay down in bed, lay down your head on your pillow, look around the room, and ask the question, what do I want to see and not want to see from this position? Actually sit awake with your eyes closed, okay? Or in the dark, or with your eyes kind of blurry and half open. All about tactile feel, right? The softness of the bed, what the floor feels like when you're sleeping, half opened eyes. Have you flip your legs off the bed and make that first trip to the bathroom? Whatever the case may be, remember that bedrooms are tactile experiences, in many ways more so than other rooms in the house. And then, we're going to talk about this in a little bit more detail when we come back to it. The bed. Obviously, the bed is the focal point of a bedroom. The head is what we might call, if the bed is a book, a hardcover book, the headboard is the book cover. And a lot of you are thinking when I gave the earlier advice, hey, listen, go on YouTube and find out how to make your own custom DIY headboard. Some of you are thinking, well, hey, listen, I graduated past apartment 12, I don't need to do that. I can afford to buy a really big, beautiful headboard. That's cool. But I wasn't just talking to people on a low budget. One of my favorite friends of all time, and it's been years and years since I saw him, but I saw him custom made by him with a signpost on it, and on that headboard were signs pointing to everywhere feature wall. We're going to put our special favorite color right there and leave the rest of it bright and white and open, which is always the best idea. Otherwise, you cover the entire walls and ceiling in your quote-unquote favorite color. It gets caving really fast. So I would always recommend feature wall over that. And, when we come back, I also want to talk about how about this? If you have enough room, just if you do, right? What are the chances of putting a soaker tub out of the bathroom into the bedroom? All right, I know, please. You're like, listen, are you talking to ritzy people about that? Just understand, if there's enough room, it's one of those options. Sitting area, writing desk, about the soaker tub. Anyway, we'll talk more about that. But when we come back, the top of the hour break here, we're going to go back to the phones and answer a couple more calls. How's that sound? All right, you're home. Deep Sharp, the House Whisperer on KFI. It's hard to keep track of everything that's going on. Luckily, that's a little hobby of ours. KOST HD2.
Burbank Rockstar Pop Cook. I'm Abby Gonzalez, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. State investigators say 3 Burbank police officers will not be charged with the shooting death of a man in a crowded parking lot.
The officers were among the men who responded to a call of a man threatening to shoot everyone at a Home Depot. On May 27th of last year, the man called 911 about himself. And the man also said he was being chased and his daughter had been kidnapped. Officers surrounded the car and tried to get the man to surrender. At one point, they used less lethal rounds, but then the man took a shooting stance and pointed at officers. The man ended up having a small knife, but the state attorney general concluded the officers acted out of defense for themselves and others. Steve Corrigan with KFI News.
The man has been arrested near former President Trump's rally in Coachella. Riverside County sheriffs say the 49-year-old man from Las Vegas had a loaded gun with a high-capacity magazine with him when he was arrested yesterday in his SUV. He was found near a checkpoint. President Biden is in Florida. He says those impacted by recent hurricanes will get the help they need.
I'm here in Florida for the second time in 2 weeks, and to celebrate the damage from another catastrophic storm.
Biden announced $612 billion in federal funding for 6 Department of Energy projects in the Southeast. Milton slammed into the state as a major Category 3 hurricane last week, killing at least 16 people. A former deputy mayor of LA who was part of a pay-to-play scheme with developers has been sentenced to 12 years in federal prison.
Federal prosecutors say Raymond Chan played a key role in making sure the pay-to-play scheme run by former LA City Councilman Jose Huizar was successful. Chan's friend Donald Campy says he doesn't think the 12-year sentence is fair. Campy says he thinks Chan had good intentions. Chan accepted hundreds of thousands of dollars in bribes from a Chinese developer. Chan also had another Chinese developer pay more than $1 million in bribes to Jose Huizar. Downtown LA Blake Trolley, KFI News.
LA has blown through its budgeted amount to settle lawsuits in just 3 months into the fiscal year.
The city council has approved another $3 billion in settlements, only depleting the $100 million allocated to the budget. Councilman Robert Rothschild says the financial shape of the city is dangerously low. Else the 3% of its general budget is supposed to be low. This is bad news, and I'm putting it out there in the context of approving all these settlements, but you need to know the situation is dire. City controller Mickey is supposed to be social media. LA is going broke. He knows the law and legal settlements related to lawsuits against the LAPD in downtown LA. Michael Rose, KFI News.
Fisher Price is recalling more than 2 million Snuga infant wings. The company says the product has suffocation rates that led to 5 infant deaths over the past decade.
The Consumer Product Safety Commission says the deaths involve infants who were left unrestrained and in sleeping positions. The company advised parents to stop using the swings for sleep immediately. A Fisher Price spokesman telling ABC News the swing itself is not being recalled.
ABC's Dave Packer says the swing can be used with the seat pad provided. Fisher Price is also urging parents not to add any bedding to the swing. SpaceX has successfully sent its Starship rocket off to space. The FAA issued a new license to the private space company after requiring SpaceX to limit harm to the environment along the South Texas coast during liftoff. SpaceX and fired the rocket off successfully at 5:25 a.m. Then the Super Heavy booster rocket successfully returned from the launch tower in Texas. Starship is the largest rocket ever built and was designed to carry NASA astronauts to the moon. Carnival Cruise Line's president is going skydiving for a good cause.
I will be jumping from a World War II plane from 1944 with obviously advanced skydive, tandem jump.
Christine Duffy says the jump is part of the celebration of the first ever Special Forces Legacy Initiatives cruise on board Carnival Paradise. The tandem skydive will happen on October 19th with Carnival Paradise in Hartsfield, Port Tampa Bay.
But I am doing this for a very, very good cause. The money that we're raising is to go to the Gary Guinness Foundation to support military and first responders.
Duffy had set a goal of raising $50,000, but that goal has been raised to $75,000 and has almost been met. The Mickey and Madeline Harrison Family Foundation has pledged to match all donations. Watch out for an accident at the Civic Center off of 101.
Just off the way, northbound side of 101 is Spring Street. A two-vehicle collision clearing from the right lane. The north 101 slow going from the East LA interchange up to the 4 level. Southbound side of the 101, we have delays for Melrose to the 4 level. 409 northbound is the Green Boulevard. We'll bring you the good news here out of Long Beach. Or make that to Van Nuys State Park. Earlier fatality accident investigation is all over with and all lanes have been reopened. The freeway was shut down for several hours after one person was killed in a two-vehicle collision that occurred about 5:20 this morning. The earlier slowing, by the way, on the North 405 Valley, that is gone. Game 1 of the NLCS between the Dodgers and Bucks gets underway this evening. After a game, first pitch is 5:15. Expects going on the road with scores heading to Dodger Stadium. And right now, that's what we're seeing on the 110 northbound from Manchester up to Stadium Way. And the 5 southbound a little slow from 2 on the Glenville Freeway down to Stadium Way. With Southern California's only airborne traffic report.
All right, autumn is upon us. Beer, football, basketball, baseball seasons are all intersecting. How awesome is that? Changes in the weather, and then before you know it, the holidays. Here is the thing. Before you know it, it's going to be put to the test. On the outside from the weather, on the inside, it's going to be everything from those students, game days, to holiday gifts. So right now, it's the right time to get your home ready with a few new coats. My all-time favorite paint, Benjamin Moore. That means getting some wood lux to freshly stain the deck. Element Guard to defend your home's exterior against the elements. And silky smooth stuff resistant aura for all things interior. Give your home the fall refresh that it needs with the very best quality paints and stains from Benjamin Moore. You can find the full line of Benjamin Moore products only at locally owned Benjamin Moore retailers in Riverside County. That means Ganal Lumber, Desert Premium Paints, and Paint Garden in San Bernardino County. It means Catalina Paints, Shilpark Paints, and Big Bear Paint Center. You can find the Benjamin Moore retailer nearest to you at BenjaminMoore.com. Benjamin Moore.
So the weather for KY, low clouds and fog for Oregon, and it'll be sunny with highs in the 70s for Metro LA and Orange County, low 70s in the beaches, 70s to 80s in the valleys, mid 70s for Inland Empire, 80s in Antelope Valley. Tonight, clear, cloud, fog later, lows in the mid, it's around 60 tomorrow, low clouds and fog in the morning, then sunny with highs in the upper 60s to mid 70s. Right now, 68 in Carson, 60 in Ladera Ranch, 68 in Martina, and 75 in Palmdale. We lead local live from the KY 24-hour newsroom. I'm Eileen Gonzalez.
Listen on the Free Radio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free members of it, so KFRD 640.
time, day, or night as often as you like. Thanks for joining us here live this morning for the third hour of our show. Beautiful day outside. It's gorgeous fall day here in Southern California. And we're talking about bedroom design, but because it's the top of the hour, it is time to go back to the phones where you get to tell me anything about your home. Let's talk to Kelly. Hey, Kelly, welcome home.
Thank you, Dean. Hi. I am talking with a very big package bedroom, and that was an Amtrak. And they came in, they were coming out of the wall. So none of the light sockets. Is there anything you guys can think or something about it now to take care of?
Yeah. I mean, I don't want you to go to that extreme yet. Okay. So, first of all, step one, and you can save yourself a lot of potential pest control cost hassles if you just do these 2 or 3 steps. Step one, chances are they're not traveling all that far. So outside the bed, okay, a little bit of Terra, and there's a sprinkle hand deterrent that you can put along just at the outside of the foundation. This will help keep them away from getting up into the wall in the first place. And some baits out there. I'm a big fan of Terra just because they've got some really excellent products and they're safe pets, wildlife, and all this other kind of stuff. So go take a look at hand baits and the sprinkle prevention on the outside of the foundation around the room. Secondly, inside, and what you do is just like hit the breaker. But take out the light fixture, take out the electrical outlet cover. You don't have to pull anything else out of the outlet. But the reason they actually are attracted to electrical boxes in the wall is quite honestly because those are little warm pockets in the wall. And as you're attracted to the warmth, it's happening because those boxes are technically open to the room. So they are warmer than the other places in the wall. They're not just looking for a way to get into the room. They just are attracted to the warmth themselves. If you took a little bit of caulking, okay, door window caulking or silicone caulking, you can do the thing that almost nobody has in their homes, and that is caulk the edge of the actual electrical box, the edge of the drywall, to eliminate the gap for them to come through. And then if you see any holes or gaps in the electrical box itself, put a little bit of caulking in those holes as well to seal the box off so that even though they're attracted to in the wall, they're not actually using it as a portal to get into the room. And then the final step here would be to actually, while you've got the plate off the electrical outlet, to actually put a little bit of ant bait there. Again, Terra's an excellent one to use. Put a little droplet or two of ant bait there, and anyone who gets in there, you have to be patient, but anyone who gets in there, they're going to grab that bait, take it back to the colony, and everybody is going to get sick and go away. Now, that could take 2 to 3 days to see the results of that. So, again, seal them off the room first, and just as a backup, put a little lamp bait in the box, put the electrical cover back on, and you should be going. And it works 99 times out of 100 to keep them from coming inside. That was perfect. All right.
Thank you so much for your time.
You are so welcome, Kelly. Thank you for the question. Do we have time now? I think it's great. All right, we'll get back. We'll take 1 or 2 at the most more calls, and then we will get back on to designing your bedroom, your home. Eating Sharp, the House Whisperer. Eileen Gonzalez has that.
An Air Force veteran has been cleared of a DUI charge that never should have happened, even though he was arrested. Records later showed he was actually alone the event. As more Cubans are migrating and searching a better future, more and more dogs and cats are being left behind. Abandoned pets has been a spike over the last 2 years. Big night for Dodgers fans as Game 1 of the National League Championship Series kicks off at Shoppers Beach. We'll check your drive on 5 coming up.
So here's a perfect example of why, when you're planning on your new dream kitchen, I send you to the kitchen store. One of the things that people wonder about the most is that dead corner, that corner, that inside corner in the kitchen. And most people these days have heard of a couple of different options there. They think about the old kind of like pie-shaped lazy Susan thing, and or the doors that open up and have the double hinge. The fact of the matter is, those things are old school. There is so many more hardware options for the inside corner of a kitchen cabinet. And the question, when you get your hands on them, when you get your eyeballs on them, and you see how they work and make the decision, that is why you go to the kitchen store. Because they're all there. They've got everything from entry level to ultra custom cabinets, 12-month sales, cash financing, paid price, and best of all, expert kitchen designers guiding you through in real time and the real physical all of your accessory options for that new dream kitchen. So getting started is easy. You just go to 310kitchen.com, book an appointment for a free in-showroom design consult. Book your free consult now at 310kitchen.com. It's the kitchen store. 310kitchen.com.
SoCal weather from KFI today. Low clouds and fog. A little more